The male dragon's voice carried deep hatred and murderous intent within it, as though humans were hated enemies that it was not willing to share the world with. Clearly, to negotiate with them and then depart was completely impossible. Hurry up and leave. The farther you go, the better. The powerful aura that emanated from those two flood dragons caused little Fairy to feel tremendous danger. She suddenly pushed out her hand, bringing forth a surging, icy current of energy, and shoved Xianxia far away. At the same time, her entire body floated forward icily as she attacked the male and female pair of dragons. Little Fairy! Little Fairy's pushing power was something which Xianxia cannot to resist at all. Amidst his shouting, he was pushed more than 5 kilometers away by that surge of air current before finally falling onto the ground, escaping the attack range of the two flood dragons at the same time. From the location he was previously at, a series of utterly world-shaking rumbles could be heard. The two enormous flood dragons coiled there, high in the air, their bellows shaking the world. Compared to their enormous bodies, all that could be seen of little Fairy was her adorable, tiny, snowy figure. Like a snowy butterfly, she darted about amidst them. The two flood dragons were roughly the same size. They looked similar from the outside, but one was female while the other was male. They appeared to be husband and wife. They simultaneously opened their enormous mouths, belching forth a wave of storming tornadoes. The storming tornadoes were originally only several meters wide, but in the process of spinning, they quickly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the size of several hundreds of meters. The two vortexes of enormous tornadoes, one in front, the other behind, carried an incomparably terrifying ripping power as they swept towards little Fairy. As Xianxia raised his head, this was the scene he saw. His eyes instantly widened, and even his heart felt as though it stopped. Within these two tornadoes that all but covered the entire sky, by comparison, little Fairy's delicate frame seemed as insignificant as a tiny, thin leaf. Little Fairy ascended upwards slightly, and then her body began to swivel. Her rotating speed was very slow, as if elegantly dancing like a lithe, graceful butterfly. But that beautiful, illusory swirling brought up an enormous tornado that was not one whit weaker than those created by the flood dragons in the area around her. And what's more, it was a bone-freezing storm of frost. Boom! A thundering sound that seemed to shake the world exploded forth in the skies. These three storms collided in midair, and space immediately began to violently shudder. In a blink of the eye, the hills below them were whittled apart by the tornadoes, converting the ground into flat ground. Some ancient trees that had been rooted there for centuries and millennia were lifted high up into the air, then thrown out to an incomprehensible distance. Yellow dirt was more so thrown about in large amounts, covering the entire sky and blocking out the sun. Even Xianxia, who was more than 5 kilometers away, was knocked to the ground by a sudden surge of air current that was blasted in this direction. Only after he clutched hard at the corner of a boulder did he manage to avoid being blown far away. The collision between the tornadoes had created a terrifying stream of chaotic energy that remained unabated for a long period of time without vanishing. Xianxia, who was at the outermost of the margins of this storm, was already finding it completely impossible to breathe. Yet little Fairy was at the very center of this tempest. Xianxia raised his head with difficulty as he resisted the power of the storm, and he looked at little Fairy, who was in midair. Her lithe figure was still slowly swiveling, her position not budging in the slightest. Those two storms generated by the flood dragons were kept at a firm distance of more than 60 meters by her storm of profound energy, and they weren't able to touch her body at all. Instead, they were slowly being pushed farther and farther away by her. In other words, even facing a pair of flood dragons at the pinnacle of sky profound realm, she actually wasn't at the slightest disadvantage. Xianxia was greatly relieved. At this time, he suddenly saw that directly above him, a black blur had been sent flying over with a high speed by the chaotic airstreams. That black figure caused Xianxia's pupils to slightly contract. Fierce Storm Hawk. The fierce Storm Hawk, which had been flying at full speed for 3 hours, had already used up all of its energy. Now that it also suffered from the power of this storm, it had already fallen unconscious. Xianxia didn't even think about it. He vaulted high into the air and grabbed onto one of the hawk talons of the fierce Storm Hawk, then relaxed his profound energy and relied on the weight of the heavy sword on his back to descend at high speed. He landed behind a giant boulder that was large enough to block the chaotic streams of air. It was uncertain as to whether the fierce Storm Hawk was already dead or just unconscious. Upon being brought down by Xianxia, it still remained completely motionless. Xianxia flipped it over with a kick, and then at a glance, saw the object flashing with a faint copper light within its right talon. So it really was carrying it? Xianxia was instantly overjoyed and quickly untied it from the hawk's talons. Although it had undergone such major twists and turns, the pendant was still completely undamaged. Its string was made of an unknown material. It was as soft and gentle as cotton silk, and yet it too was completely undamaged. Xianxia carefully opened the pendant and stared at the small lens within it. Only after verifying that the small lens was also completely intact was he finally completely relieved. And then he once more returned the pendant to his neck. "You've already found what you came for. Why don't you hurry up and leave? Are you going to stay here and wait for death?" Jasmine said quite frantically. "I can't. Little Fairy is still in a vicious battle with those two flood dragons. How can I leave?" Xianxia stuck his head out, peeping over the giant boulder towards Little Fairy's direction as he spoke in a resolute voice. "Idiocy! A battle at this level is something you aren't able to interfere in at all. In the end, regardless of whether she wins or loses, or whether she lives or dies, this battle isn't something you can intervene in. Aside from putting yourself in danger, how can you possibly help her?" Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "I know that I won't be able to help her, but she's only being attacked by these two flood dragons because of me. If I were to let her fall into danger and then leave myself, I would look down on myself for the rest of my life. Moreover, this is also the very center of the wasteland of death. The surrounding area is filled by profound beasts of the earth profound or even sky profound realms. Any beast that I encounter will result in a near-fatal encounter for me. Where can I escape to?" Jasmine was unable to refute Xianxia's words. The storms persisted for 7 full minutes, then finally dissipated. The male dragon's voice rang out from high in the air. "So it is actually a human who has stepped halfway into the Emperor Profound Realm. No wonder you dare to come and attempt to encroach upon the treasures of the dragon god in vain. But since you have come, you can forget about ever leaving again," Little Fairy said in an icy voice. "I only passed by here on accident. I have no idea the treasures of the dragon god, nor did I think of offending you too." The female dragon's voice rang out with explosive rage. "Silence, you humans are all despicable, vile creatures. In the past, it was because the two of us, husband and wife, were slightly merciful and spared a human that intruded. 3 months later, he returned here with several dozens of people, and even killed our one and only child. We definitely won't make the same mistake ever again. Human, die." The power of both flood dragons was of the wind attribute. As they released their power, the wind and the clouds in the surrounding area began to surge. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the awe-inspiring momentum caused the entire core region of the wasteland of death to faintly tremble. The profound beasts close to the core region that were slumbering or resting in silence were all startled awake and fled away in terror. Even after reaching a location they felt was safe, they still didn't dare to howl out. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Trembling non-stop, they looked into the distant skies where they saw those enormous draconic shadows. "Frozen cloud domain!" Along with the Little Fairy's graceful shout, the space suddenly transformed into a field of ice-blue color within 1,000 meters around her. Within this enormous ice-blue field, countless flakes of snow and frost silently fell, and the water element in the air condensed into countless crystals of ice. The world was covered with a layer of white snow, and an increasingly thick layer of ice began to slowly cover the bodies of the two flood dragons. Their movements grew sluggish, and even their tornadoes seemed to slowly become frozen as the howling were no longer as sharp as before. "A domain, it's actually a domain!" Xianxia cried out involuntarily. Domain arts, according to legend, required a person to at least be at the Emperor Profound Realm before being able to just barely execute such a powerful profound art. Once a domain was formed, within the domain, everything would transform into an element that was beneficial to one's self, to the point of even becoming completely under one's control. There were many different types of domains. There were attack-type domains, defense-type domains, amplification-type domains, restriction-type domains, intimidation-type domains, etc. As for Little Fairy, although she had yet to completely enter the Emperor Profound Realm, she was actually already able to use domain arts. Within the frozen cloud domain, the freezing cold, the flying snow, the frost all slightly augmented Little Fairy's powers, while simultaneously weakening the movements of the two dragons as well as the strength of their attacks. Little Fairy was now holding a translucent longsword that seemed to be formed from ice crystals. Her body moved, and it was like a blue light flashed by as she pierced straight towards the male dragon. Clang. That enormous collision sound was clearly heard by Xianxia, who was more than 5 kilometers away. Although flood dragons weren't like flame dragons, which were of true, pure dragon bloodline, and instead were merely lesser dragons with a 70 or 80% pure lineage, they were still dragons. Their bodies had the toughness similar to those of true dragons. Under this little fairy's sword slash, only a single silver scale of the male dragon was slashed apart. But the injury to his scales was more than enough to further enrage the male dragon. Its counterattack came as well. As the wind howled fiercely, the ice on its body broke off in enormous chunks as it smashed down towards Little Fairy with its enormous dragon claw. Following the path of the dragon claw, screeches of the space being torn apart were generated. Bang! The enormous dragon claw landed upon Little Fairy's shield of ice. The dragon claw was bounced away, while numerous cracks also appeared on the shield of ice. And then, in the next instant, the enormous draconic tail of the female dragon, carrying the force of a small mountain, crashed down as well upon the shield of ice that the draconic claw had just cracked. With a crunch sound, Little Fairy's shield of ice completely shattered, blasting apart and sending shards flying everywhere. The dragon's tail swept through, struck onto Little Fairy's after image. Little Fairy's figure suddenly appeared in midair, and her features became all the more solemn. Seizing this period of time when the domain had yet to vanish, her body suddenly descended at high speed with her icy sword pointed directly at the male dragon. Each time the sword struck against the body of the male dragon, flashes of light that seemed like blue-colored lightning flickered. Within the blue light, the scales of the male dragon were also being shattered one by one. The only option she could choose right now was to focus her attacks on one of the flood dragons. If these were simply two peak-profound sky realm beasts of any other kind, such as wolves, lions, falcons, she would have had a high chance of success even if she fought two at the same time. Unfortunately, these two just so happened to be flood dragons. In terms of physical bodies, bloodlines, stamina, spiritual power, aura, there were no beasts that could compare to dragons. After having battled for 15 minutes, Little Fairy already knew quite clearly that this would be an incomparably hard battle, regardless of whether the goal was to win or to retreat safely. The skies grew darker and darker. The night sky had already begun to silently descend, causing the constantly flashing blue lights in the skies to appear all the more glaring. After having persisted for a bit less than an hour, Little Fairy's frozen cloud domain finally, completely vanished. The frigid cold quickly dissipated from the air, and the movements of the male and female flood dragons instantly became swifter. However, Little Fairy's power began to weaken. As she slashed down against the body of the male flood dragon with her icy sword, the collision sounds were clearly not as ear-shaking as before. The inside of Xianxia's heart was also no longer able to stay calm any further. He said frantically, "Jasmine, how much strength are you currently able to use? Forget about it, I won't help her." Jasmine had predicted long ago that this moment would come, and she refused decisively. "Exterminating these two flood dragons to me is something as easy as flipping my hand over. But if I were to use that amount of energy, the poison that I've finally managed to suppress will definitely recur again, causing all my efforts to be for naught. I'm not so benevolent as to waste a year's worth of effort within the sky poison pearl, all for the sake of a woman who has nothing to do with me." Xianxia was very clear about what the consequences of Jasmine attacking would be. He also clearly remembered the scene at the time, where Jasmine's soul had almost scattered after she attacked the flame dragon. But these two flood dragons absolutely could not compare to the flame dragon. And with the purification of the sky poison pearl over this period of time, Jasmine's current state was much better than before. Striking out and killing these two flood dragons may cause the purification from this period of time to be wasted. But at least there wouldn't be the danger of her soul scattering. And if she doesn't strike out, Little Fairy's life will be in danger. After the frozen cloud domain faded, she had already clearly found herself in a disadvantaged position. Xianxia was just about to continue persuading Jasmine when the voice of the male flood dragon suddenly sounded from the distant skies. "Human, your strength is weakening. It appears you reached your limit just now. A half step from the Emperor Profound realm is merely so." The female flood dragon's voice also sounded haughtily. "Insignificant human, you're not fit to contend with our dragon race. Your futile attempt to obtain a share of the dragon god's treasure will only end in your destruction. Die. Although the level of little fairy's profound strength was half a realm greater than these two flood dragons, in regards to endurance, how could she compare to flood dragons? Previously, she had flown non-stop at maximum speed for 6 hours, and now she had gone through such a lengthy, fierce battle. Her strength was already starting to show clear signs of fatigue. On the other hand, although several hundreds of the male flood dragon scales had broken and shattered, and blood oozed unceasingly beneath some of its scales, its vigor did not decrease at all. All these injuries combined equated to only a light injury for it. The female flood dragon wasn't even worth mentioning. The strength contained in their enormous bodies seemed almost boundless. Under the berserk power of the dual flood dragons, little fairy's counterattacks grew weaker and weaker. At the very end, she could only dedicate all her strength to defending, with absolutely no energy to counterattack. Her petite body swayed like duckweed in the storm generated by the two flood dragons, with a chance of being crushed at any time. Arriving at this sort of circumstance, a deepening feeling of anger began to aggregate within little fairy's beautiful eyes. We have no prior grievances, yet not only do you attack with no reason, you also want to force me to make my last stand. Little fairy's voice was slow and tranquil, and a deep feeling of anger was concealed under the tranquility. Since I am fated to die in this place, you must also pay dearly. From little fairy's voice, Xianxia could hear deep resentment and a bone-chilling coldness. There was even a hint of a decisive consignment for death. The moment the last note ended, a deep blue glow suddenly emitted from little fairy's body and charged towards the sky, shooting straight at the heavens. And at the same time, the surrounding temperature plummeted at an incomparably terrifying rate. The temperature practically dropped below zero in an instant, then continued dropping sharply, and a thickening layer of ice began coating all the objects beneath her. Xianxia, who was 5 kilometers away, felt a gust of bone-chilling icy air billow over, causing his entire body to shiver. Watching the streak of blue light charging at the skies, he said in a low voice, "What is that?" "Jasmine. Human, is this your last stand? It's a pity. With your current strength, you simply cannot damage the bodies of us flood dragons. Only complete extermination awaits you." Under the blue light, little fairy's face was completely tranquil. She slowly raised the ice sword in her hand, yet she didn't point at the male flood dragon, who was already riddled with scars. Rather, she pointed at the female flood dragon that had just spoken. Her snowy lips moved slightly, and each and every one of her words were like ice. "Before I die, I'll let you die first. Frozen cloud forbidden technique, 0th Aurora." Ding, little fairy flashed in midair and shot towards the female flood dragon like a streak of blue lightning. The speed she displayed in this instant exceeded the extreme limit of her speed by 2 times, and the ice sword, which was coated in blue light, pierced straight at the female flood dragon. Then, amidst an ear-piercing splitting sound, penetrated through its scales, stabbing deep into its body. If this sword had completely stabbed into a human's body like this, it would indeed be sufficient to claim the person's life. But this 5-foot-long ice sword was simply too minuscule in the face of the flood dragon's enormous body. Facing the flood dragon, this sword had pierced its body like a single needle pierces a human's body. This scene didn't actually cause the male dragon to feel any panic. Rather, it sneered and said, "What an immense aura of strength, to have actually prevented me from moving for an instant. But do you really believe you'll be able to injure the body of us flood dragons like this? To us, this kind of injury isn't even worth mentioning." The sound of the male flood dragon's voice hadn't dissipated yet, when it suddenly heard the female flood dragon emit a mournful howl, and its body began to struggle violently. But the only parts of its body that struggled were the head and tail areas. The area that had been pierced by little fairy's sword seemed frozen in place, completely unable to move. Crack, 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 crack. A chain of ice crystals condensed with a deafening sound, centering around little fairy's ice sword. The thick crystals condensed on the female flood dragon at an insane rate, and extended from the center of the flood dragon's body to its head and tail. The female flood dragon's mournful howls become more and more painful, lasting until they became hoarse cries of despair. But its struggles actually weakened gradually, because the ice crystals began covering more and more of its body. Finally, its struggles and screams completely ceased, because even its head and tail areas had completely turned into ice crystals. This entire process barely lasted for 5 breaths' time. In only 5 breaths' time, the flood dragon, which was several tens of meters long, turned into an ice sculpture from head to tail. Everything happened so fast that the male flood dragon didn't even have time to react. The enormous dragon-shaped ice sculpture stagnated in midair for an instant, and then began dropping due to the heaviness of Little Fairy's ice sword. It smashed heavily against the ice-cold ground, which had been leveled by the storm, and such a heavy fall caused numerous fine cracks to appear on the ice sculpture. The blue light on Little Fairy's body faded. Even her strength and aura nearly dissipated completely. Her face turned pale as snow as she closed her eyes with incomparable tranquility. "WH, what did you do?" The male flood dragon's voice became incomparably angry and frantic, and its aura of strength became particularly chaotic. This was because the ice on the female flood dragon's body was not just a simple ice formation. It was not only her exterior. Its body, its blood, its organs, its life, its strength, its soul had been completely sealed by ice. This made it so that it simply couldn't even detect an aura of life at all. It had died. Under this incomparably frightening thorough ice formation, the female flood dragon had thoroughly died. In its entire body, not even a single cell had a trace of vitality remaining. AWO! The male flood dragon's angry roars resounded throughout the heavens and earth and resonated throughout most of the wasteland of death, agitating countless profound beasts. For some time, thousands of the beasts in the central section of the wasteland of death were alarmed, fleeing everywhere and created a field of chaos. "You actually killed my wife! You actually killed my wife!" Fierce winds rolled. Even the clouds in the skies were dispersed by its angry roars. Little Fairy slowly raised her head, and her pale face revealed a cold smile. "I'm only a passerby, yet you forced me into a corner. Death cannot wipe out your sins." Roar. "Evil human, I want you to die. I want you to die from the pain of toxic poison devouring your body." 5 kilometers away, Xianxia stood frozen in stupor. He said in shock, "That flood dragon died?" "Yes, it died," Jasmine said very calmly. "As for that woman, she's about to die too." "What do you say?" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. HMPH. The last bit of her energy has been blown away, and it was clearly a forbidden technique. And this forbidden technique can only be cast with the price of destroying one's own profound veins. Now that her profound veins have been destroyed and her meridians have snapped, she's already a cripple. Certain death awaits her. She herself knew that it would be impossible to escape from the assault of these 2 flood dragons, so this can be considered the most worthwhile decision. At least she dragged another down with her. "WH, what?" Xianxia's body stood up abruptly. Releasing all his profound energy, he charged towards Little Fairy as if he was insane. "What are you trying to do? Have you gone mad?" His actions caused Jasmine to turn pale with fright. "I haven't gone mad." Xianxia clenched his teeth and roared. "I can't let her die. She met with this disaster while trying to protect me. I definitely won't let her die. Jasmine, quickly kill that male flood dragon. Consider it me begging you. Quickly kill that male flood dragon. If Little Fairy really dies by that male flood dragon's hand, I won't be at peace for the rest of my life." Jasmine, if you still won't attack, even if Little Fairy dies, I won't stop running. I would rather die by the flood dragon's claw with her. I'll definitely accomplish what I've promised you. I'm begging you just this one time, please help me." As he spoke, Xianxia's speed increased, completely surpassing the maximum speed he could reach before. Little Fairy, who had lost all her strength, began falling from the air. She closed her eyes. Her expression was incomparably tranquil, because she was very clear about how everything would end. Her profound veins had shattered, her meridians had snapped. She was already a cripple, and no longer possessed any will to continue living. Only in the corner of her eye, a single sparkling tear quietly rolled down her face. Die. The male flood dragon opened its mouth wide, and a lump of highly toxic whirlwind billowed towards Little Fairy. "Jasmine!" The male flood dragon's actions caused Xianxia to turn pale with fright. The flood dragon's twister was extremely frightening, and at this time, Little Fairy's body was completely devoid of profound energy to defend herself. If the storm touched her, she would be torn to shreds instantly. Just when the frightening whirlwind was 3 feet away from Little Fairy, a petite, crimson silhouette suddenly appeared in front of the storm. With a sweep of its small hand, only a smothered sound could be heard. Then this storm was actually directly smashed back and rolled back at the flood dragon at an even faster speed. The male flood dragon surged after the violent storm suddenly turned back. Looking at the tiny red silhouette which had suddenly appeared in front of it, an expression of fear flashed in its eyes. "WH, who are you?" Just a casual palm, without any fluctuations of energy, had repelled its toxic storm. Just this point was enough to prove that the strength of this petite human girl in front of it surpassed it by at least 3 great realms. And what really frightened it was the formless pressure she exerted. For its entire life, it had never experienced such a frightening pressure. In the face of this pressure, it felt as if it was an insignificant speck of dust in front of a vast sea. Jasmine didn't respond, and her crystalline gaze was filled with killing intent and anger. She extended a white, delicate finger and pointed at the flood dragon. A somewhat dim red glow lit at the tip of her finger. This is seriously annoying. Such an insignificant low-level flood dragon actually forced this princess to waste 1 year of her efforts. If I wasn't infected by this toxic poison, I would definitely tear you into thousands of pieces. Die. Just as her voice fell, Jasmine extended a finger and lightly drew an arc in the air, R.I.P. At the same time, a slender streak of crimson light suddenly appeared atop the flood dragon's body, and the flood dragon's body tidally split along this thread-like streak of red light. The dragon's eyes widened, never to move again, without a sound, without any vicious battle, without even a dying cry. The male flood dragon was completely exterminated. After killing the male flood dragon, Jasmine's little face instantly turned an ashen white color. She glanced backwards towards Xianxia's location. Her red dress fluttered, and then her body transformed into a streak of red light, returning to the sky poison pearl. Xianxia, seeing that the male flood dragon had perished, was greatly relieved. While running forward, he also called out frantically, "Jasmine, are you all right?" A long while later, Jasmine finally spoke in a hate-filled voice. "HMPH, I must have owed you a debt in a past life." Jasmine's voice was clearly rather weak, but it wasn't trembling. This made Xianxia feel relieved, and he said rather apologetically, "I harmed you yet again. No need to say pointless things. If you want to save that woman, move a bit faster. I'm unable to guarantee that she wasn't poisoned by that male flood dragon's venom. In addition, for the next 3 months, don't even think about having me intervene again." After saying these things, Jasmine said nothing else. There, within the sky poison pearl, she began to quietly suppress the poison that was once more flaring throughout her body. Although her soul wasn't as badly injured as it was last time, after she slew the flame dragon, she definitely didn't feel very well at all right now. This exciting battle that involved 2 peak sky profound realm flood dragons and an expert who had taken half a step into the Emperor Profound realm had caused this region to suffer a significant calamity. The ground itself was now nearly 3 feet lower than previously, and not an inch of grass was alive, as far as one could see. After finally reaching this region, Xianxia immediately saw little fairy's figure. She was lying there quietly on the ground, like a striking lotus flower that was lying on the sallow yellow earth. "Little fairy," Xianxia's heart lurched. He hurriedly charged forward, and when he arrived by her side, he suddenly came to an astonished halt. The clothes on her body were unbearably tattered now, but the veil that had always covered her face remained undamaged, thanks to the protection of the remnant frost. At some unknown point, however, it had drifted away, allowing Xianxia to completely see, quite clearly, her snowy complexion. It was just as Xianxia had imagined. This was a very, very beautiful face. Her features were all absolutely exquisite. Her eyebrows were clear and slender, her skin was pearly, and although her lips and face were as white as paper, this was unable to cover up the cold, arrogant nobility which was bone-deep. This cold nobility seemed to make her transcend the dust of the world, and made it so that anyone who faced her wouldn't dare to profane her in the slightest, only feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Xianxia's dazed state lasted just a moment, and then he hurriedly bent down and stretched his hand out, pressing down against her snowy neck. In the instant his finger touched her skin, it trembled lightly, because her body temperature was frighteningly low, as though she had just bathed in a pool of icy water. "Don't touch me," little fairy, upon feeling Xianxia touch her neck, resisted feebly. Her voice was very faint and weak, but incomparably firm. Although she was badly injured and at the point of death, preventing men from touching her body was a bone-deep habit, and she reacted almost by instinct. On her pale face, the coldness that seemed to keep others at a distance of 1,000 kilometers didn't lessen at all. "Fine, I won't touch you, I won't touch you." Xianxia hurriedly took his hand back, but his heart sank. Just now, when he had investigated her, he grew mentally panicked. Jasmine's words weren't an exaggeration. No, rather, the situation was even more serious than how Jasmine described it. Her profound veins had been completely destroyed. They were shattered to pieces, like broken ice crystals. The damage done to them was so severe that they were in even worse shape than Xianxia's had been in the past. There was no way to repair them at all. If one insisted that there was a way, then the only possibility was for her to do what he had done, build new profound veins. But a chance like this, Xianxia was the first person in history of the profound sky continent to do this. This sort of chance was something one could only hope for but not rely on. In addition, even if she really did have this chance, she would have to rebuild her profound energy from scratch, starting from the elementary profound realm. Not only had her profound veins been completely destroyed, her meridians were completely shattered as well. At this point in time, aside from still possessing slight consciousness, little Fairy's entire body was completely paralyzed and crippled. Aside from her right arm and her right hand, where only half of the meridians were smashed, and which she could thus somewhat move, every other part of her entire body was now completely immobile. What terrifying power must be required to completely freeze a peak sky profound realm flood dragon into a lifeless statue of ice? But the price one would have to pay for using such an amount of power was also incomparably cruel. Faced with an injury like this, even Xianxia, who often proclaimed himself to be a genius doctor, only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He was confident in being able to keep her alive, but there was no way he would be able to repair her profound veins, much less restore her to her former power. In addition, aside from this, Xianxia also sensed a heavy, deathly aura emanating from her body. "Forget about her, she won't be able to survive," Jasmine said coldly. "No, she'll survive. I'm here and I definitely won't let her die." Xianxia gritted his teeth. With his two hands, he pressed towards the air above little Fairy's chest and used his own profound energy to frantically preserve her heart veins. HMPH, no need to lie to yourself. Can it be that you can't sense that her heart is already filled with the desire to die? To instantly go from being a proud, world-roaming quasi-emperor profound realm expert to a cripple who can't even stand up. If I were her, I wouldn't want to keep living. Even if you are able to keep her alive in the future, she will only be able to lie in bed. To her, this is thousands of times more tormenting than a quick death. If you save her, that will be the same as torturing her. In addition, even if your medical skills were 100 times higher, you still wouldn't be able to save her if she wants to die. Jasmine's words were like a bucket of cold water being poured over Xianxia's head. His entire body went stiff and he didn't move at all. A long moment later, he lowered his head. He looked at little Fairy's completely bloodless face, then said in a low, gloomy voice, "Master's words were correct. The myriad things of the world support and subdue each other. Life and death is a cycle, and karma and fate move in a circle, endless and eternal. There is an opposite side and an opposing side to everything. Any illness that can appear can also be cured. In this world, there is no such thing as an incurable ailment. Even if there is, that's just because we haven't found the cure yet. Since profound veins can fracture, there is definitely a method to repair them, definitely. Definitely." What caused Xianxia the most worry wasn't just the fact that she had suffered a terrifying injury. It was that she wanted to die. Jasmine's words were correct. If her heart was dead and she only wanted to die, not even Xianxia's master, were he still alive, would be able to save her, much less Xianxia. When he thought of this, he no longer cared about little Fairy's revulsion towards men. He grabbed her by the shoulders with his hands, then roared loudly, "Little Fairy, listen up, listen to me. With me here, you won't be able to die. No matter how serious your wounds are, you won't be able to die. As for your shattered meridians, give me 3 years. I will definitely be able to completely repair them. Your profound veins, there is definitely a way to repair your profound veins as well. Open your eyes and look at me. Don't die, don't let yourself die." Little Fairy's eyes were closed. Only her lips moved slightly and a weak voice escaped them. "Profound veins, shattered situation hopeless. I don't blame you, you can leave." Little Fairy's weak voice also contained that desire for death. Her words, "I don't blame you," didn't contain the slightest hint of blame, nor the slightest hint of emotion. They didn't even contain a hint of unhappiness or unwillingness to accept the situation. Her heart was truly, truly dead. You don't need to try and persuade her. Even if you really had a way to repair her profound veins to the point of making them perfect and whole, her will to die wouldn't listen. Jasmine said mercilessly. "Tens of years of bitter training, ruined in one morning. You simply don't understand how it feels for one to fall from being half a step into the Emperor Profound realm to being a cripple. You don't understand what an unendurably large difference this is. HMPH, forget about her. Let's talk about you. If you were to lose all of the strength you had gained in this past year, if you were to lose all of your divine arts, can it be that you wouldn't despair? As for her, she spent tens of years of hard work, so as to train to nearly the Emperor Profound realm. No, I wouldn't. Xianxia's gaze was resolute. No matter what I lose, as long as I don't lose my life, as long as I am still alive, then there is hope for getting it all back. Life is the greatest hope of all. When you are alive, anything is possible. Woo! From afar, the faint sounds of profound beasts growling could be heard. In addition, the scattered growls were moving closer and closer. Clearly, after the frantic battle had come to a halt, and after the auras of the two dragons had vanished, some of the fairly intelligent profound beasts felt that something was amiss, and began to investigate and draw closer. Xianxia was not capable of opposing any of the profound beasts that lived within the core region of the wasteland. Xianxia looked in every direction, then suddenly saw that to the north, less than 500 meters away, there was a lonely little dwarf mountain. Beneath the dwarf mountain was a pitch-black cave entrance. The reason why this mountain was all alone was because during the earlier battle between Little Fairy and the two flood dragons, the surrounding area had been completely flattened, leaving only this dwarf mountain behind. For some unknown reason, it still existed there and didn't even seem to be damaged. If they were to be discovered by a profound beast, then even Xianxia would perish here, to say nothing of Little Fairy. He immediately, decisively took Little Fairy's cold, soft body into his arms, then charged towards the dwarf mountain while growling. Little Fairy, I know that you have a pristine, untouched body, and that you even feel revulsion towards men. But I have to hold you now. If you want to punish me, if you want to kill me, then stay alive. If you dare die here, I'll immediately tear all your clothes off. Little Fairy had never heard such a shameless threat in her life. She felt her body be firmly embraced, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. A hint of rage and humiliation began to build within her heart, where before there had only been a desire to die. There was also something else building, something indescribable. But then, these things were all completely engulfed by her desire to die. Xianxia hurriedly yet carefully marched to the entrance of the cave. This entire time, he continuously, unceasingly sent his profound energy into Little Fairy's body, protecting her life veins. This cave was even darker than he had expected, but it wasn't cold. Xianxia walked all the way into the deepest parts of the cave, then gently put down Little Fairy. This place was very dark and very quiet. Not even the sound of the wind could be heard at all. Sensing Little Fairy's weak, threadbare aura of life, Xianxia felt incomparably guilty. I'm sorry. If it wasn't because you wanted to protect me, if it wasn't because I had to go chase after that fierce storm hawk, you wouldn't have suffered something like this. If I could have predicted these things in advance, I definitely wouldn't have made the same choices. How can my life experiences be more important than your actual life? When Xianxia had originally asked Little Fairy to protect him for 3 months, he had never imagined that within this period of time, he would actually suffer an attack from 2 flood dragons of the peak sky profound realm. This Little Fairy, whose strength was more than enough to rank her in the top 10 of the entire Blue Wind Empire, had kept her word. After leaving for 2 months, she had returned, then followed him from Blue Wind Imperial City all the way to this wasteland of death, not leaving him 1 inch and always protecting him. And now it seemed as though she had paid the ultimate price. Xianxia never wished to owe others. The protection Little Fairy provided him was originally just a type of trade, and so he never felt guilty about it. But after today's events, how could he continue to feel the same way? Xianxia stretched his hand out, once more checking Little Fairy's pulse. He sensed that her body temperature hadn't grown colder. Instead, she had grown slightly warmer. After being momentarily startled, he immediately understood. The reason her body was previously so cold was because of the type of profound energy she trained in. Now that her profound veins were shattered, her ice attribute profound energy had completely dissipated, and her body temperature was beginning to approach that of a normal person's. When he thought of this, Xianxia suddenly rose to his feet. In the air between himself and Little Fairy, a sphere of phoenix flame suddenly formed, bringing a surge of heat into the dark cave. At this moment, suddenly, an ancient voice slowly rang out from the air above him. The fire of the phoenix, so that's how it is. It seems I wasn't mistaken. Your body truly does have a bit of the blood of the phoenix within it. This voice caused Xianxia to suddenly jump up lightning fast from the floor. Who said that? Young human, you do not need to be worried. I am a mere wisp of a residual soul left behind by the primordial azure dragon that watches over this trial ground. I won't harm you." The ancient voice sounded once more. An honorable dignity was expressed through this voice, yet it was also as gentle as the wind. "Primordial azure dragon?" Xianxia lifted his head and looked upwards as he bewilderedly pondered this name repeatedly. And in the deepest part of his mind actually came a completely shocked Jasmine's voice. "What? Primordial azure dragon, head of the various divine beasts in the primordial era, the dragon god, primordial azure dragon." A pair of mysterious eyes suddenly opened in the pitch-black space overhead. These two eyes were huge, yet long and narrow. They were about the same shape as a human's eyes. This scene resembled the phoenix eyes Xianxia had seen in the phoenix trial grounds. What was different was that the phoenix eyes were gold, while these eyes were an azure blue color that was deeper than the skies. At the same time, as if the sky had capsized, an endless expanse of aura descended. In front of this field of aura, Xianxia suddenly felt as if he were as minuscule as a single grain of sand in front of this mountain. This aura's depth far surpassed the phoenix aura he had experienced that day. Enveloped beneath this soul's aura, Xianxia was completely incapable of suspecting any hint of untruth behind what the voice had previously said. This was a kind of absolute power that suppressed the interference of the mind. And at the same time, this soul's aura was simply that terrifying. How could it even be possible for that voice to tell an untruth? Primordial azure dragon's residual soul, trial grounds. Don't tell me that this place is the same as the Phoenix secret grounds. Is a place that you had temporarily stopped at one time, and is a place where you left behind a power to pass on to future generations. Xianxia lifted his head to look at the pair of azure blue eyes as he asked unhurriedly. Correct. The divine era had long since ended, and true gods had also completely vanished. But we were not willing to completely disappear from the world, and would attempt to use various sorts of methods to leave behind a vestige of our strength to pass on to those of the future generation we had an affinity with, who would then pass on what used to be our strength to their future generation for an eternity. After waiting all these years, I have finally found a fated one. And within this millennia, you are the first. Me, the first. Right, the first after 1,000 years. The primordial azure dragon's voice echoed. 1,000 years ago, there were 129 challengers who had arrived at this place. But after that, 2 flood dragons came here while following my aura and never left. Furthermore, they rapidly matured under the nourishment of the dragon god aura and reached the pinnacle of the sky profound realm. The level of strength in this land is extremely low. Therefore, the existence of these 2 flood dragons made it fundamentally impossible for humans to approach this place. Added to the fact that this area had long since become a profound beast gatherings wasteland of death, whose bad reputation had been spread far and wide. Those who have the courage and ability to approach this place have grown less and less. Sometimes it has even been difficult to even see one person once every 100 years. No wonder there's actually this many profound beasts gathered here, so it's because of the dragon god aura's existence. Jasmine softly said, the gathering of so many profound beasts in the 10,000 beast mountain range is because of the phoenix's aura, and the reason behind this regions is because of the dragon god's aura. Out of all the primordial divine beasts, the dragon god is at the top of the list. Its level far surpasses that of the phoenix. After the fall of numerous gods, there were so many who wished to find any vestiges of the dragon god even in their dreams, with the extravagant hopes of obtaining any power the dragon god had left behind. Never would they have expected that it had actually left behind its legacy in this little profound sky continent. Although you being able to reach here was not based on your own power, it was still destined by fate. You are qualified to undergo the trial I had left behind. If you are able to pass through the trial I had left behind, I can grant you 3 drops of azure dragon blood and let you possess dragon god's bloodline. Are you willing? Xianxia actually did not immediately reply because at the moment, his current thoughts were fundamentally not thinking about some trial or not trial. After the initial mind-blowing shock from the sudden appearance of the primordial azure dragon, his state of mind cooled down once more as he hurriedly said, Primordial azure dragon, you are the primordial era's strongest dragon god. Then you must have a way to save this person beside me. I'm begging you, please save her life, and also help her regain her original strength if you can do this. I'm willing to give you anything in exchange, willing to pay whatever the cost. Little Fairy's long eyelashes faintly trembled for a moment. The azure blue-colored eyes faintly flashed. Then an ancient voice sounded. Her internal injuries are extremely severe. All 5 viscera have collapsed. The profound veins and meridians have been shattered. Furthermore, her heart overflows with the will to die. I am but a mere wisp of a residual soul that simply does not have the ability to save her. But I know a way to save her. As you wished, it could save her life, and also completely restore her previous strength. No, it could even help her make a breakthrough and genuinely step into the Emperor Profound realm. The first half of the primordial azure dragon's speech shattered Xianxia's hopes, but the latter half made him suddenly raise his head. With an odd radiance in his eyes, his voice also emotionally trembled aloud. What did you say? Is what you said true? Quickly, tell me, what is this method? Hurry up and tell me. After finished speaking, he excitedly lowered his body and said to Little Fairy, Little Fairy, did you hear that? Not only is there a method to save your life, it could also restore your profound veins and meridians. It could also help you regain your previous strength and also possibly allow you to break through the bottleneck that you were unable to break through previously. Did you hear that? These words personally came from a primordial divine beast's own mouth, so it is definitely not a lie. Did you hear that? Little Fairy's desire to die came from the despair of losing all of her power and becoming a cripple. The only thing that could possibly remove her desire to die was the hope of regaining back her power. As expected, after hearing the primordial azure dragon's voice and under Xianxia's excited cries, Little Fairy's eyes, that had always been closed in despair, slowly opened to a crescent moon's crack. What was reflected within were no longer 2 completely dim eyes, but rather a light brimming with desire. Primordial azure dragon, please tell me what this method is. No matter what kind of method, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely accomplish it. Please tell me. Xianxia lifted his head towards the pair of azure blue eyes and loudly exclaimed. The primordial azure dragon's reply was calm and emotionless. Even though I know of this method, you and I are not related to one another in any way, nor are there any debts or grievances between us. There is absolutely no reason for me to tell you about it, unless what? Unless you can pass through the trial I had left behind and obtain my bloodline and my legacy. Then the method to save her I'll tell you in the entirety. Otherwise, I don't have any obligations to tell you. You can choose as you wish. Okay. Immediately after Primordial Azure Dragon finished speaking, Xianxia nodded right away without even hesitating in the slightest. I accept your trial. As long as he passed the Dragon God's trial, he would be able to obtain the Dragon God's bloodline and would also acquire the method to save Little Fairy. What reason did he have to not agree? Haha, very good. The aged voice began to laugh. However, before I finish my words, there's no need for you to agree to quickly. The trial I left behind does not test the challenger's strength, but tests their innate talent, willpower, and determination. The trial's difficulty will vary based on the challenger's strength. Once one enters the trial grounds, there will only be 2 outcomes. One is to pass the trial and obtain the Dragon God's bloodline. The other outcome is death. There are no failures, there is only passage or death. Then amongst those 129 challengers, how many had passed? Xianxia gasped lightly. In this continent, I believe you have never heard of the existence of anyone who possessed the Dragon God's bloodline. Because, amongst the 129 challengers before you, none had passed. They all remained in the trial grounds and became dried skeletons. Moreover, amongst these 129 challengers, even the ones with the lowest strength was of the Sky Profound realm. Xianxia. Even so, do you still insist entering the trial grounds? Primordial Azure Dragon asked slowly. Xianxia glanced at Little Fairy and nodded strongly. Even after hearing Primordial Azure Dragon's words, his voice was still incomparably resolute. Of course, your answer is not reluctant. Your courage is quite remarkable. Moreover, I sense that a very large part of your determination comes from your wish to save this person beside you. Since it's like this, I'll grant your wish and open the gate to the trial grounds for you. Before you enter the gate of the trial ground, you have enough time to prepare for everything, especially mental preparations. You have the blood of the phoenix flowing within you, which proves that you had successfully completed the trial left behind by the phoenix before. However, you mustn't try to gauge the difficulty of the Dragon God's trial with the difficulty of the phoenix's trial. The phoenix's nature is benevolent and conservative. Even if the trial it left behind is tough, it would not be difficult to the extent of driving one into despair, and it is even more unlikely to be fatal. But the dragon god, being the sovereign of all beasts, looks down upon the world with pride. The dragon god's bloodline absolutely would never be granted to any ordinary person. Only a supreme being who possesses enough talent and willpower to become the ruler of heaven and earth can be qualified to bear the dragon god's bloodline. If you believe you have this kind of qualification and courage, then step into this trial ground gate. If you stand still, you live, she dies. If you step into it, whether you and her will live and die will not be certain. Make the last decision. As the primordial azure dragon's voice fell, a blue light suddenly flickered on the rock wall in front of Xianxia. After that, a blue-colored teleportation formation that was over 2 men in height emerged from it. The teleportation formation leading toward the trial grounds. Yet, Xianxia didn't immediately step forward and instead asked, "Primordial Azure Dragon, if I were to pass this trial, roughly how long would it take? The time will depend on you, perhaps a few days, or perhaps a few months, or perhaps a few years." This was the Primordial Azure Dragon's answer. Looking at the little fairy on the ground whose breath was faint, his brows twitched and then said resolutely, "Then may I take her along into the trial grounds with me? You may, but I do not recommend it." The Primordial Azure Dragon said with a solemn voice. The dragon god's trial could be taken by many at once from the start. But the trial's difficulty one faces against will also increase along with the number of people. Moreover, the difficulty is increased with the strongest person as basis. Which is to say, if you bring her in with you, the trial's difficulty will be increased by 1-fold with your strength as the basis. You will encounter a trial that is twice as difficult as compared to when entering alone. All right, I understand. Xianxia slowly nodded. The resolution in his eyes did not falter or waver in the slightest. Then I choose to bring her along with me and enter. Once he entered the trial grounds, it would be unknown as to when he would come back out. With little fairy's current condition, the only way she would last was for her heart vessels to be protected by Xianxia's profound energy. If he left her alone here and enter the trial ground by himself, she might just suddenly pass away at any time. If this is your decision, then I have no right to interfere. But you need to know, after bringing her to enter with you, not only will the trial's difficulty increase by 1-fold, you will also need to constantly protect her. Not only would it be distracting to the mind, you will have to split a part of your profound energy to protect her life veins as well. This is an extremely unwise decision. Don't mind me. Don't take me. Little fairy's eyelashes slightly trembled, and her voice that was as feeble as a gentle breeze exited from the gap between her lips. Xianxia crouched down, looked at the expressions in her eyes, and spoke gently. You turned out like this for me. I am a man. As a man, how can I just leave you behind like this? Man. I don't need a man's protection. Little fairy's lips were ghastly, and every single word she spoke greatly exhausted her strength. You have no say in this matter. As little fairy let out a soft moan, Xianxia lifted her up in one go and walked toward the gate of the trial ground. You have your reasons of rejecting and deeming men as unnecessary, but I, as a man, know more about what actions men ought to take. The current you does not need to think about nor speak anything. I only want you to live no matter what may come along. When I pass the trial and restore the strength that belongs to you, at that time, whether you want to condemn me, hit me, or say that I hugged you and desecrated you without your permission, anything is fine. But now, before your strength is restored, your everything will be decided by me. After he finished speaking, without giving little fairy any more chance to speak up and refuse, he carried little fairy and dashed into the trial grounds teleportation formation with a fleeting pace. The moment Xianxia stepped in while carrying little fairy, the teleportation formation vanished. After a short moment, the drawn-out voice of Primordial Azure Dragon resounded in the dim mountain cave. Ha ha, what a good youngster. Even though an astonishing aura of blood and death permeates within his soul, this stage of measuring character and courage, he completely passed. This was a dry and barren highland. Gazing outwards, the surroundings were full of steep-sloped mountains which pierced into the sea of clouds. The encircling mountain range surrounded the area, turning this place into an inescapable and isolated land, where even half of the emitted light rays were blocked. Xianxia, who passed through the gate of trial and entered this place, looked at the surroundings and frowned. The platform he was standing on was very small. It was so small that he was even able to see the extreme ends of the platform in his current position. The length of the platform was not more than 1/4 of a kilometer, and its width was barely 100 meters. The surroundings were all mountains, so there were basically no roads to walk on. and all the mountain peaks were seemingly hidden within the clouds. Even if one were to think of climbing to the top of one of them, it was absolutely impossible to do so. "Release me?" Little Fairy, who was in his embrace, emitted out a frail voice, and even her right arm, the only limb she could freely move, was making a slight struggle. Xianxia knew she was not used to it, or, to be exact, she absolutely hated contact with men. He knelt down, took out a light pink-colored blanket, and laid it on the floor. After that, he placed Little Fairy onto it and said gently, "You don't have to worry. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not casually touch you. Currently, we have already entered the Dragon God's trial grounds. No matter if you're willing or not, our current destinies are already completely connected. If we were to successfully pass this trial, both of us will be able to live and even obtain tremendous benefits. If we were to fail, then both of us will die. But before our failure, you must definitely not possess the thought of dying and work hard to keep yourself alive, all right? Because this is not a trial of mine alone. Rather, it's a trial belonging to the both of us, and it relates to both of our destinies. I hope that you can give me strength and give yourself hope. Hope of not just being able to live on, but having a complete recovery of your profound veins and meridians, and even directly breaking into Emperor Profound Realm. Since young, Little Fairy had the qualifications to reach the absolute top, and no one of the same age was able to stand against her. She had not yet become middle-aged, but was already a half-step away from the Emperor Profound Realm. She basically spent most of her life being admired and looked up to. She was used to standing on heights where no one would even dream of, and mightily, pridefully looked down on others. But now, like a little girl being coaxed, she was being comforted by Xianxia. She was neither used to it, nor was she able to explain the sort of feeling she currently felt. She closed her eyes and did not give any other reply, but the thought of death in her heart had already silently disappeared a long while ago. "You actually took my blanket and gave it to another girl. Aren't you afraid that I will get angry?" Jasmine said a little grumpily. "Jasmine, you have such a big heart, so you will definitely not fuss over such a small matter. Once I return to Blue Wind Imperial City, I will definitely buy you a better one." Jasmine snorted coldly. "HMPH, we can talk about that again once you're able to return to the Blue Wind Imperial City with your life intact. You actually insisted on bringing this woman into the trial grounds. I really don't know what you're thinking. Not only will the difficulty increase, you will definitely be distracted because of her. This is the Dragon God's trial. Its level of difficulty is something impossible for you to imagine. In my current state, I can't use even an ounce of my strength. You're on your own." Jasmine's voice was filled with bitterness. In her eyes, Xianxia's decision of bringing Little Fairy into the trial grounds was undoubtedly a death-seeking move. But with her understanding of Xianxia's personality in the 1 year she had been with him, this move of his was not the least bit unexpected to her. In the skies above, the primordial azure dragon's voice suddenly resounded. "Welcome to the Dragon God's trial grounds, two young humans. In this trial, there will be a total of 3 stages. Where you two are now is where the first stage will be held. In front of you is the only entrance to where the second stage will be held. Defeat all the stone dragon warriors in this place, and the entrance will naturally open. I wish you two best of luck." As the primordial azure dragon's voice disappeared, in front of Xianxia, 2 balls of dirt yellow light suddenly started to flash. Xianxia quickly took a step forward, and with his 2 hands, he wielded the Overlord's colossal sword horizontally in front of him. The yellow light scattered, and 2 figures appeared before Xianxia's eyes. Their bodies were no different from an average person, but they seemed to be carved from stone and looked unbelievably firm. Their heads looked half human and half dragon. They were holding onto a stone spear on one hand and a stone shield on the other, as their pairs of expressionless eyes firmly locked onto Xianxia. "Are these the stone dragon warriors the primordial azure dragon spoke of?" Xianxia's alertness in his heart rose, but immediately after, his heart calmed. Because he did not feel any trace of intimidation from the aura of strength emitted out from the 2 stone dragon warriors. "Their strength is probably at the 4th level of the true profound realm, same as you," Jasmine said. The 2 stone dragon warriors had already begun to move as charged straight towards Xianxia. Their bodies were seemingly heavy, as their running steps were exceptionally deafening. Facing enemies of the same level at the same time, to an average practitioner, was indeed very difficult. However, to Xianxia, it was fundamentally not the least bit intimidating. Because he, who possessed 4 great divine abilities in a single body, could completely eliminate opponents of the same level in an instant. Xianxia waited for the 2 stone dragon warriors to approach, and swept his sword, which was even longer than the spears the stone dragon warriors were holding. When the first stone dragon warrior had only just raised its spear and took up an attacking posture, Xianxia's sword had already smashed onto the stone spear, instantly breaking it into pieces. Then, without any loss of momentum, his sword broke into its waist. However, even at this point, there was no sign of the force behind the sword decreasing, as it continued to sweep across the air, smashing into the body of the second stone dragon warrior. The shattered bodies of the 2 stone dragon warriors laid on the floor and then disappeared completely in a flash of light. Xianxia had only swung once, and in only a single breath's time, he destroyed 2 stone dragon warriors and a stone spear. It's completely not exaggerated to say that, in the entire younger generation within Blue Wind Empire, it was impossible to find a second person, at the same level as Xianxia, who was capable of doing this. After instantly defeating 2 opponents of the same level, Xianxia did not relax because of this. This was the Dragon God's trial, so how could it be this easy? If the difficulty of the trial was only at this level, then it would not make sense for all of the previous 129 people who took the trial to lose their lives. Ziyading not even 3 breaths' time after Xianxia defeated the 2 stone dragon warriors. In front of him, 4 yellow balls of light suddenly started to flash, and right after, 4 stone dragon warriors with exactly the same figures as the ones before held up their spears as they charged towards Xianxia. Although the number was increased to 4, the strength of these stone dragon warriors did not change, and was still at the same level as Xianxia, the 4th level of the true profound realm. Xianxia took a step forward. His heavy sword swept across like a dragon's tail, and with a loud bang, the 4 stone dragon warriors, which weighed at least several hundred kilos, were sent flying far away. When they landed, all 4 of them shattered into countless pieces. 4 stone dragon warriors were still instantly eliminated. The tyranny and the attack range of a heavy sword was something a long spear could never compare to. Without even giving Xianxia time to wait, after the 4 shattered stone dragon warriors disappeared, the yellow rays of light once again flashed in front of Xianxia, and this time there were 8 of them. 8 stone dragon warriors appeared in a single line in front of Xianxia. Even with these numbers, Xianxia was still not afraid. Without waiting for the stone dragon warriors to attack, he took the initiative to rush towards them and swept his heavy sword across with more strength than before. Bang, bang, bang. 3 stone dragon warriors had only just appeared, but their heads had already turned into rubble, falling upright onto the ground. At this moment, 3 spears came thrusting towards Xianxia from his sides. Without even looking at them, Xianxia swept his sword. Then 3 stone spears were instantly destroyed, and the airwave brought about by the sweep forced the remaining 5 stone dragon warriors to retreat. Right after, he sped forward and slashed 3 times. 3 heavy bangs resounded, and the 5 stone dragon warriors shattered one after another. In this entire process, not only were the 8 stone dragon warriors not able to touch Xianxia, they were not even able to approach within 3 steps from him. At this moment, in Xianxia's mind, Jasmine's warning sounded. Don't attack them so ferociously. Try to limit your profound energy usage as much as possible. Haven't you noticed that the number of these stone dragon warriors double in every subsequent wave? In the last few waves, there will be definitely even more of them. I know, Xianxia nodded. The first wave had 2, the second wave had 4, and the third wave had 8. Following this pattern, the next wave will definitely have 16 of them, and the next wave after that will have 32, and then 64. Fighting against opponents of the same level, and even a dozen of them at the same time, if it was someone else, it will definitely be despair. But to me, even if 100 of them were to come at the same time, I will still be able to kill them all without even leaving a single one, Xianxia said solemnly. As he was saying that, yellow light once again flashed in front of him, and 8 new stone dragon warriors appeared. MN, 8 of them. Why are there only 8? Is 8 actually the limit? In his heart, Xianxia was a little surprised. When he was about to head forward to attack, suddenly, he felt something was wrong, because the auras of these stone dragon warriors were not only present in front of him, but he could faintly feel them behind him as well. He stopped his tracks and quickly turned about. He was shocked to see 8 spear-wielding stone dragon warriors appearing at the back as well, and they were currently charging towards the little fairy, who was laid on the floor. You're courting death? Enraged, Xianxia ran back at lightning speed. Like a dragon, a swing of his sword brought about a windstorm, pushing back all of the stone dragon warriors approaching Little Fairy, and then he quickly headed to Little Fairy's side. But this time, he did not dare to take the initiative to take them head-on. Rather, he stood by Little Fairy's side and destroyed the stone dragon warriors that charged towards them one after another. But before he could finish dealing with the ones in front of him, the 8 stone dragon warriors behind came charging towards them together. They seemed to have came to know of Xianxia's weakness, as all of their long spears thrusted towards Little Fairy, who had been laid on the floor. Attacks coming from his front and back. To Xianxia, they were a small matter. But Little Fairy was in the midst of danger, so he could not afford the slightest negligence. As with Little Fairy's current state, she could die at any time. And currently there were only 16 stone dragon warriors, yet there would be even more in each subsequent wave. If she was going to lay on the ground the entire time while he simply stood guard her by her side, it was simply impossible to ensure her safety. Xianxia thus made a decision. He wildly brandished his heavy sword, drawing a pale black full moon around his body, which forced all of the stone dragon warriors to retreat about 6 meters away. Then he released his left hand from the sword handle and wielded it with only his right hand. He brought Little Fairy up with his left arm and tightly held onto her against his shoulder. Then he plunged into the group of stone dragon warriors. Wherever his heavy sword was swung, shattered rocks would fly. "Are you crazy?" Xianxia's action completely stunned Jasmine as she exclaimed. "You're actually wielding your heavy sword with a single hand. This will cause your strength to fall twice as fast. By carrying her, not only will it increase your stamina depletion rate, it will also affect your movements and cause you to be constantly distracted. If you don't wish to die here, hurry and throw her aside and then control your energy consumption." "I can't do that," Xianxia said unhesitatingly. "You can call me an idiot and even call me conceited, but I will never put her down. If you were in her place, I would never throw you aside either." As he said that, Xianxia's heavy sword had already swung out 6 crescents, shattering all of the 16 stone dragon warriors. "Jasmine!" Xianxia's words stabbed into one of Jasmine's many nerves, and she no longer said anything. Within this period of time, the 5th wave of stone dragon warriors were summoned. A total of 32 stone dragon warriors appeared in a circling formation and surrounded Xianxia. "Don't care about me." Little Fairy had always been awake, and she clearly understood the current predicament. She, who was pressed against on Xianxia's shoulder, slightly struggled. Xianxia turned a deaf ear on her, and wielding his sword with a single hand, he engaged the incoming stone dragon warriors. His sword-swinging speed naturally decreased, as he was wielding a 1,950-kilo heavy sword with a single hand. However, it was still as ferocious and tyrannical as before. Each one of his swings were huge and wide, bringing about the whistling of the wind as the sword sliced through the air, causing the destruction of the stone dragon warriors one after another before they could even approach him. The sounds of exploding stone continued without rest. Although he was wielding the heavy sword with a single hand, although he was hugging onto and protecting someone with his left arm, these 32 stone dragon warriors still did not threaten Xianxia. In less than 2 minutes, under Xianxia's dozens of continuous swings with his heavy sword, they all turned into shattered rocks on the ground. But the 5th wave was still not the end. Immediately after, the 6th wave of stone dragon warriors appeared before Xianxia, and this time, there were 64 of them. Looking at the 64 stone dragon warriors encircling him, Xianxia took a deep breath as the hand he was using to wield the sword unconsciously tightened. The prison god's serious tone was able to give him complete mastery over the control of heavy swords, but it definitely did not mean it could allow him to ignore the weight of the heavy swords themselves. Holding a heavy sword with a single hand was unwise to begin with, and after eliminating the 5th wave of stone dragon warriors, his right hand had already begun to feel numb. Boom, boom. The 64 stone dragon warriors started running together, and the ground they ran on shook with every step they take. Xianxia growled, raised his sword, and plunged into the crowd of stone dragon warriors, which just doubled in numbers. He charged, he clashed. His heavy sword was swung to the left, and then it was swept to the right, over and over again. The enemies were swept away one after another, and their bodies shattered one after another. Right here and now, he who had Little Fairy in his embrace was extremely glad that he chose a heavy sword as his weapon back then. Because, when heavily surrounded, the only weapon that would allow one to fearlessly sweep in all directions like now was only the heavy sword. The only weapon that could allow one to embrace a person and protect her from the slightest bit of harm was only the heavy sword. The only weapon that could easily shatter these stone dragon warriors, whose hard and sturdy bodies could hardly be harmed by any other weapons, was also only the heavy sword. The advantages of a heavy sword in a battle like this were thoroughly displayed. Xianxia absolutely believed that if he was currently wielding a light sword in his hand, he would not be able to move effortlessly in this encirclement of many stone dragon warriors, and he would not be able to protect little Fairy this perfectly. But at the same time these advantages were being displayed, the disadvantages were slowly revealing themselves as well. Boom, bang, boom, boom. With another set of tyrannical brandishing with a heavy sword, the sixth wave of stone dragon warriors had turned into rubble as well. And the time taken was exactly 4 times the time he had taken to finish the 5th wave. Xianxia stabbed his heavy sword into the ground as he finally began to pant. Under Jasmine's command, Xianxia had never kept his heavy sword in the sky poison pearl and had always carried it behind his back so as to get used to its weight. However, no matter how one gets used to it, it definitely did not mean that it could be completely ignored. Because that weight of 1,950 kilos will always be there. It will neither decrease, nor will it disappear. The 6th wave was still not the end. Zitting, Ziying, a large number of yellow rays of light flashed around Xianxia, and the figures of an exact total of 128 stone dragon warriors appeared. And these stone dragon warriors had undergone changes as well. Their weapons were no longer just long spears. At the back, there were stone dragon warriors who decided to discard their shields and were wielding 2 long swords and 2 long blades. More than 100 of them, facing more than 100 enemies of the same level at the same time, and even after a large consumption of energy, how the hell could this be a trial? It's basically abuse. This should probably be the last wave, I guess. Xianxia thought as such. His initial ragged breathing had already calmed down after he regulated it. He threw an intermediate profound recovering pellet into his mouth and adjusted his left shoulder so he could tighten his hold on little Fairy by a little bit. He then pulled out the heavy sword from the ground with a single hand and pointed it to the front. The fierce battle between a one-handed person and 100 warriors thus began. The stone dragon warriors wielding longswords and longblades were not only different weapon-wise. Even their movement speed was evidently faster than the stone dragon warriors wielding spears. They rushed towards the front, and silhouettes of swords and blades enveloped Xianxia. Until now, what Xianxia was really consoled about was that these stone dragon warriors did not possess any long-ranged profound skills. Under the swings of his heavy sword, they were not able to approach him, which also meant that basically, they were not able to harm him and little Fairy. Otherwise, their predicament would undoubtedly be several times more difficult. However, the condition for this situation to persist was for him to maintain the frequency of his swings. But with the combination of his increasing energy consumption and increasing sense of fatigue in his arm, the speed of his heavy sword swings and their level of ferociousness were evidently falling. This also led to even bigger openings and flaws after his every swing. Bang, 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 in a series of explosions, 5 stone dragon warriors that came to attack together were sent flying with a crescent swing of the heavy sword. But because of the gradually piling exhaustion from exerting his strength, when Xianxia was withdrawing his sword, his posture suddenly became unbalanced for a moment. So the long spear of a stone dragon warrior came thrusting from his side and ruthlessly pierced into Xianxia's waist. Blood splattered out, and the stone dragon warrior's spear tip was instantly broken as well. With a protective veil of profound energy on the exterior, and adding the hardness brought about by the great way of the Buddha, although this thrust did cause a bit of blood to spill, it did not bring about any serious damage. However, it was enough to allow Xianxia to feel a heavier sense of danger. Ha! The nearby stone dragon warriors were smashed with a single swing of Xianxia's sword. He then suddenly flung his right arm and threw the heavy sword in the air. Right after, he quickly and gently moved little Fairy to the right and held her tightly with her right arm. His left hand grabbed onto the descending heavy sword, and with a single swing, it brought about a howl that was similar to the roar of a furious dragon. With the swapping of arms, the numbness in his right arm finally eased up by a little. Although he could not wield the heavy sword as freely with his left arm, the frequency of his swings and the power behind them slightly increased. However, the energy-exhausting rate was also evidently faster than when he wielded it with his right arm. The stone dragon warriors swarmed together towards Xianxia, and they shattered together by him as well. If these were not stone dragon warriors, but actual living human beings, Xianxia's entire body definitely would have already been dyed in fresh blood. His left arm then began to feel heavier, gradually reaching the point of unsustainability. He once again returned the heavy sword to his right hand, which had eased up slightly from the numbness, and continued the close-quarter combat. The amount of time he took to clear this wave, to him, was very much longer than the previous wave, to the point where he did not even know the total amount of time he used. When the final stone dragon warrior was destroyed, only heavy panting came out from his mouth. When he finally stabbed his heavy sword into the ground, and when his right hand left its handle, that sense of relief was basically as if he was soaring into the heavens. Hoo! Xianxia's entire face was flushed red. He was panting extremely severely, and the hot beads of sweat on his forehead were so fine that they looked like raindrops. Little Fairy, who was whooped before his chest, could clearly feel the shivering arm hugging onto her. Zitting not even 3 breaths' time after Xianxia let go of his heavy sword, did an even larger number of yellow light flash around him. These rays of light caused Xianxia's ragged breathing to abruptly stop. He forcefully raised his head, abruptly stopped the shuddering of his right arm, and firmly gripped onto the hilt of the heavy sword. The 8th wave, 256 stone dragon warriors. This trial could no longer be described as difficult, but extremely brutal, and as brutal as hell. Within this brutality, not only did one have to face enemies with the same profound level, and not only did one have to face twice as many enemies after exhausting a large amount of energy. The most frightening thing was that the time between the clearing of a wave and the appearance of the next wave did not even reach 5 breaths of time. It completely did not give the person taking the trial any time for a breather and recover, or even the chance to heal his injuries. With the appearance of these stone dragon warriors, Xianxia's hand had returned to the heavy sword's handle. His expression was calm, but his pupils had evidently shrank a little. There was actually another wave. The crowd of stone dragon warriors that appeared charged towards Xianxia with uniform movements. Xianxia looked beyond the group, and at the back of the group, he was shocked to see stone dragon warriors whose bodies were entangled with long metal chains, in which ball-shaped stone hammers were suspended at both ends of each metal chain. Those are meteor hammers. The stone dragon warriors swarmed over with their overwhelming numbers like a huge wave that tried to drown Xianxia within it. Xianxia's heavy sword was swept back and forth across the crowd of stone dragon warriors, but currently, his heavy sword felt particularly heavy. Every single time he swung, he was seemingly required to use his full strength. The stone dragon warriors at the front of the crowd were falling one after another, while the stone dragon warriors carrying the meteor hammers at the back were also quickly approaching. Swish, 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 5 to 6 meteor hammers flew towards Xianxia and Little Fairy, who was in his embrace, from different directions. Every single time Xianxia swung his heavy sword, he would always be able to tyrannically blast away the surrounding enemies and prevent them from approaching too close. But attacks with the meteor hammers basically did not need the users to approach their enemies. These stone dragon warriors were standing about 6 meters away, but the thrown meteor hammers were enough to accurately crash towards Xianxia. And these meteor hammers also came from above, so when he was attacking the stone dragon warriors, he basically could not sweep his sword towards the meteor hammers. If he were to sweep his swords towards these meteor hammers, he would be unable to sweep towards the surrounding stone dragon warriors in time, which would cause them to approach too close. To Xianxia, the addition of these meteor hammer warriors were undoubtedly a nightmare within a nightmare. He could not help but use the star god's broken shadow to move and cut through the crowd of stone dragon warriors. But because of this, no matter his energy consumption, attacking efficiency, or the number of dangerous elements, all of them had greatly increased. Swish, 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 swish. More and more stone dragon hammer wielders were charging over, and the meteor hammers flying towards Xianxia were becoming more concentrated, to the point where in every moment there were at least dozens of meteor hammers pounding towards him from different directions. He continuously moved and dodged, and once again moved and dodged. He basically did not have the chance to retaliate. Bang! A good number of meteor hammers smashed together, creating dazzling sparks. Xianxia leaped high into the air, and when he was the highest point, dozens of meteor hammers came flying over. Xianxia took a deep breath and used Star God's broken shadow to descend instantly. But when he landed, his right leg stepped on a fist-sized rock in these type of situations. It usually would not have affected Xianxia in the slightest. But currently, because of the heavy consumption of energy, and with his mind strained, it was enough to influence his balance. His body leaned towards the left as he landed, and he staggered a distance of 2 steps, and this opening was easily caught by stone dragon warriors on his left, for 3 long blades came cleaving down ferociously at little fairy's position. The approaching blade waves caused Xianxia to forcefully raise his head. But currently, he already had no time left to retreat, nor did he have the time to use his heavy sword to block them. Watching the trajectory of the 3 incoming long blades, Xianxia straightened his left arm, which was holding onto little fairy at lightning speed, and took the 3 stone blades head-on. SSS, 3 stone blades cut onto Xianxia's left arm at the same time. The sounds of the impact allowed Xianxia to know that, not only did the 3 blades cut into his flesh, they even cut into his bones. Xianxia's eyes widened. With a loud roar, he used his profound energy to push out the stone blades cutting into his bones. He wildly swung his heavy sword, smashing away all of the stone dragon warriors that approached him. This sweep was exceptionally ferocious. Although he was able to sweep away all of the surrounding stone dragon warriors, it also revealed a large enough opening. A meteor hammer suddenly flew over, and with a loud bonk, it smashed into Xianxia's head. Xianxia's mind was currently shaking as his vision became a field of white. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue to recover his calm, but this split second of dizziness in this heavy encirclement was enough to cause him his life. Swish, 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 swish. The moment his vision cleared up, he heard piercing sounds come from close proximity. A total of 7 meteor hammers were currently flying over. Without even thinking about it, Xianxia instantly took a lowered body stance, and at the same time used his 2 hands to firmly embrace little fairy. Bang, bang, bang. 7 meteor hammers struck Xianxia's back at the same time, immediately smashing Xianxia onto the ground. Xianxia's complexion paled as a large mouthful of blood welled up and gushed out of his mouth. He did not stand up. While releasing a roar similar to that of a wild beast's, a scarlet fire started to wildly blaze from his body. It even shot up to a height of a few dozen meters in an instant. Star-scorching demon lotus. Like a blooming lotus, layers of flame waves were released layer after layer, and in a blink of an eye, they spread to a circumference of 100 meters. These more than 200 stone dragon warriors were packed closely as they surrounded Xianxia, and thus were all drawn into the star-scorching demon lotus. Under the hot flames that were mixed with the flames of a phoenix, all of the stone dragon warriors quickly turned into ash. He had never used star-scorching demon lotus, which had a large radius, because the consumption of this move was enormous. Within a short period of time, he could only use this ability once, and once used, he would definitely be close to total burnout. Hence, this was his final trump card. In the predicament earlier, he had no choice but to use it. Right now, he could only pray that the 8th wave was the last wave. Since the 8th wave was already terrifying to this degree, it's impossible for a 9th wave to appear right. Unless this primordial azure dragon was simply just a crazed beast that liked to toy and deliberately murder the challengers taking its trial. As the star-scorching demon lotus flame slowly extinguished, more than 200 stone dragon warriors were charred as they broke and fell into pieces along with their weapons. Peace returned to the area once again as only Xianxia's heavy gasps for breath and the drip sounds from the fall of his sweat and blood could be heard. With a boom, the heavy sword fell onto the ground. With great effort, Xianxia straightened his back to allow little fairy to lean on his shoulder. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Little fairy was unharmed. Let alone injured, those creatures couldn't even touch her. Looking at Xianxia's pale face, she knew clearly that if it hadn't been for Xianxia protecting her, he wouldn't have been injured at all, and the 200 or more stone dragon warriors from before wouldn't have almost pushed him to the edge. "Your hands?" Little fairy mumbled with difficulty. Xianxia's left hand was in unbearable pain. Although he could barely embrace little fairy, wielding the heavy sword was already impossible. He shook his head and laughed effortlessly. "I'm fine, their blades are made of stones and are blunt. I'd only received some superficial injuries." "Let me go, or else you will die." Little fairy's voice was cold and weak. Although her body was crippled and her aura was weak, her 5 senses were fine. The sound of the 3 swords cutting into bone had rang by her ears just now, so how could she not have heard it clearly? After popping an intermediate, profound, recovering pellet into his mouth, he reached for some ointment and spread it across his wounds on his left arm. Without the body strengthening from the great way of the Buddha, his left arm would have definitely been chopped into pieces. Upon hearing what little fairy had said, he shook his head. "Unless I'm dead, I will never abandon you. Don't think yourself as a burden. In this situation, the will to protect you is my greatest motivation to move on. Besides, haven't we already managed to pass? This trial's first stage we should have already." Before he finished sentenced, a large wave of stone dragon warriors, larger than the one previously, appeared after a bright flash of yellow light. Dragon God Trial's first stage, 9th wave, 512 stone dragon warriors. Xianxia's voice stopped there, as he was unable to continue saying a single word. His hand pointing downwards, he grabbed at the heavy sword's hilt, pulling the heavy sword that had sunk in from the ground again. Within his line of sight, there were twice the number of stone dragon warriors as before, and there were even more than the total of the previous 8 waves. If this wasn't a delusion, then it was a nightmare, a well and true nightmare. Amongst these stone dragon warriors, the ones in front held broadswords, swords, and spears, while those at the back no longer wielded meteor hammers. What they held in their hands were obviously especially massive longbows. Stone dragon archers, bows and arrows that could shoot further and were a bigger menace than the meteor hammer. "Little fairy, can you tell me your name now?" Xianxia asked as he embraced little fairy, supported himself up with the heavy sword, and watched the streaming group of stone dragon warriors closed in. The surrounding noises informed little fairy of the unfavorable situation they were currently in. She had already lost track of how many years it had been, but she had never revealed her name to outsiders, let alone to a junior. But at that moment, when hearing Xianxia's voice, she couldn't muster the strength to reject him no matter what. Within the footsteps that caused the ground to shudder, her weak voice slowly spread. "Chu Yue. Chan, Chu Yue-chen," Xianxia recited softly. Then he started smiling. "Chu, lovely and moving, Yue, the beautiful and bright moon in the sky, Chan, a beautiful woman, a beauty that resides in the moon, lovely and touching. In this world there is no other name that suits you more. I've always been calling you little fairy, and I have not been calling you wrongly at all. So in future, I shall still continue to call you little fairy. Chu Yue-chen. Now that it has reached to this point, I'm already unable to tell if this is a trial or a completely unsurpassable trap." Xianxia lifted the heavy sword and pointed it at the stone dragon warriors that had reached a distance within 15 meters from them. "But whether it's me or you, we can't die for nothing here. I won't die, nor will I let you die, so you'll have to use your strength to give me strength." "Ha!" With a loud roar, Xianxia's aura went berserk in a split second. His gaze grew extremely bloodthirsty, and the blood in his body frantically boiled. His spirit, willpower, conviction, and soul also seemed to come ablaze all at once. In these 2 lives, the number of dangerous situations he'd encountered had been too many to count. The number of impossible situations had also been far too many. But the formation in front of his eyes that made men despair made his heart palpitate. But the reason for this throbbing was all because of little fairy. Throwing away the need to protect little fairy, a flame ignited in his heart with unexpected slivers of excitement. A sort of twisted excitement rose in his soul after encountering countless thrilling impasses. "Come as much as you want. No matter how many that come, I'll kill them all." Xianxia gave a low growl, and after releasing the star-scorching demon lotus, a berserk energy that came from somewhere unknown was produced once again from his originally exhausted body. He didn't retreat. Rather, he hugged little fairy tight and rushed into the massive procession of stone dragon warriors. Bang! In a swoop, an entire 4 stone dragon warriors were sent flying. Boom! Another strike, and 5 more stone dragon warriors were chopped into 10 segments, and even a section of stone dragon warriors in the rear were knocked down. He, who should clearly have been exhausted, was currently actually wielding his sword even faster than before, and his strength had actually grown more ferocious. His heavy sword was like the death god's scythe that did not stop rotating as it crazily reaped the lives of many stone dragon warriors. Jasmine, who was within the sky poison pearl, felt a burst of shock. She was the clearest on Xianxia's body state. How could he, who previously could not even hold the heavy sword steadily, suddenly explode with this force that far outmatched his previous output? Her eyebrows furrowed, and she delicately perceived Xianxia's current condition. Her small face revealed shock, and her shock also expanded subsequently. This wave of energy was actually from his willpower. It was actually squeezed out forcefully from his vitality. Jasmine had no way of knowing how exactly he managed this, to have extracted strength from his life force. It was unknown what a gigantic amount of willpower and perseverance it would take to achieve this, but she was clear that this would have incomparably severe consequences. Because Yun Qi's current actions was clearly using up his life crazily. The most direct consequence would be that his lifespan would reduce greatly. And after today, he would fall gravely ill, and if lucky, he would even be completely powerless for as long as months without being able to leave the bed. But if he was unlucky, all his bodily functions and organs would fail and never recover. The current Yun Qi was just like an enraged lion rushing into a flock of sheep. Wherever he rushed to, large piles of carcasses would be left behind. The skies were filled with piercing sounds, and a large volley of arrows spread through the skies as a large range of arrows rained down. Swoosh. Yun Qi's right arm was shot by 3 arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yun Qi's back was hit by another 3 arrows, and amongst them, one of these arrows dangerously hit the vital center of his back. Reaching this sort of impossible situation, and facing more than 500 stone dragon warriors, Yun Qi made the most correct, as well as the most crazy decision. That was to concentrate mostly on his attack, and as for defense, it basically stopped at Little Fairy. Because the faster he killed, the less pressure there would be. Traveling through the enemy ranks, he crazily chopped and cleared the stone dragon warriors like a hurricane rushing through fallen leaves. The sounds of roars, crashes, and explosions were ear-splitting, yet they never ceased. Before 2 minutes had even passed, Yun Qi had already been hit by 12 arrows, pierced by 12 spears, and hacked at by 9 swords and 13 blades at his back, shoulder, and chest. More and more wounds opened up, and following his violent actions, these wounds no longer just bled, but were continually gushing blood. Horrifyingly, his shirt had long been completely dyed red by his blood. The greatest threat to Yun Qi was undoubtedly the stone dragon archers in the rear. The wounds on Yun Qi's body were mostly the outcome of trying to escape lethal attacks from the arrows. These stone dragon archers were also the most critical targets to be killed. However, there were layers after layers of stone dragon warriors, and he was inhibited from directly rushing to the stone dragon archers. Out of all the profound skills he had, the one that could attack the furthest was the Sky Wolf Slash. But the Sky Wolf Slash's consumption was far too large. If he really used it, he would be completely spent through and through. He had to dispose of these stone dragon archers. If he didn't, and continued to get injured this way, he would die before killing all the stone dragon warriors here. Fixating his gaze on the stone dragon warriors outside, Yun Qi's gaze grew more and more solemn. On the surface of his body, a ring of fire began to rise and burn. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and the flames on his body all rushed towards his heavy sword. Following which, along with the brandishing of his heavy sword, the fire was flung out far away. Scree in its wake, a resonant phoenix cry sounded, and an enormous blazing phoenix flew from Yun Qi's heavy sword. Passing through the stone dragon warriors' carcasses, it fell 65 meters away in the middle of the pack of stone dragon archers, and then exploded. In the rocketing blaze, a dozen or so stone dragon archers were sent exploding into the sky as their bodies smashed into powder in midair. He went as far as to merge the world ode of the Phoenix's residual formula into the prison god Sirius Tome's fundamental formula, to give rise to a profound skill that combines the heavy sword with Phoenix fire. Jasmine blurted out in surprise from within the sky poison pearl, and then mumbled, to actually combine the 2 divine arts that normal people might never be able to fully grasp in their lifetimes, and to do so under this nearly impossible situation. And to be successful on the first try, how much of a monstrous perception does he possess? This was Yun Qi's first self-made profound skill. Watching the dozen or so stone dragon archers that had exploded, he mumbled this profound skill's name quietly. Phoenix Break. The Phoenix Break was a large-scale burning attack that was no different than the star-scorching demon Lotus. Although it had a much smaller range, it could attack from a long distance, and its consumption was much less in comparison. The corners of Yun Qi's mouth lifted. A wave of energy that came from who knows where, yet again welled up throughout his body and ignited the brandished heavy sword. He flung out a blazing phoenix that gave off a low cry one after another. These blazing phoenixes rushed close to the stone dragon warrior's body and flew to the stone dragon archers far away, exterminating wave after wave of stone dragon archers that were originally already not many in number. As the injuries on his body grew more and more severe, the blood that had flowed out from his body had unknowingly become a third of the total amount of blood in his body. His clothes had been completely dyed, and a large portion of little Fairy's clothes were also dyed red, yet his expression was terrifyingly calm. His movements were still fierce, and it was as if he completely did not feel any pain, let alone know that his body had already sustained so many horrifying injuries. Him squeezing out his life was also squeezing at his limits. Where his limit was located, perhaps even he himself did not know. This almost miraculous profound skill that was self-made by fusion became a light of hope to the Xianxia who was in despair. His focus of attack switched to the far-away stone dragon archers. Following the brandishing of the heavy sword, the clothes by stone dragon warriors were blown away. What's more, the phoenix-shaped flames that were shot flying out also blew up the stone dragon archers one by one. Xianxia's resounding roars, the heavy swords howling, the rumbling collisions, and Phoenix's low cries weaved into a dreadful sonata in this isolated valley. Xianxia's vision gradually grew hazy. His body almost became entirely numb, to the extent that he almost could not feel the existence of his arm. But his right arm that tightly gripped the heavy sword still continued to swing mechanically. After a few tens of Phoenix cries, all of the stone dragon archers fell, and more than half of the stone dragon warriors that had numbered over 500 also fell at this time. Nevertheless, the dancing of the heavy sword still did not stop, and made the numbers of fallen stone dragon warriors higher and higher. 300, 400, 500. Boom. Following the sounds of an explosion, the earth broke apart. Mustering up the last of his strength, Xianxia attacked. All the stone dragon warriors were blown far away, and a 15-meter radius void of nothingness instantly appeared around Xianxia. After this blow, Xianxia was finally going to black out as he knelt down. If it weren't for the heavy sword's support, he would have already collapsed to the ground. However, in his left arm, he still tightly held onto little Fairy. His entire arm was covered in more than 20 blade, sword, spear, and arrow injuries. His arm was blood red, and there was essentially no area that was left unscathed. Little Fairy, who was under the protection of this arm, did not suffer any injuries, although her clothes had been stained red with fresh blood. Under the Xianxia's last strike, the group of the stone dragon warriors that was likewise the last, fell. The breath he had held on to with all his might, also exhausted along with the falling motion of his body. Let alone standing up, he couldn't even heavily pant. Even though his eyes were open, he could only see a field of white. Even he himself could not believe that he actually trudged through this 9th wave of stone dragon warriors. However, he was already incapable of remembering how he did it. Crunch! A burst of heavy sounds came from his front and made him subconsciously raise his head. In the midst of his blurry vision, he saw one stone dragon warrior that fell down from his last attack, actually slowly stood up. It then wielded its spear and pierced toward him at a running pace. There was one more. Xianxia's teeth viciously bit onto the tip of his tongue as he abruptly lifted his body. However, his current body felt as if it weighed millions of kilos. Under all his strength, not only did he fail to stand up, it also instigated an acute and heart-drilling pain in his entire body instead. It was simply impossible for him to lift the heavy sword. Even nudging it was an impossibility. The stone dragon warrior was already a foot away as it came piercing in a straight line. He had already killed an entire 9 waves of stone dragon warriors, which amounted to over 1,000. But this last one, instead, became a turbulent river that was seemingly impossible to cross. If this spear strike was pierced toward Xianxia, it was quite possible for it to directly take Xianxia's life. However, it aligned the head of its spear at little Fairy. The stone spear that stabbed toward little Fairy heavily touched a certain very sensitive nerve of Xianxia's. With strength that he mustered from who knows where, his left hand shot out like a bolt of lightning and firmly gripped onto the spear's tip. His right hand grasped into a fist and violently smashed out. With a heavy sound, it directly smashed through the stone dragon warrior's chest. With a bam sound, the stone dragon warrior heavily crashed down onto the ground. Xianxia's vision also went black once again, and he couldn't even keep his kneeling posture. After letting out a wheeze, he fell onto the ground facing upwards. His entire being had already turned into a bloodied person through and through. Countless wounds and bloody holes dispersed throughout his entire body. Even he himself didn't expect that after receiving so many injuries, losing so much blood, and even exhausting his life on top of that, He was actually still alive. No wonder all the previous challengers had died here. Xianxia closed his eyes and let out a powerlessly bitter laugh. This was only the trial's first stage, and it had not even ended yet. Even though Xianxia had the aid of several divine skills and God's secret arts, he was already in such a predicament. If it were anyone else, he might not even pass the fourth wave, or even just the third wave. The later stages were definitely a nightmare or abyss that became scarier and scarier. Is this really just a trial? How could there be such a scary trial in this world? This trial, compared to the Phoenix trial, was not just 10 times more difficult. It was at least 100 or even 1,000 times more difficult. Xianxia, Xianxia, little fairy shouted gently, but did not get a response from Xianxia. Suddenly, the voice of the primordial azure dragon rang from above. Very good, young human. The fact that you were able to reach this stage is already an unimaginable miracle. If it weren't for the lady by your side, this trial would be several times simpler. At least you would not be in such a desperate situation. However, the first stage of the trial has not yet been completed. The last wave, which is also the most difficult challenge, is going to start soon. But before that, I will give you 60 breaths of time of rest. No, with your injuries, this 60 breaths might not help you rest properly and might instead even worsen your injuries, causing you to lose more life force. Everything will be decided by your own fortune. Xianxia laid down on the floor motionless. Even though his eyes were open, they were lifeless, as though he had not heard the primordial azure dragon's voice. Just as his consciousness was about to fade into stillness, Jasmine's voice seemed like a wake-up call, shocking him back to life. If you do not want to die, hurry up and use the great way of the Buddha to stabilize your injuries. Xianxia's eyes sprang back to life as his body slightly moved. The great way of the Buddha soundlessly activated. In just less than 10 breaths of time, all the bleeding on his body had stopped. Little fairy, don't worry, I'm fine. While stabilizing his own breathing, Xianxia turned around and revealed a smile to little fairy to comfort her. You also heard it just now. There's only one wave left. Victory is just before our eyes. We will definitely endure through this together. If it weren't for me, you at least would only suffer some slight injuries. At least you would still have 30% of your strength left to deal with the next trial. You're really stupid. Ha ha! Xianxia started to laugh. This laugh instantly affected the countless wounds on his body and made the muscles on his face intensely cramp from pain. Since I've already been stupid for so long, then let me be stupid till the end. But you definitely cannot say such words like leaving you behind anymore. Otherwise, wouldn't I have suffered all these wounds on my body for nothing? 60 breaths of time silently passed. At this time, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the mountain cliffs directly in front of him. Along with the sound, a gate that was near 10 meters in height suddenly opened in the mountain cliff. Within the mountain gate, a towering silhouette slowly walked out with heavy steps. As it fully walked out, the stone gate behind him also closed amidst the rumbling sound. This silhouette's outer shape was very similar to the stone dragon warriors. However, it was much bigger than an ordinary stone dragon warrior. Its body was over 3 meters, and its entire body was covered in thick and heavy golden-colored armor. The weapon in its hands was more so extraordinarily eye-catching. That was a colossal sword with a completely gray body, and was even a size larger than the Overlord's colossal sword in Xianxia's hands. The sword's shape was twisted, as if it was an oddly shaped dragon bone. As for the sword's tip, it impressively displayed the shape of a ferocious roaring dragon. Whether it was this enormous stone dragon warrior or the sword in its hand, both emitted an extremely terrifying aura, an aura that was even more terrifying than the 500 stone dragon warriors that appeared altogether at the same time. The last trial of the first stage of the Dragon God trial only had one opponent, Stone Dragon General. Xianxia laid little fairy down delicately, then stood upright, both hands grasping onto the hilt of the heavy sword. If there was only one opponent, all he had to do was pull it away a little, so he wouldn't need to hold little fairy anymore, and he would be able to fight with both his hands and all his strength. Every part of his entire body, every ounce of energy from his cells was forced out with all his might. With a low growl, he stood up once again and grasped the heavy sword horizontally in front of him with both hands. You are not its match, 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Even if you were in peak condition, there is simply no chance that you would be able to defeat it, let alone the you in your current state. Jasmine said with a gloomy voice. And do you see the sword in its hands? That sword is even more frightening than the enormous stone dragon general itself because it is a heavy sword and a genuine sky-profound weapon. Xianxia. Even if I can't defeat it, I still have to fight. I've already gotten to this point, I don't have any reason to give up and resign. Xianxia growled in a low voice. In order to have the fight as far away as possible from Little Fairy, he took the initiative to face the stone dragon general. In order to save a bit of energy, he dragged the heavy sword as he moved forward, and the heavy sword's body plowed a deep indentation through the ground. The stone dragon general did not show any emotion and did not speak. It only attacked. When Xianxia entered its range of perception, its eyes suddenly lit up under the golden-yellow helmet. Its footsteps abruptly sped up, and it swung the heavy sword out, smashing straight at Xianxia. This was the first time in Xianxia's life against an opponent that also used a heavy sword. But he firmly believed that this stone dragon general's ability to control a heavy sword definitely could not compare to him, because he possessed the prison god's serious tome. And because he was proficient in the fundamental stage of the prison god's serious tome, Xianxia was well acquainted with all the advantages of the heavy sword, as well as all the disadvantages of the heavy sword. He must not forcibly clash with the stone dragon general's heavy sword. The only chance of him defeating it relied on speed and guerrilla warfare, attacking whenever there is an opening. When the stone dragon general's heavy sword came swinging by, his eyes flashed as he swiftly retreated with a star god's broken shadow and completely dodged that strike. Although he managed to dodge it, he was completely spent and weakened. The wind wave brought about by the sword strike made him lose his balance and narrowly missed the floor. The stone dragon general stepped forward and brandished the heavy sword in a chain of 4 or 5 successive strikes that were all dodged by Xianxia's use of the star god's broken shadow, however. The only thing he could do was evade, because his weakened body had become slow, and it was fundamentally impossible to find any opening for a chance to counterattack. Its body was too heavy, the sword was too heavy, and the stone dragon general's speed was not fast. In the few times it attacked, it didn't touch Xianxia at all. Thus, it seemed to have been enraged. It suddenly raised the heavy sword in its hands high in the air and emitted an extremely harsh screeching sound. In the wake of the screeching sound, several chaotically flashing yellow lights appeared at random places of the area. In the midst of the yellow lights, around 30 or so stone dragon warriors wielding all sorts of weapons appeared in different locations. A few that were near Little Fairy's location immediately charged straight at her. No matter what, Xianxia would never have expected that this stone dragon general could actually summon stone dragon warriors. Looking at the stone dragon warriors that rushed toward Little Fairy, he maniacally roared. Energy surged from his entire body as he dashed over with his fastest speed. He then swung out his heavy sword and blew away all of the nearby stone dragon warriors. While quickly passing ahead, he once again held up Little Fairy to his chest. At this time, a terrifying whirlwind suddenly pressed toward him from his backside. As he rushed backwards, the stone dragon general also closely followed behind him. When he lifted up Little Fairy, the stone dragon general's terrifying heavy sword also violently smashed toward Xianxia's back. The Xianxia in this current situation could not evade, and it was impossible for him to even fully turn his body around. He could only firmly hold Little Fairy with his left arm, turn his body halfway and tightly clench his teeth. Carrying all of his strength, his right hand that gripped the heavy sword greeted the stone dragon general's heavy sword. Boom! Before today, Xianxia had never encountered a weapon more powerful than the heavy sword he wielded. However, the moment the heavy sword slammed into the stone dragon general, he felt as if an enormous mountain had fallen from the heavens to slam into him. He suddenly lost all feeling in his arm, and the heavy sword flew up into the air. He himself smashed down into the earth, shooting like an arrow across the surface of the ground, leaving behind a nearly 60-meter mark in the dirt. Bang! The heavy sword descended, miraculously slamming down next to his feet, penetrating the hard-packed earth. Shockingly, a 2-inch nick had appeared on the blade of the sword. After Xianxia slid to a stop, everything was still. His arm was bent backward at a horrifying angle. It was hard to tell if it was just severely dislocated or simply broken. "Xianxia! Xianxia!" Little Fairy cried at the top of her lungs as her heart filled with anxiousness. Just now, when Xianxia had been thrown backwards across the ground, he had held her tightly up against his chest. She hadn't been hurt even the slightest bit. However, Xianxia had clearly suffered a severe injury. Such a blow would have been fatal to anyone other than him. Little Fairy knew that she was the reason Xianxia had been injured. If he hadn't been attempting to protect her, he could dealt with the stone dragon general with speed. Perhaps he wouldn't have achieved victory, but at least he wouldn't have been so quickly put into such a miserable situation. "I'm okay." Yun Qi struggled to sit up. His voice was hoarse and a bit muffled as he spoke. By the time he sat up, the stone dragon general was roughly 30 paces away. His right arm was still twisted back, and he couldn't feel it anymore. The only thing he could feel was a sharp pain in his shoulder. "Let me go if you don't wish to die. Hurry up and let me go." Yun Qi's miserable condition caused Chu Yuechen's vision to swim. She just couldn't understand why he would risk his life to protect her, risk his life and not hold anything back. People were selfish by nature. Cherishing life was an instinct. She really didn't understand why this mysterious young man could hold such disregard for his own life and his own benefit just to protect her. "No, no way," said Yun Qi gravely, gritting his teeth. "If you don't let me go, I'll bite off my tongue and kill myself." Chu Yuechen's words caused Yun Qi's pupils to constrict. He tilted his head to look at her. Seeing her determined face, his mouth twitched, and then suddenly he roared at the top of his voice. "Shut the hell up!" The furious roar knocked Chu Yuechen virtually senseless. When had anyone ever dared to speak thusly to her? She who stood so arrogantly at the apex of the profound strength pyramid, who looked down at all creation. Yun Qi's entire body trembled. While staring at Chu Yuechen, he grated, "Little fairy, you need to listen to me carefully. At the moment, you are not a revered practitioner half a step away from the Emperor Profound realm. You are not set above the masses, nor are you a frozen Asgard fairy who can look down on everyone. You're just a weak little girl who can't even protect herself. As a weak little girl, there's only one thing you can do, and that is to let a man protect you. Now I get it. You kick men away, you basically hate them down to your bones, disdain them. Well, there probably aren't any men your age in the Blue Wind Empire who can measure up to you. One day you might well become the most powerful person in all of Blue Wind Empire, but that doesn't mean you can despise all men. Even the most powerful of women must have a man to rely on sometimes. That's obviously why women and men both exist in the world. If throughout her life, a woman rejects all the men who wish to protect her, then she'll end up with no one. If that happens, then even if she stands on top of the entire world, she's still nothing but a failed woman. She doesn't even deserve to be called a complete woman. In terms of strength, I may be thousands of times weaker than you, but here you are, relying on me. You can seek death, you can try to kill yourself, or even give up. But I won't. Because I'm a man. When a man must protect someone, only death can stop him. Yun Qi slowly stood up. Without his arm to support him, it was a bit difficult. You want to die, but I don't. I selected the heavy sword so that I could take care of the people I chose to protect. The first person to fall under the protection of my heavy sword is not a family member, or a loved one, or even a friend. It's you. If I'm not capable of defending the very first person to come under my protection, then how can I continue to use the heavy sword? Today I'll bet my life and my dignity to show you, you who hates men, what is a true man. Yun Qi opened his eyes to its extreme limit as he let out his hoarse cry. He jerked the right side of his body, causing the dislocated arm to snap forward. It clicked back into place with a popping sound. It only took a moment, but the pain was unimaginable. However, Yun Qi didn't so much as frown. His arm was now back in its original position, but couldn't be moved forward. He gripped the hilt of the heavy sword and looked at the approaching stone dragon general. He laughed, a laughter grim and shrill. "Burning heart?" As the two words erupted from his mouth, his eyes suddenly filled with a light red color. Evil God's profound veins' second gate, Burning Heart, a gate that he would never dare to open under any circumstances, was forcibly opened by him in his most weakened state. Inside the sky-poisoned pearl, Yun Qi's action caused Jasmine to turn pale in shock. She opened her mouth, but then immediately bit down the words that nearly left her mouth. While accessing Yun Qi's current condition, she went into a daze. Her vision became hazy as an indistinct figure that she always yearned for appeared before her eyes. Then it slowly overlapped with Yun Qi's current form. His personality seemed very, very much like that of her older brother. In order to protect those he must protect, in order to protect his own pride and honor. He knew what he had to do, and he knew what would happen if he did, however, he would never hesitate. Furthermore, there wasn't anyone who could stop him. When Burning Heart, the evil god's second gate, opened, the previously exhausted body was suddenly filled with an incomparable vigor. But at the same time, it also gave rise to unstable energy ripples. Yun Qi gripped the heavy sword and let out a roar of rage. He hurled the heavy sword toward the incoming stone dragon general. The blade of the sword danced with scarlet phoenix flames. Phoenix break! This phoenix break did not send forth a blazing phoenix, but rather a flaming heavy sword. Flames danced madly upon the surface of the heavy sword's blade as it transformed into an enormous steel phoenix. It shot forward toward the stone dragon general as flames filled with unstoppable power rippled. Xianxia flew along behind it. As he did, phoenix flames burst out around him as a pair of resplendent illusory phoenix wings sprouted from his back. Empyrean dance of the phoenix wing! They flew through the air, sword and man. Bang! The heavy sword stabbed into the chest of the stone dragon general, sending flames bursting out. Massive tongues of fire engulfed the stone dragon general, shoving its torso backward. The force of the explosion caused Xianxia's torso to also bend backwards. Thrown off balance, he lost control and spun down towards the ground. He spun in midair, while keeping one arm encircled protectively around Chu Yuechen. His other hand reached out to grab the heavy sword as it flew back toward him. Vicious violence glittered in his eyes as he raised the heavy sword high into the air. Sky, wolf, slash! Ha! A massive wind chaotically sprung up, and a blue wolf howling at the sky flashed behind Xianxia. As Xianxia brandished the heavy sword, the wolf shot forward, carrying with it power seemingly sufficient to collapse the heavens and crush the earth. Boom, 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 boom. The wolf charged, leaving a deep gully in its wake as it shot forward. It reached the fallen stone dragon general in the blink of an eye, slamming into it, and sent the stone dragon general flying up into the air. The immense power of the attack knocked the stone dragon general a full 100 meters away. It slammed into the side of the mountain, then slowly slid down toward the ground. Crumbling rocks and debris rained down onto it, burying it completely. Only its heavy sword remained on the outside. Chu Yuechen watched mutely as all of this happened, seemingly having lost the ability to even think. Did it work? She said. She felt as if she were in some sort of dream. Despite such a serious injury, despite being drained of energy, Xianxia had suddenly erupted with a shocking amount of power. He was like some sort of monster. It was as if his body didn't have any bottom line. The only answer she received was the ear-splitting drone of the heavy sword. Chu Yuechen forced her tiny head to look up. When she caught sight of Xianxia's face, her eyes instantly grew wide. Xianxia's eyes were closed, and two thin streams of blood seeped out from their corners. Blood also oozed out of his mouth, nose, and ears. Drip, drip. Faint but intense cracking sounds could be heard, emanating from Xianxia's skin, blood vessels, and bones. The skin on his face, arms, and body were slowly being filled with cracks. Blood oozed out of the cracks. Over a few breaths of time, his face began to fill with similar narrow cracks. It looked like parched, dry earth. Beneath his clothes, cracks covered the rest of his body. Beneath his skin, his blood vessels and bones also seemed to be splitting apart. Using the burning heart in a normal situation was dangerous enough, but to use it in a weakened state was even worse. Xianxia had predicted that something like this would happen. The 3 moves he had made after using Burning Heart had completely sapped him of all energy and will. Perhaps it would turn out to be his final blaze of glory before dying. Ba-thump. Xianxia's left arm went limp and little fairy dropped to the ground. Then, Xianxia fell flat onto the ground, unmoving. He didn't even have a chance to utter a single word to little fairy. Xianxia, Xianxia, Xianxia. Chu Yuechen cried out as loud as she could and reached out to touch him with her right arm, the only arm she could move. However, she was simply too weak. The half-pace that existed between them was a gap too far to cross. She looked at Xianxia, who laid there motionless, hemorrhaging blood, and her heart began to throb with pain. It was a pain she had never felt before, mixed with a deep dread that Xianxia might die. Before she realized what was happening, her vision began to grow blurry. This fact filled her mind with numbness and confusion because she was crying. Dozens of years had passed in which she never imagined that she would cry, especially not for a man so beneath her. What was unfamiliar were not only her uncontrollable tears, nor the unbearable pain which stabbed into her heart like an arrow, but also deep fear. Here she was crying. She didn't know why she was crying, or why she felt pain, or why she was scared. She began to weep, great billowing waves of weeping that she couldn't prevent and couldn't stop. Xianxia, Xianxia, she cried with a voice filled with helplessness and sorrow. Boom! Her shouts did not provoke any response from Xianxia. However, over at the base of the mountain, the sounds of crumbling rocks suddenly sounded out. The stone dragon general suddenly emerged from the pile of rubble. Debris showered off its body as it stood up once more. The stone dragon general lifted its heavy sword and walked forward step by step. Each step was like the approaching footsteps of a death god. Chu Yuechen motionlessly stared blankly. In this certain death situation, the Yun-Chi who was completely covered in blood made her, who had been wholeheartedly seeking death, suddenly possess an intense will to live, because her current life was desperately protected by Yun-Chi's own life and conviction. If she died, all of Yun-Chi's efforts and injuries would have all been for naught. Whether it was for herself, or for everything he had done for her, she did not want to die anymore, and even more so, did not want Yun-Chi to die. If it was the her before today, eliminating this stone dragon general would only take a split second. But at this moment, this enemy that she would have never taken a glance at previously had become a death god that she was incapable of opposing. Every step the stone dragon general took to draw near, her expression became all the more ice-cold and unwilling. At this moment, her eyes suddenly flashed, and she remembered something that she had long forgotten for many years. She struggled to open her right hand and took out an extremely small glass bead from her spatial ring. Then, she used every inch of her strength to pinch it into pieces. Immediately, the shattered bead released an expanse of an ice-blue brilliant aurora. After that, the blue radiance flashed and formed a flowing ice-aurora barrier around Chu Yuechen and Yun-Chi, the stone dragon general currently within 5 steps away. Its body rammed against the barrier and was bounced back by the tough barrier. The stone dragon general took a step back, raised the gigantic sword in its hands, and heavy smashed at the barrier. Boom! The stone dragon general exploded with power, yet the ice-blue barrier only rippled faintly and did not show any signs of being damaged. However, the stone dragon general's body was repelled by the tremor and was knocked 2 steps back. Unresigned, it continued onwards and repeatedly attacked the barrier with its heavy sword, but it was never able to make any sort of crack on the barrier. The bead that Chu Yuechen had shattered was called the Frozen Soul Bead. After breaking it into pieces, a frozen soul barrier would be released. The longest duration a frozen soul barrier could last was 10 hours. Not only that, any profound practitioner lower than the sky profound realm was incapable of damaging it. This frozen soul bead was given to her by her master when she was around the age of 20 to use during a life-threatening situation. But only a few years after that, she had already broken through into the sky profound realm, so there weren't any situations in which she had to use it. 10 or so years had passed, so she simply had already forgotten about the frozen soul bead's existence. However, just a moment ago, when her passion to live ignited once more, she suddenly remembered it. Although the stone dragon general wielded a sky-profound heavy sword, its own profound strength was merely at the spirit-profound realm. It was fundamentally impossible for it to split open this frozen soul barrier. The surrounding stone dragon warriors that were summoned by the stone dragon general all charged forward, and all sorts of weaponry bombarded the barrier. But even if these stone dragon warriors came again 100 times, or 1,000 times, there was no way of making even a sliver of indent on the barrier. Inside the frozen soul barrier, they were safe for the time being. Although Yun-Chi was motionless, bleed from all 7 apertures on his head, and was riddled with scars, Chu Yuechen still faintly sensed his extremely weak life force. Under the temporary protection of the frozen soul barrier, she silently watched Yun-Chi and waited for a miracle to happen, which was Yun-Chi standing up again. Since he was able to stand up so many times before, he was definitely able to stand up once more. Yun-Chi indeed had not died yet, and he was actually completely conscious the entire time. He just could not feel his body, couldn't see anything, and could not hear anything. His completely awake consciousness was also especially fuzzy. If it weren't for the support of his unwavering willpower, this wisp of consciousness would have long since dissipated. The 3 drops of phoenix blood actively circulated near his heart and protected the last of his life force within its flames. I can't die yet. How can I die? Here, little aunt's waiting for me, senior sister's also waiting for me. Jasmine gave me a new lease in life, and I haven't even fulfilled a single one of my promises to her. I absolutely cannot die. His barely remaining consciousness had completely transformed into a will to live. He knew clearly that in order to live, he had to forcibly suppress the rupturing of his body brought about by burning heart right away. It was just that the current him was incapable of mobilizing his internal energy. The opening of burning heart had also completely paralyzed his profound veins. The only thing he could arouse was the great way of the Buddha that was within his consciousness. He was incapable of sensing anything from the outside world, so he was naturally unable to be disturbed. Under this sort of state, his mind reached a sort of concentrated peak. Inside his mind, the profound formula for the great way of the Buddha clearly surfaced. I am the master of everything in this world. Buddha exists in my heart, so I am worthy of the great way. The great way of the Buddha slowly began to activate. Using his consciousness as the starting point, it slowly spread toward his broken body and gradually began to absorb in nature's essence. The great way of the Buddha's fundamentals just happened to use the essence of nature to temper one's own body. It would bestow the body with an enormous strength that was extremely resilient and could also rapidly quicken an injury's recovery. At the lowest of levels, the great way of the Buddha could absorb the essence of nature. At the intermediate level, it could then take in the origin of nature's essence. And at the later stages, legend has it that it could absorb the original essence of primordial gods. Xianxia's current injuries were too severe and was a fine line away from death. The activated great way of the Buddha was no more than a cup of water on a flaming cart of firewood. The speed at which it recovered his injuries was completely incapable of catching up to the speed of his injuries worsening. His body's vitality left him at a quicker rate than it absorbing the essence of nature. However, Xianxia was completely unaware of everything that was happening. He merely clung onto his will to live. While tenaciously refusing to allow the last of his consciousness to fade, he desperately channeled the great way of the Buddha. The great way of the Buddha's profound formula slowly drifted in Xianxia's consciousness. Xianxia's entire consciousness concentrated upon it. Suddenly, these profound words became indistinct and then rapidly scattered about. Then a slowly rotating silver-colored pagoda appeared in its place. Afterwards, the slowly rotating pagoda enlarged, and then enlarged again, until it filled his entire consciousness. Ping. This silver-colored pagoda in his consciousness shattered into pieces after slightly trembling, and became brilliant silver rays of light that filled the sky at the same time. A faint layer of silvery radiance also surfaced upon Xianxia's body that was riddled with scars. The great way of the Buddha's circulation suddenly became quicker. As if pulled in by an immense force, the essence of nature and the surroundings was quickly absorbed by Xianxia's body. At the moment, his body that was currently riddled with ghastly cracks suddenly became the most optimal state in which he could take in the world's elements. The operation of the great way of the Buddha became faster and faster, and the absorption of nature's essence also hastened with it. Gradually, it reached the extreme limit of the great way of the Buddha's first stage, yet it still did not stop and operated at an even faster rate than Xianxia at peak condition. The different aura was sensed by Chu Yuechen. She tilted her head and stared blankly at Xianxia currently. His entire body was covered in a thick layer of silver light, and this layer of silver light still continued to faintly expand as every crack that could be distinguished by the naked eye slowly healed. Those minute cracks from before had now completely disappeared without a trace. Chu Yuechen's gaze shook as she silently watched this inconceivable scene. Even with her knowledge of the world at her level and several tens of years of extensive observation, she still did not understand what was happening to Xianxia's body. The silver-colored radiance grew even more brighter than before. A current of air chaotically swirled round and round in his surroundings, as if something was wildly entering his body. Xianxia's consciousness became clearer and clearer. He gradually started to sense the existence of his body, head, chest, and limbs. What came to him was not acute pain, but was rather a sort of wild joyfulness. It was because this signified that after the opening of Burning Heart, these places in his body had not been destroyed. Immediately, he silently concentrated and calmly continued to operate the great way of the Buddha, letting it circulate within his body over and over again. Once, twice, 10 cycles, 100 cycles, 300 cycles. After 30 complete cycles of the great way of the Buddha, he was finally able to feel all of his body parts. Pain and their existence were felt clearly, and a continuously sort of striking sound was heard beside his ears. After 100 cycles, his profound veins awakened from their paralysis. He felt an external force from the outside world quickly enter his 54 profound entrances via his profound veins, and rapidly restore his profound strength at an extremely shocking rate. The feeling of having a powerless and stiff body slowly faded away. After 200 cycles, the pain in his entire body completely disappeared. After 300 cycles, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes that radiated a penetrating brilliance similar to the cold edge of a blade. The second stage of the Great Way of the Buddha was miraculously attained during a near-death experience in which he was clinging to life. The Great Way of the Buddha was a profound art that belonged to the Rage God. Every stage's breakthrough required an extremely long period of mental and physical comprehension, as well as lucky opportunities that could only be discovered by chance. It took Xianxia not even a month's time to perfectly master the first stage of the Great Way of the Buddha. In Jasmine's eyes, this feat was already a miracle. To her, even if Xianxia's comprehension was shocking, in order to reach the second stage, he would at least need a year's worth of time. Never would she have thought, and never would Xianxia have thought that being on the brink of death, while in extreme concentration, while not hesitating to do anything to live, under these dangerous key circumstances of when Xianxia could not even sense a single thing, the Great Way of the Buddha had actually broken through to the second stage. And every time a stage had been stepped across, it was also accompanied by the shedding of one's body and bones. Xianxia's every injury, whether they be internal or external, were all completely healed that not even a single sliver of a scar remained. His hair grew longer by half a foot, his eyes became even brighter, and his hearing became even more acute. His organs, bones, skin, and flesh all brimmed with an incomparable toughness. Even his blood became a bit more thicker as the throbbing of his heart's pulse became even more robust. The previously weakened body that could not even lift a single finger was now brimming with incredibly powerful strength. This powerful sensation was actually felt under a state in which he had not used the slightest amount of profound strength. Jasmine had told him before that the second stage of the Great Way of the Buddha would give the body strength that totaled 4,000 kilograms. Author note: isn't there an illusory feeling of instantly refilling both HP and MP after leveling up? Xianxia hopped up from the ground like a carp flipping out of the water. Looking at his hands, he felt power bubbling throughout his entire body, as if he was in a dream. Xianxia's sudden leap-up undoubtedly startled Chu Yuechen. She watched Xianxia and said weakly, "Xianxia, you!" At this time, from the time Xianxia lost consciousness and the opening of the frozen soul barrier, 6 hours had already elapsed. With Chu Yuechen's current state, she had unyieldingly resisted falling asleep and painfully waited for Xianxia to wake up and stand up again. Only, she never would have thought that not only did Xianxia stand up once again, his entire person in the short span of 6 hours' time had completely recovered from all its injuries, replenished all its strength, and had been completely reformed. "I'm all right now." Xianxia put both hands down, then said with a slight smile. He looked at the stone dragon general outside, which was firmly isolated from the frozen soul barrier, and said in a low voice, "Was it this barrier that protected us?" "HMPH, you don't say. If it wasn't for this barrier, don't mention breaking through, you would have died 100 times already," Jasmine said snappily. "This is a frozen soul barrier. It can still sustain for 4 more hours. Are you really all right?" Chu Yuechen looked at Xianxia and said with a voice still filled with disbelief. Xianxia smiled lightly and did not speak. Profound energy spread outwards, dispersing all the bloodstains on the exterior of his body. In an instant, not even a trace of bloodstains could be seen on his face, hands, and skin revealed through the holes of his clothing. His skin was as bright and clean as jade, with absolutely no sign of scarring. This scene caused Chu Yuechen's eyes to reveal some uncertainty. Xianxia bent down and sent a gust of profound energy into Chu Yuechen's body to protect her heart veins, and said with a gentle expression, "Wait for me here. We'll leave this place immediately." After speaking, Xianxia grabbed the heavy sword on the floor and charged out of the frozen soul barrier. The frozen soul barrier was a protective ward and also an isolation ward. One could not enter, but one could leave. Breaking through to the second stage of the Great Way of the Buddha had allowed the strength of Xianxia's body to increase greatly. The 1,950-kilogram heavy sword in his hands felt so light that it was almost as if it didn't exist. It also felt much lighter than an ordinary profound practitioner holding a light sword. Once he exited the frozen soul barrier, he swept the heavy sword horizontally outwards. With a string of explosions, those stone dragon warriors were smashed to bits, and pieces like pulverized beans, crushed with incomparable thoroughness. At this time, the strength contained in one strike was completely incomparable to before. More than 20 stone dragon warriors were completely destroyed in just one sweep. Then his body turned and jumped high in the air. With a low growl, he struck straight at the stone dragon general. Before, he had been beaten half to death by one strike from the stone dragon general, and this time, he wanted to verify if his current reformed self could compare to the power of this stone dragon general head-on. Boom! The two heavy swords collided ferociously. With an enormous sound, two intertwining gorges formed in the ground underneath their feet. The stone dragon general moved backwards while Xianxia shot outwards. After landing, he slid a distance before stopping with great effort, and his hands felt numb for a while. On the body of the Overlord's colossal sword, another nick around an inch long appeared. The Overlord's colossal sword had clashed with the enormous sword in the stone dragon general's hands twice, and both times, a huge nick had been smashed into it. This was the disparity between two levels. Xianxia's eyebrows sunk slightly. Although his strength had increased greatly, the stone dragon general had attained the 5th level of the Spirit Profound realm, and it wielded an extremely rare Sky Profound heavy sword. His thoughts of facing it head-on was still a little naive. However, Xianxia's expression didn't reveal any unease. Possessing the prison god Sirius tome, he was least afraid of opponents that wielded heavy swords, because he was simply too familiar with every facet of the heavy sword. His gaze landed on the oddly shaped heavy sword in the stone dragon general's hands, and an unusual expression flashed repeatedly in his eyes. Sky Profound weapons. There were probably only 10 in the entire Blue Wind Empire. As for Sky Profound level heavy swords, they simply did not exist. But today, there was actually one right in front of him. Although the current setting was the realm of the trials, since one could die or break through the realm, this meant that everything in this place was real, unlike the dream world of the secret Phoenix trials. This also meant that the Sky Profound weapon in front of him was real as well. With this thought, Xianxia raised his head and lifted the heavy sword up. He charged at the stone dragon general like lightning, but this time, he didn't continue attacking the stone dragon general head-on. Rather, as its heavy sword came forward to receive his strike, he shifted his position using Star God's broken shadow. He flashed to its left side and smashed down with all his strength using the heavy sword. The physical strength and power of the stone dragon general's body, as well as its weapon, were both incredibly frightening. But it had one great flaw, which was its speed. Xianxia had clearly figured this out in his half-dead state before his breakthrough. Along with a boom, the heavy sword smashed heavily onto the stone dragon general's right shoulder. The golden yellow armor on its shoulders fell off in an instant, but its body only stood askew to the left for a moment. It didn't even lose its balance. The sword in its hands chopped horizontally, sweeping towards him. Xianxia fled far away, escaping the stone dragon general's counterattack. Then he bared his teeth. This fellow's body is too sturdy. Even this heavy sword can't injure it. It's no wonder it didn't die after receiving the combined strike of Phoenix Break, Empyrean Dance of the Phoenix Wing, and Sky Wolf Slash under the effect of Burning Heart. I just don't believe you'll be able to continue resisting so steadily. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he charged forward once again. He flashed around the stone dragon general's surroundings with Star God's broken shadow, leaving behind several afterimages. Every attack from the stone dragon general was extremely frightening, but all of them struck the afterimages Xianxia left behind, while every one of Xianxia's strikes landed accurately on its body. Boom, 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 boom. After being pounded heavily by Xianxia several tens of times, the golden yellow armor on the stone dragon general's body became riddled with holes, but its body was still basically uninjured. The stone dragon general turned its body halfway and swept its heavy sword horizontally towards Xianxia. But this time, Xianxia didn't jump backwards to escape. Empyrean Dance of the Phoenix Wing? Boom. For this strike, Xianxia selected the stone dragon general's head as the point of attack. Following the sound of an explosion, a lump of flame exploded from the center of the stone dragon general's head. The stone dragon general's helmet directly shattered, and it emitted a painful howl. Its body finally lost its balance for the first time, and it stumbled backwards for a while. Under its body's current condition, its left hand unconsciously let go of the heavy sword in order to maintain balance. And what Xianxia was waiting for was precisely the moment when one of its hands left the heavy sword, when it was only holding onto the sword with one hand. Another weakness of the heavy sword was the wrist. Because the heavy sword was too heavy, when brandishing it, one must use both hands to grasp it. Only with both hands grasping could one exhibit the maximum strength of the heavy sword. but it also due to its immense weight that when the wrist receives a heavy strike, it was very easy for the heavy sword to leave the hand, especially when only one hand was grasping the sword. While focusing tightly on the location of the stone dragon general's right wrist, the moment Xianxia landed, he shot forwards like lightning, and the aura of profound energy surrounding him abruptly became incomparably chaotic. Falling moon sinking star! Just as the stone dragon general's body stabilized, Xianxia's heavy sword that frantically brought about 10 times its usual strength struck heavily and accurately upon the stone dragon general's wrist, which was holding the heavy sword. Bang! Within a deafening collision sound, the stone dragon general emitted a painful howl once again. Its entire arm was lifted up, and the armor covering it was also completely shattered. The oddly shaped heavy sword flew out of its hands, just as Xianxia expected. After flying for several tens of meters, it landed heavily. Right before it landed, accompanying a sound akin to a landslide, a ravine several meters long appeared in the ground. Xianxia dashed over, arriving in front of the heavy sword which had flown out of the stone dragon general's hands. With both hands, he grabbed at the dragon bone-like sword hilt, gripping it within his own hands. Although he had expected this heavy sword to be heavier than the overlord's colossal sword, once it entered his hands, he became shocked for a long while. This was because its weight was at least 1-fold heavier than the overlord's colossal sword, which meant it weighed at least 4,000 kilograms. If he hadn't broken through the great way of the Buddha, even if he could pick it up, he shouldn't even fancy the thought of wielding it freely like the overlord's colossal sword. Although they were both heavy swords, the feeling Xianxia had when holding this sword could be said to be as different as the heavens and the earth compared to when he held the overlord's colossal sword. The aura of his entire person also underwent a complete change, and became a fierce tiger with claws and teeth open waiting to pounce, ready to burst out with earth-shaking strength. His profound energy flowed into the heavy sword, and the name of the sword appeared within his mind. Dragon Fault, what a good sword, what a good name! Xianxia said in a low voice, and a slight smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. Although there was only one great realm of difference between a sky-profound weapon and an earth-profound weapon, the difference in its weight, power, and aura was like the difference between the heavens and earth. The stone dragon general's aura decreased more than 1-fold after losing the dragon fault, just like a fierce tiger that had its talons and teeth pulled out. This made it so that Xianxia couldn't feel any threat from it at all. His gaze turned to the stone dragon general and said with a cold laugh, "Using this sword you've given me, I'll send you back to the west." Just as his voice landed, he charged towards the stone dragon general. Following a screaming gust of wind, within Xianxia's hands, the heavy sword Dragon Fault displayed its cutting edge for the first time. In the midst of a rumbling sound, Dragon Fault slashed across the stone dragon general's body. Only an incomparably ear-piercing, rip, sound could be heard, and the layer of golden-yellow armor disintegrated like a layer of thin paper. The stone dragon general emitted a low roar, and its body took many steps backward. A scar that was over an inch deep and over 2 feet long remained on its solid body. The result of this one strike caused Xianxia to smile in delight. Without waiting for the stone dragon general to recover its balance, he jumped high in the air as his entire body lit with the phoenix flame. His gaze locked onto the head of the stone dragon general, and he said with an ice-cold voice, "Let's see if your head can withstand the power of this sky-profound weapon. Empyrean dance of the phoenix wing, R.I.P." Xianxia's flame-covered body tore through the air, striking the head of the stone dragon general from high up in the sky. With a boom, the flames exploded, and the power of the phoenix flame, in conjunction with Dragon Fault, erupted. Along with the stone dragon general's thick and heavy helmet, its solid head also shattered in an instant, filling the sky with fragments of stone. Xianxia flew downwards and steadily landed on the ground. Both hands held Dragon Fault horizontally in front of him, and his eyes revealed an incomparably excited light. Behind him, the stone dragon general, with its head completely shattered, slowly fell backwards. Then with a muffled bang sound, it fell on the ground, throwing up a cloud of dust in the sky. Arar rumble, along with the collapse of the stone dragon general, the enormous stone gate in which it came from slowly opened. Subsequently, the primordial azure dragon's pleased voice came from overhead. "Very good. Young human, you have allowed me to see a shocking result. In these 10,000 years that I've stayed on this continent, you are the first person to pass this stage of the trial. During these 10,000 years of wait, I have regretted multiple times about leaving a trace of my soul and strength on this piece of land, because the level of strength within this continent is just too low. It made me gradually realize that the trial I had left behind was something that humans on this continent could never pass. Fortunately, I met you. You have already passed the first stage of the trial. Not only did you pass with a twofold difficulty level, you also accomplished this while being tied down. You have allowed me to see the greatest of hope. The second stage's trial ground gate has already opened. After making sufficient preparations, go in the open stone gate and you will enter the second stage's trial ground. I wish you good fortune. The open stone gate was the second trial's gate. The first stage of the trial was so terrifying that the second and the third stage were bound to be even more challenging. It was unknown as to what degree of brutality awaited. The frozen soul barrier was still in place because Xianxia had eliminated the stone dragon general in a span of 15 minutes. It's finally all right now. Xianxia went back to Chu Yuechen's side and helped her adjust to a more comfortable laying position. He extended his hand, slowly guided his profound energy into her body, and helped her circulate her internal energy and blood. Chu Yuechen's half-opened eyes blankly stared at him for a long while. Then, she softly asked, "How did you recover from your injuries and regain your strength so fast?" Xianxia did not want to lie to her, so he replied immediately, "The profound art I cultivate is capable of speeding up the recovery of my injuries and can restore my strength." "Can you tell me the name of this profound art?" Chu Yuechen asked softly. At her level, profound arts that piqued her interest were indeed not many. She knew many profound arts that could speed up the recovery of injuries and restore strength, like recovery arts, 9-cycle recovery arts, the divine art of the fleeting flowers and snowy moon, and so on. But the injuries Xianxia had received were severe. It was extremely clear to her that he had used up too much power, so much that it had been critically overused to the point that it affected his lifespan. Yet it only took 6 hours to fully recover. Even added together, all the powerful recovery profound arts that she knew of were incapable of displaying such a shocking result. Xianxia slightly hesitated, but still said it out loud. "You probably have never heard of this profound art's name. It is called the Great Way of the Buddha." "Great Way of the Buddha?" Chu Yuechen pondered lightly as her eyes flashed with confusion. She indeed had never heard of this art before. A profound strength at the middle of the true profound realm, in such a short period of time, slaughtered 1,000 opponents of the same level, and even easily executed an enemy whose level far surpassed his own by a whole great realm. Even though your profound strength matches your age, and you can only be considered an ordinary genius, your innate talent in using your profound strength, perhaps even Xia Qingyu, is inferior. Your master must be a very extraordinary person. It was the first time she said that many words, and Chu Yuechen was already out of breath. For her, who treasured words more than gold, to suddenly say so much also revealed how much Xianxia had shocked her. "Amen, I have 2 masters and they're both very extraordinary." Xianxia nodded as he smiled. "One of my masters taught me medical arts and how to be human. The other master taught me all kinds of profound arts. Both of them gave me a new lease in life. Without them, the current me would not exist." Chu Yuechen closed her eyes and spoke no more. She relaxed, and then the feeling of weakness and exhaustion came at the same time. Not long after, she fell fast asleep, with completely destroyed profound veins and meridians that were almost all broken. It undoubtedly took an enormous amount of perseverance to have remained conscious for so long. And what made Xianxia exceptionally happy was the fact that he no longer felt the desire to die from her body. Xianxia did not immediately enter the second stage's gate. Instead, he calmly watched over Chu Yuechen at her side. Dragon Fault was still in his hands and had not disappeared along with the stone dragon general when it died. When Chu Yuechen awoke, it was already the morning of the second day. Although her body was still weak after being treated by a night of Xianxia's profound energy flow and warmth, her complexion had already improved greatly. "Here, drink some water first." Xianxia lifted Chu Yuechen's upper body and allowed her to lean against his chest. After passing the water over her lips, he watched her take small little sips. Perhaps he had never thought that there would come a day in which he would be holding this little fairy, who was at summit of the Blue Wind Empire, and helping her drink water in the same way one would carefully feed an infant. Chu Yuechen herself would never have thought of this happening either. And at this moment, even Chu Yuechen herself was not aware that she had not strongly rejected Xianxia's intimate touch, but instead had a very strange sense of security. But all of this was summed up to be because of her completely crippled body. It was fundamentally impossible for her to take care of herself, and she didn't even have the ability to resist. In her current state, Chu Yuechen could only eat plain, watery food. Fortunately, Yun Qi had purchased a few grains at an inn before entering the wasteland of death. He boiled a little pot of porridge using the phoenix flame and then helped her drink it. After all preparations were in order, he lifted Chu Yuechen and headed toward the gate of the trial's second stage. After slowly entering the stone gate, his vision became pitch black. Then, he took 2 more steps forward, and it suddenly lightened up. It was as if it only took 2 steps to completely step over from one world into another. What appeared before his eyes was a vast expanse of an endless plain. Grass covered the ground, and there were also trees that gave shade. Even the faint sound of running water could be heard. There were short hills in the distance that rose and fell. Occasionally, the cries of all kinds of birds and animals could be heard. This place's refreshingly delightful atmosphere and smells were also completely different than the previous locations. Yun Qi turned around and still saw the endless plain. There were simply no signs of any mountain walls or stone gates. He immediately understood then that he did not walk through some stone gate, but rather a transportation formation. This is the next trial ground. It doesn't seem to have any hint of danger, Chu Yuecheng said softly. It was also at this time that the primordial azure dragon's voice sounded. Young human, welcome. This place is the Dragon God Trial's second trial ground. This trial ground has no limit and also has no exit. You can only leave this place after you have successfully completed the trial. Or perhaps you would be buried here before completing the trial. There are an innumerable amount of profound beasts here in this endless plain. The level of the profound beasts here have all been adjusted with your strength as the benchmark. Also, as a result of the 2-fold difficulty level you have to bear, every single profound beast here is not lower than the spirit profound realm. As for some of the more powerful profound beasts, their strength far surpasses the stone dragon general that you had killed. To these profound beasts, this place is an endless paradise. But to you, this place is extremely dangerous. It is an abyss filled with countless shadows of death. This is because once the profound beasts here sense your aura, they would all immediately unleash an endless barrage of attacks. At the same time, under my soul's guidance, profound beasts near you would all be led in your direction. You would be hunted at all times by profound beasts and would never be able to sleep soundly or eat in peace. Yun Qi. Yun Qi did not have any obvious reactions to all of that, but the primordial azure dragon's following words almost made Yun Qi spit out a mouthful of blood. And your objective in clearing this second stage of the trial is also very easy. It is to kill 99,999 profound beasts within 1 year. While being hunted by countless profound beasts, he had to kill 99,999 profound beasts, and these profound beasts levels were all higher than his. This trial's difficulty and troll level wasn't even just cruel. It was practically at a crazy and unreasonable stage. What made Yun Qi the most angry was, you might as well add 1 more to it to make it a round number, okay? What's the meaning of insisting on 99,999? The primordial azure dragon's voice fell, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned from fresh to gloomy. The howls of innumerable profound beasts sounded from far away. Surrounding Yun Qi, the shadows of a dozen or so profound beasts also started to move. Their aura kept Yun Qi firmly fixed, and then they all rushed towards where he was. Out of all the profound auras these profound beasts were releasing, none of them were below the spirit profound realm. In the blink of an eye, Yun Qi was already surrounded by a large number of profound beasts. The primordial azure dragon's voice said that the profound beasts here would actively move towards Yun Qi under the guidance of its aura. When they discover him, they would then commence a do or die hunt. These words were obviously not said in jest. Yun Qi quickly drew out Dragon Fault with one hand and rushed towards these profound beasts. As Dragon Fault danced, it brought about waves of surging phoenix fire, causing the surrounding profound beasts to back away again and again. However, the strength of these profound beasts far outmatched the stone dragon warriors he had defeated in the first stage of the trial. When 10 of them charged over, the pressure far exceeded the attack from a few hundred stone dragon warriors. Also, following Yun Qi's kills, the number of profound beasts did not decrease. Rather, they quickly increased. At every moment there were large amounts of profound beasts rushing over from the surroundings. In a few dozen breaths of time, the pressure on Xianxia was already enough to nearly cause him to suffocate. In another dozen breaths, he was already surrounded all around by peril. He firmly protected Chu Yuechen and beseeched Jasmine for help. "Jasmine, what do we do now?" "There's only one way," Jasmine said calmly. Xia's spirit was roused. "What way?" "Of course it's to escape." Jasmine got angry. "If you don't want to escape, do you want to wait to die here? Did this princess teach you the star god's broken shadow just to set you up to fail?" "Ha!" The flames on Xia's body exploded, and a scaled-down version of the star-scorching demon lotus blossomed layer by layer, forcing back the formidable crowd of profound beasts around him. Taking advantage of the flames' cover, he leapt up high. Dashing for a distance with the Empyrean dance of the phoenix wing, he then used the star god's broken shadow for a few times consecutively, and finally broke away from being encircled within the profound beasts. He withdrew Dragon Fault into the sky-poison pearl, and suddenly his body became extremely light. Following which, he concentrated his profound energy into the bottom of his legs and rushed away madly, all while holding Chu Yuechen. The trial this time, be it the strength of the opponents, the level of danger, or the amount of time needed, it will all be far greater than the first stage of the trial. Jasmine said with a heavy voice, "Even though you have to kill 99,999 profound beasts to pass the trial this time, with the degree of scariness here, the moment you touch a single profound beast, it will alarm the rest of the profound beasts nearby. Then you will fall into dangerous circumstances. Besides, you're also bringing a useless woman around. Therefore, most of the time you spend in here will not be on killing, but on escaping. These few months, all your training has been concentrated on your heavy sword and the great way of the Buddha, but you haven't attended to the star god's broken shadow I taught you. If you want to get past his trial, you'll first have to ensure that you have the ability to survive. If you want to preserve your life in this dangerous place that's filled with profound beasts, you'll have to train your star god's broken shadow to the second stage, twin shadows, in the shortest amount of time possible. I'll give you a month's time. Within this month, you have to stop at the safest place, and unless it's absolutely necessary, do not attack any profound beasts. This way, you'll at least be much safer. Within this period of time, you have to train your star god's broken shadow to at least the second stage. Since it was possible for you to reach the second stage for the great way of the Buddha in such a short time with your perception, it shouldn't be too difficult for you. When you can fluctuate to form the second shadow and be more capable of escaping and saving your own life, you can then begin to kill these profound beasts. Do you understand? Understood. Xianxia wasn't opposed to Jasmine's words in the least. After being surrounded by a dozen profound beasts, and feeling the immense pressure and danger he was in, it made him still have lingering fears even until now. There was one line that Jasmine had spoken that wasn't wrong at all. If he wanted to pass this stage of the trial, the first thing he had to do was to protect his own life. Blue Wind Imperial City, moon-embracing palace. Dressed in her finest clothes, Princess Kang Yue stood beside the lotus pond and stared at her own incomparably beautiful reflection. Her eyes were fixated, and nobody knew what she was thinking of. A palace maid walked in quickly, bowing slightly while saying respectfully, "Princess, Blue Moon Profound Palace's Palace Master Qin requests an audience." Kang Yue's gaze moved from the water's surface. "Bring him in." Not long after, Qin Wusheng walked in by himself and bowed to Kang Yue. "Qin Wusheng pays his respects to your highness." "Qin Wusheng may spare the formalities. Palace Chief Qin, did you come this time because you have information on Xianxia?" Kang Yue's, who was also Lan Zuruo, voice was clearly urgent. Qin Wusheng shook his head slowly and then sighed. "Ashamedly, until today, I still have yet to find the least bit of information on him. Sigh, Princess, please forgive my bluntness. The wasteland of death is a place even I would not casually step into. 5 months ago, many people saw him enter, but since then, nobody has seen him come out. The number of geniuses who have died there is simply too many. 5 whole months. Sigh, Princess, you should stop being so attached to him." "No, absolutely not. I believe that he'll definitely be fine." Kang Yue's voice began to tremble slightly. Even though she had always been striving to repress them, she still lost control of her emotions and her eyes began to grow misty. "He promised me before. He's definitely be safe and sound. He'll definitely return within half a year. He'll definitely be fine. It's definitely because he doesn't want to be found. It must be." Continuously, she said definitely 6 times with an additional absolutely. It wasn't known if she was saying it to convince Qin Wusheng or to convince herself. Not long after Yun Qi had left, she became unable to contain her thoughts and began to send sound transmissions to Yun Qi. But whether it was from the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman or the incomparably precious 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, there was no reply. Later on, she finally scouted out Yun Qi's whereabouts. In front of the wasteland of death, many saw a man of around 16 to 17 years old wander into the wasteland of death alone, carrying a large, pitch-black sword on his back. The shopkeeper at the inn he stayed at further affirmed this. Yet nobody had seen him come out. If she had known back then that Yun Qi was going to the wasteland of death, she would never have let him leave no matter what. This was because that place was a place of nightmares which stank of death in all respects. Every year, the number of people who die in there was innumerable, including many talents who had reached their pinnacles and had absolute faith in their abilities. This sort of news caused Kang Yue's expression to be on the brink of crumbling apart. Up until now, 5 months had already passed, but still, nobody had seen him walk out of there, and even those expert teams that went deep into the spirit-profound beast territory had never seen him before. To enter the wasteland of death for 5 months and not come out without a single trace, the only possibility was that his corpse had been buried within, or that his corpse had been destroyed, or was eaten by a profound beast. Qin Wusheng sighed silently in his heart. As for Yun Qi's death, he also felt extremely regretful. He immediately changed the topic. "Your Highness, I saw the Emperor just now, and I consulted with him about issues regarding the coming Blue Wind ranking tournament. The Emperor has allowed me to discuss it directly with Your Highness. There's only a month of time left to the start of the ranking tournament. We need to choose the practitioner who will represent the Blue Wind Imperial family. May I know if Your Highness has already chosen a person, or will it be through choosing an inner palace disciple from a competition like what had been done in previous years?" Kang Yue looked to the side. After she had finally calmed down somewhat, her eyes flashed and she said, "Palace Chief Qin, wait a little. Wait for half a month more. If there is still no news of him, then we will choose from within the inner palace just like we had in former years." "But if it's that way, the timing would be—" Speaking halfway, Qin Wusheng saw the distressed expression on Kang Yue's face and his heart lamented, and he swallowed back the 2 words "too rushed," respectfully saying instead, "I understand. Everything will be as Your Highness wishes. As for Yun Qi, I hope Your Highness will be able to cheer up. Nowadays, the Crown Prince and the Third Prince are becoming more and more rampant. You are the Emperor's last pillar of support, so you must definitely take care of yourself. Sai, if I may be excused." As the Vice Palace Chief of Blue Wind Profound Palace, Qin Wusheng was naturally not a fool. When Yun Qi had just joined the Blue Wind Profound Palace, he could still see Kang Yue's special care towards Yun Qi as a respect to allow him to represent the imperial family to participate in the Blue Wind ranking tournament. However, later on, she would specially visit him in the inner palace every few days. Nobody else knew of these things, but as palace chief, he naturally could not have not known. Her reactions after finding out that Yun Qi had died in the wasteland of death let Qin Wusheng understand more and more that she had obviously fallen in love with Yun Qi. And this wasn't just a simply valuing him. "Take care, Palace Chief Qin." After watching Palace Chief Qin leave, Kang Yue turned around and slowly closed her eyes. "Junior brother Yun, why must you go to such a dangerous place? Are you really staying in that wasteland of death forever and never coming back? The Blue Wind ranking tournament is about to begin. You once said that you wanted to directly participate in this round's Blue Wind ranking tournament. But now, where are you? You've made me become used to your presence, made my originally undisturbed spirit depend on, have someone to return to, and hate leaving. So why would you disappear from my world so hurriedly? If you don't appear in the Blue Wind ranking tournament this time, then after my father's wake, I will personally go into the wasteland of death to find you if I can't find you. Then I'll accompany you and stay there forever. I won't let you feel lonely." 2 delicate hands clenched quietly under the luxurious phoenix gown and coronet as slivers of melancholy overflowed from her aura. At this, a young man's impudent voice floated over. "Ha ha ha ha, my imperial sister, you're here indeed. Your imperial brother has come to see you. Quick, look, see who I've brought you from the palace." This voice made Kang Yue's brows furrow slightly, and in a flash the expression on her face changed from frigid to calm. She turned over and looked toward the person speaking, as well as those standing beside him. Her expression was steady, and her voice was all the more calm. "Third Imperial brother, young Master Fen, long time no see." The 4 words, Long time no see were as mild as a light breeze, and there wasn't any surprise or happy mood that usually came with reunion after a long separation. Third Prince Kang Shuo looked to be about 27 or 8 years old. The person beside him looked to be slightly younger and only looked 22 or 3. However, while standing abreast this imperial prince, he had an inherently grandiose and lofty bearing, so he did not lose to Kang Shu in the least. Rather, he even surpassed him. He took a step forward and bowed slightly. Adoration burned like a blaze within his eyes that looked towards Kang Yue, and it was not concealed in the least. Fen, Ju Cheng of the Burning Heaven clan, pays his respects to the beautiful and elegant Princess Kang Yue. I'd heard that your highness had returned to the palace 8 months ago, but during this period of time, Ju Cheng has been continually training within the fierce Sunfire region, and had only been released 2 days ago. I hope your highness will not blame me. Ha 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 ha, Kang Shu laughed. The moment young Master Fen comes out, he eagerly travels day and night just to rush to meet my imperial sister. This great relationship is really touching and makes one envious. Kang Yue smiled lightly and said, I thank young Master Fen for your kindness. All is well with Kang Yue. Young Master Fen need not worry. I'm not sure why young Master Fen is visiting this time. Although she had just heard Kang Shu say that the sole purpose for Fen Ju Cheng's visit this time was to meet her, Kang Yue seemed as if she hadn't heard at all. Fen Ju Cheng also smiled faintly and said in a gentle and straightforward manner, I've heard that your highness has been continuously training in multiple profound palace branches. Ju Cheng was worried about you and also deeply respects that. Although I wish to see your highness a few more times even in my dreams, I thought it would frighten your highness, so I've always been suppressing it in my heart. Now that I've finally seen your highness, Ju Cheng is unceasingly happy. In these 2 years, your highness has become even more beautiful and elegant that the legendary goddesses turned mortal cannot even compare. In Ju Cheng's point of view, your highness' beauty is Blue Wind imperial family, no, the entire Blue Wind Empire's heaven-blessed treasure. As he spoke, Fen Ju Cheng's adoration and infatuation was revealed completely, not masking it in the slightest. Yet Princess Kang Yue seemed as if she didn't notice this at all, and still returned a weak smile. Young Master Fen is mistaken. Kang Yue is not worthy. I thank young Master Fen for his compliments in place of my imperial sister. I also deeply believe that what you said about my imperial sister being our imperial family's treasure is true. Kang Shuo said with a beaming smile. His eyes lit up as they turned and hinted at the attendant behind him. The attendant immediately understood and stepped forward right after. Then he pretended to whisper in his ear. Oh! Kang Shuo's eyes revealed some shock, then said apologetically to Fen Ju Cheng. Young Master Fen, this prince suddenly remembered something that must be taken care of immediately, so you'll have to excuse me. Imperial sister, young Master Fen hasn't visited the Imperial Palace for quite a while. Why don't you accompany young Master Fen on a walk through the palace? Please forgive Kang Yue's refusal. Right after Kang Shu had just finished speaking, Kang Yue immediately declined. It is not because Kang Yue is not willing, but Imperial Father has ordered me to go meet him in his chambers at this time to discuss an important matter. Kang Yue does not dare to go against Imperial Father's orders, and wishes that Imperial Brother and young Master Fen does not take offense. Kang Yue will take her leave first. After she finished speaking, Kang Yue nodded slightly and unhesitatingly walked out of the moon-embracing palace. Kang Shu greatly furrowed his eyebrows, yet Ju Cheng only smiled calmly. As soon as Kang Yue left his side, he suddenly turned around. Your Highness, when Ju Cheng came to the Imperial Palace, he unintentionally heard that your Highness seems to have been searching for a strange flower called the Burning Soul Flower with all her might. I wonder if your Highness has found this flower yet. If it has not been found yet, Ju Cheng just happens to know where to find a Burning Soul Flower. Not only did Fen Ju Cheng's arrival cause Kang Yue to become disturbed, it also made her completely uneasy and want to leave as soon as possible. But Ju Cheng's words stiffened her entire body as her departing footsteps rigidly stopped in place. She turned around and said in the calmest voice possible, Is young Master Fen serious? Kang Yue is indeed looking for the Burning Soul Flower. If young Master Fen knows where to find it and is generous enough to tell me, Kang Yue would be sure to be forever thankful. Fen Ju Cheng smiled. Ju Cheng naturally will not refuse Princess Kang Yue's request. Ju Cheng knows that this Burning Soul Flower just happens to be in our Burning Heaven clan's training grounds, within the fierce Sunski region. Kang Yue's heart surged as she suppressed her excitement. Then that's just wonderful. May I ask if your honorable clan can give our imperial family this burning soul flower? No matter the price or conditions, your honorable clan can speak at will." Fen Jiucheng narrowed his eyes as they greedily closed in on Kang Yue's peerless beauty, extremely noble complexion and figure. He answered lightly, "Jiucheng does not have a say in this matter. In the fierce Sunski region, only one burning soul flower matures once in a millennia. The entire clan all regards it as their most valuable treasure. It is absolutely impossible for it to be given to another, but—" Fen Jiucheng paused, and then smiled even more casually. "If the person who wants the burning soul flower is my clan's inner member who urgently needs this burning soul flower, with the addition of me, the future clan master's personal plea, I believe that my father and elders would not be that stubborn and inflexible. They would most certainly be accommodating." While Fen Jiucheng's words sounded gentle and reserved, they actually contained a trace of open coercement. To let an outsider become an inner clan member would either mean that they have to become a disciple or possibly marry into the burning Heaven clan. Kang Yue's erect chest slightly rose and fell. However, she slowly shook her head afterwards. "Since the burning soul flower is that precious to your honorable clan, then Kang Yue shall not make such an unreasonable request. I thank young Master Fen for his information. Farewell." Kang Yue's straightforward and firm reaction was outside of Fen Jiucheng's expectations. His expression stiffened, and he watched Kang Yue's departing figure as his brows also slowly sunk. "My sister's temperament is still as tough as ever," Kang Xiu said as he faced Fen Jiucheng. His words and action actually carried a hint of respect. "It's tougher than before. When she previously declined, at least she was being tactful, but now, she's so unyielding that it seems as if she's telling me to stop having any delusions." Fen Jiucheng appeared to mock himself as he laughed resentfully. "Young Master Fen does not need to be so pessimistic," promptly consoled Kang Xiu. "With young Master Fen's strength, appearance, and identity, how could any of Blue Wind Empire's young talents compare to you? Kang Yue is still young right now, so she does not notice some things. I believe that it won't be long before she takes the initiative to throw herself at young Master Fen without you even needing to woo her." After speaking to here, Kang Xiu hesitated, but then continued. "I might know a bit behind the reason why Kang Yue has suddenly become this resolute." "Oh." Fen Jiucheng shifted his gaze. Kang Xiu continued. "From the information that I've obtained, not only has Kang Yue been searching everywhere for the burning soul flower these days, she is also searching for a person as well. A person she had personally came back with from New Moon Profound Palace. It has been reported that she and the person were extremely close those couple of months before she brought him here. But rest assured, young Master Fen, this person has already disappeared 5 months ago. He seems to have overestimated himself, entered the wasteland of death, and never came back out. After his disappearance, I've heard from the palace maids by Kang Yue's side that she countlessly wept and could not eat in peace. What is that person's name?" "Yun Qi. He's still young and is only 17 this year. However, his innate talent was out of the ordinary, so both Kang Lin and I attempted to pull him into our factions." "HMPH?" Fen Jiucheng's eyebrows firmly tightened as an astonishingly heavy, baleful aura surged in body. "There actually is another person who intends to dip his finger in the woman that this young master fancies. It's best if he's dead, otherwise, I'll drive him into utter misery that even if he begs for life, he won't live, and even if he begs for death, he can't die." Fen Jiuchen's body suddenly released the baleful aura and caused Kang Xiu to shake all over. The eyes of the bodyguards on Kang Xiu's side were even more round as they shivered in fear. Because the profound aura that came from Fen Jiucheng's body was clearly already at the Earth Profound realm of the Dragon God Trial, an endless plane. 5 months have passed since Yun Qi entered this place. Up ahead was the sound of a little creek. The creek's water was so clear that one could see its bottom. Inside the creek's clear water were schools all different kinds of little fish that cheerfully moved about. Yun Qi laid Chu Yuechen on the grass next to the creek delicately, then crouched at the edge of the creek. Watching the fish swimming in the middle of the creek, he said while beaming, "Little fairy, we can drink fish soup again, What flavor should the fish soup be today?" Just as his voice landed, Yun Qi's left hand penetrated the surface of the water like lightning, catching a large fish nearly a foot long. And at this time, a river boulder to his right suddenly tumbled, and a huge crab, its body half the size of Yun Qi's body, shot over. The pitch-black huge crab's pincers opened, and it snapped fiercely at Yun Qi's neck. The barbs on this crab's pincers glistened coldly. Even steel would be snapped instantly, let alone a person's neck. Xianxia threw the fish in his hands onto the grass. Without even raising his hand, his right hand extended like lightning and grabbed onto the edge of the crab's pincers. He forcibly clutched onto the murderous king crab and suddenly flung it into a river boulder. Xianxia's arm strength was not just terrifying. With a loud bang, the river boulder smashed into pieces and the murderous king crab was smashed into unconsciousness. This sound was like alerting a hornet's nest. Tens of murderous king crabs simultaneously scuttled out. Their humongous pincers were opened guillotine style as they sliced out along with a glittering cold radiance. Lightning quick, Xianxia took out Dragon Fault. He shifted his body once and three indistinguishable illusory silhouettes appear in three different positions. The 4,000-kilogram Dragon Fault was as light as a large feather. In a few breaths of time, a dozen or so strikes were made, and each strike heavily attacked each murderous king crab's back. The murderous king crab was a dangerous, profound beast at the second level of the spirit profound realm that possessed two terrifying pincers, and its shell was even more incomparably hard. Even for ordinary spirit profound practitioners, it was hard for them to injure it. However, under one of Xianxia's heavy smashes, after the bursting of 13 consecutive sounds, the backs of 13 murderous king crabs were completely split open as a berserk profound strength immediately charged straight through and powerfully snapped their life veins in a flash. With a flick of his wrist, Dragon Fault returned onto Xianxia's back. In order to completely adapt to Dragon Fault's weight, after cultivating Star God's broken shadow to the second stage, he constantly carried Dragon Fault on his back. 83,947. After exterminating the 13 murderous king crabs, the numbers in Xianxia's mind also refreshed. After seeing the ground-covered dead crabs whose legs lifted into the air, Xianxia pinched his chin and muttered, "I wonder if I could make these huge crabs into soup." Xianxia finally gave up this tempting thought and returned to Chu Yuechen's side with the fish in hand. Then he set up a pot rack and put in the creek's water along with the fish before boiling it with fire if the divine beast, the phoenix, knew that Xianxia had used phoenix fire to mostly cook food after obtaining its blood. It was not known if it would be angry enough to torch Xianxia into burnt slag. Once the fire was raised, trouble followed shortly after. The grassland beneath his foot abnormally shifted. Not waiting for the underground thing to surface, Xianxia suddenly thrusted his hands into the ground and forcibly clutched at the spirit-profound armor-plated earthworm that was about to attack. After 2 or 3 strikes that had beaten it into tight knots, it was then thrown away into the distance. It was sad that this armor-plated earthworm was only a low-level spirit-profound beast. Although its body was as hard as fine steel, in Xianxia's hands, it was no different than an ordinary hemp rope. Even though Xianxia's profound strength was inferior, his arm strength was something that not even a high-level spirit-profound practitioner could match. The armor-plated earthworm that had been coiled into tight knots chaotically twitched about on the grass. But after losing too much blood for a long while, it was no longer capable of movement. 83,948. Xianxia said aloud in a low voice. Right after he finished counting out loud, his arm suddenly swung up and phoenix flame shot outwards at the 2 fierce storm hawks overhead that were about to dive down, making them fall after an explosion. After these 5 months of comprehensive mastery, he no longer needed the heavy sword to unleash Phoenix Break, and could also activate it with a wave of his arm, because even his arm could be treated as a heavy sword. With the scorching heat of the Phoenix Flame, it didn't even take 60 breaths of time for the fish soup to be ready. After ladling the fish soup, Xianxia carefully blew at it to keep it cool and arrived at little Fairy's side. Supporting her upper body, he lifted the little bowl against her lips. "Here, it's not hot anymore." Chu Yuechen opened her beautiful eyes and parted her soft lips. Using what little strength she had, she lightly sipped and drank the fish soup. Right as she swallowed her first mouthful of soup, an unearthly cry came from up above. 6 extremely long-tailed, dark green, monstrously large birds dove down from 6 different directions at Xianxia. Without raising his head, Xianxia swung his left hand upwards and clutched Dragon Fault between his fingers. After locking onto the positions of the 6 Great birds, Xianxia continuously swung Dragon Fault 6 times in 2 breaths of time. On the 3rd breath, he had already withdrawn Dragon Fault and placed it back on his back. Scree, 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 amongst the chaotic phoenix cries, 6 phoenix breaks soared into the sky, accurately blasting onto the verdure great birds that were in the midst of their attack, and exploded on them one by one. During this entire process, not a single drop of the fish soup in the little bowl spilled out. Chu Yuechen was also not startled, and her snowy lips never left the little bowl. When all 6 of the great birds dropped down, half of the fish soup in the little bowl had already been devoured. Since they had encountered this type of situation every day for the past 5 months, she had long become accustomed to it, and was even more certain that Yun Qi could perfectly hold them off. In this 5-month period, they were subject to all kinds of profound beast attacks at nearly every moment. The period in between varied, but it never stopped. The never be able to sleep soundly or eat in peace that the primordial azure dragon had said was not the least bit exaggerated or made up in order to scare them. The difficulty level of this stage of the trial was more than 10 times harder than the first. What was scary was not that the level of profound beasts were too high, nor was it the shockingly quantity of the profound beasts. It was rather the unceasingly barrage of assaults. They came from the ground, underground, in the water, from the skies, and any profound beast could attack at any time. If one relaxed his mind for even a second, it was possible for him to lose his life. In this sort of situation, it was perhaps likely to persevere through 2 days. Even 3 or 4 days could be endured, but when the period of time continued to lengthen, even if one's body could handle the pressure, the collapse of one's mind was also possible. If another person with profound strength that was stronger than Yun Qi's by 1-fold was swapped in, it was still nearly impossible for them to continue on. Yet just for Yun Qi, this trial's difficulty level wasn't that much higher than the first stages. Because in his past life, he precisely spent his time being hunted down. Being hunted down by this endless plain's profound beasts was undoubtedly terrifying. But in his past life, he had actually been subjected to being hunted down by the most supreme of sects, clans, and strongest experts. Moreover, that persisted for an entire 7 years. Within those 7 years, his alertness, perception, reaction speed, and counter-attack abilities were also refined to an extremely frightening level. After reincarnating, there was no chance for those abilities to surface. But being hunted by this endless plain's endless amount of profound beasts, his abilities were aroused once more. Under Yun Qi's recuperation, although Chu Yuechen's meridians were still not recovered, the state of her body was already much better. Her face, which was originally as white as a sheet of paper, had already recovered some of its original color. However, her entire body was still paralyzed, and only her right arm and right hand could move a little. In this extremely dangerous place, for Yun Qi to protect her well, he had to stay right by her side. For each meal, Chu Yuechen could not eat much, and a small bowl of fish soup would already suffice. Chu Yuechen, who had finished drinking the fish soup, closed her eyes gently and lay on Yun Qi's chest with a peaceful expression. Even she herself did not realize that this ease she felt surpassed what she had felt when she was meditating in seclusion in her sect. In these 5 months, a large part of her time was spent in slumber. The only thing she spent more time in other than sleeping was in Yun Qi's arms. From the first rejection to gradual acceptance and finally completely accustomed. After she was used to it, she would unknowingly come to hate to leave him. But this concept of wanting to stay near was completely foreign to Chu Yuechen, because before Yun Qi, she had never lived alone with any man before, let alone come into contact intimately. But this time, they had actually lived inseparably and close to each other for almost 5 months. To Chu Yuechen, this was absolutely unimaginable. Nobody knew what frame of mind she had in interacting with Yun Qi, and even she herself did not know. Sleep peacefully for a while, soon we'll be able to leave this place, and by then all your strength will be recovered. Yun Qi patted Chu Yuechen's pale back lightly, his voice soft, like he was coaxing a baby to sleep. Not too long after, Chu Yuechen's breathing became light and even, and she had fallen asleep. Yun Qi kept the thing by his hand and stood up while carrying Chu Yuechen. Looking forward, he spoke, "Jasmine, how long have we been here?" "Today is the 141st day," Jasmine answered precisely. "That means it's less than a month away from the Blue Wind ranking tournament." Yun Qi furrowed his eyebrows as his heart grew slightly impatient. He had promised Lan Zuruo that he would return within half a year. By now, more than 5 months had already passed, but he was still trapped in this trial area. After 5 months had passed, he had already become accustomed to this place. To complete this trial, what he needed was merely time. But to leave this place, he still had to kill 10,000 more profound beasts. These profound beasts could not be killed as he pleased. because any one of them were all genuine spirit profound beasts. Also, after the second stage of the trial, there was still the third stage. After exiting the trial grounds, it would still take a long time to walk out of the wasteland of death. And after walking out of the wasteland of death, even if he traveled day and night, it would still take at least 5 days worth of time to return to Blue Wind Imperial City. If he didn't leave this place as soon as possible, he would be unable to make it to the Blue Wind ranking tournament, and he would be unable to fulfill his promise towards Zuruo. It looks like I'll have to speed up. Even if I die, I still have to finish killing the profound beasts here within 10 days. Xianxia frowned and said, 10 days? HMPH, what joke are you cracking? To complete this trial, you still have to kill 16,000 profound beasts. If you want to finish it in 10 days, you'll need to kill at least 1,600 of them every day. In these 5 months, you've only killed an average of 600 profound beasts each day, and this is already your maximum speed after you'd gone all out. Killing 16,000 profound beasts in 10 days is absolutely impossible. If you get ahead of yourself in your impatience and lose your cool, you might get reverse killed by profound beasts instead. Jasmine warned. Xianxia had no way of countering that. Roar! Suddenly an ear-splitting growl came from far behind him. This sound made Xianxia frown and then mutter darkly, "Damn, why is it this guy again? It's practically like a lingering spirit that won't leave." At that, without even thinking, Xianxia ran. Not long after, a gigantic single-horned profound beast rampaged past the spot he had been at, bringing a berserk aura as it rushed towards him. Even though he had stayed here for the past 5 months, and had been surviving by killing profound beasts which far surpassed him in levels every day, Xianxia's profound strength had still stayed at the 4th level of the true profound realm. It wasn't that his profound energy had not shown any signs of breaking through, but rather that he kept pushing it down forcefully, not allowing it to break through. This was because, when profound strength made a breakthrough, he would be incapable of moving for a short period of time and could not be disturbed by anything, or else his meridians would be easily damaged. In this endless wilderness that was fraught with dangers, not only could he not be guarded by anyone when he was breaking through, but Chu Yuechen would also be exposed to the same dangerous environment. Therefore, the breakthrough in his profound strength had forcibly been suppressed all this time. Otherwise, with how he was killing far above his level every day and night, and how all 54 of his profound veins were open, in 5 months, it wouldn't be an exaggeration if his profound strength could rise to the 8th level of the true profound realm. Although he had not broken through all this while, his profound energy grew progressively, and even if he did not have the power of 4 great gods, his profound strength far surpassed the average practitioner in the 4th level of the true profound realm. This profound beast that was chasing him was named Overlord Single-Horned Beast, and it was a profound beast of the 6th level of the spirit profound realm. It had great strength and an extremely tough body. That, in addition to its strong and solid profound defense, made it difficult for Xianxia to harm it even with Dragon Fault. If Chu Yuechen hadn't been at Xianxia's side, he could still deal with it. But with one arm around Chu Yuechen, he could only hold the sword with one hand, and it was impossible for him to even be a match for the Overlord Single-Horned Beast. That was why Xianxia would run every time he met this guy. Star God's Broken Shadow was a single-instance profound movement skill, and not a long-term speed increase type of profound skill, so it would not cause Xianxia's speed to increase by much. However, Xianxia would usually be carrying a sword that weighed 4,000 kilos. Therefore, when he needed to escape, all he had to do was to throw the sword into the sky poison pearl, and his body would feel as if it were floating. Escaping would also be as fast as lightning, and shaking off this overlord single-horned beast would only be a matter of minutes. Xianxia ran forward with all his might, and the dirt underneath his feet were sent flying back as he increased the distance between him and the overlord single-horned beast. At this time, Jasmine's warning suddenly came from his mind. "Careful, there's a cliff up front." Just as Jasmine's voice fell, a cliff appeared in front of Xianxia's line of sight. His brows furrowed and his speed suddenly decreased as both his feet planted onto the ground firmly. After sliding for a short distance, he finally stopped dangerously at the edge of the cliff. But instantly, he let out a silent breath of relief. Because looking down, the cliff was actually not high, and it wasn't even 150 meters tall, so he could easily leap down. There wasn't any place dangerous below the cliff either. It was only extremely dense woods. Perhaps forest would be a better term for it, because before his eyes, each tree was joined to the next, and even though he was standing at a high vantage point, he still couldn't completely see the edge of it. It's a field area, why would there be forests? Xianxia muttered and was about to jump down, when suddenly a sliver of dangerous, strong wind came from his right side. Xianxia glanced to the side, and his right arm stretched out like lightning as two fingers pinching forcefully onto a thin, cold, and slippery thing. It was a black thread snake that wasn't very long and was only as thick as half of his finger. 7 inches of it was grabbed onto tightly by Xianxia, and it struggled in pain, spitting blackness. Emperor Black Thread Snake! Xianxia, who was proficient in all poisons that existed in the world, recognized the poisonous snake in an instant. The Emperor Black Thread Snake was very thin and short, and its body was very weak. Even if a normal child were to accidentally step on it, it would also be stomped to death. But such a small and weak snake like this was crowned an emperor, and was actually an expensive spirit-profound beast. This was because it had an extremely frightening toxicity and speed despite its size. All that come into contact with its poisonous fangs, as long as they were below the spirit-profound realm, would undoubtedly die within 10 breaths of time. Even if those in the spirit-profound realm were to be bitten by it, they would not be able to live for longer than an hour without the antidote. Also, because of its small size, it was very hard to discover. When it moved, it resembled a streak of black lightning, so people had no chance of guarding against it. All spirit-profound beasts, and even earth-profound beasts that encounter it would have to take a detour, lest they're too late. With the sky poison pearl in him, even if Xianxia were to be bitten by it, he would still not be affected in the least. Staring at this Emperor Black Thread Snake, he suddenly turned around to face the Overlord Single-Horned Beast that was already chasing towards him. Shifting the Emperor Black Thread Snake from his right hand to his left, he used the Sky Poison Pearl to instantly suck out all its poison. And then, throwing it away, he took out the Tiger Soul Sword he had not used in a long while and wiped the poison onto the blade of the Tiger Soul Sword. It seems to be the first time you're using poison after the Sky Poison Pearl's poison had vanished. Looking at the tip of the Tiger Soul Sword, the tragic scene of the massive area of corpses that had been resulted from releasing the poison onto the entire city that year flashed across his mind. His gaze quietly darkened by a tad, and he subsequently rushed toward the Overlord Single-Horned Beast like a gale. Seeing that this human who normally ran away the moment he saw it unexpectedly rush up to it this time, the Overlord Single-Horned Beast paused in confusion for a bit, and then, with a roar, it exposed its fangs and pounced towards Xianxia whoosh. The Overlord Single-Horned Beast's claws streaked across one of Xianxia's illusionary shadows, while Xianxia's moved horizontally from where it had been. Rushing up to it from its right side, he gathered his profound strength onto the Tiger Soul Sword and ruthlessly slashed at its right side, leaving a streak of 2 inches of so, leaving an injury that was enough to draw blood. Xianxia stopped, and the Tiger Soul Sword in his hands had already been kept and swapped for Dragon Fault. With the Overlord Single-Horned Beast's large size, this small injury didn't even count as an injury at all. The Overlord Single-Horned Beast, which had leapt into the sky, turned around and opened its large mouth as its body pounced towards Xianxia again. But midway, its front leg suddenly twisted, and its entire body fell onto the ground firmly. After that, it began to twitch, and its 4 limbs began to stamp on the ground, yet it was able to stand back up no matter what. Gradually, waves of pained yells came from its mouth from that tiny wound. Drops of pitch-black blood flowed out slowly. Xianxia rushed up, and with a single blow, crushed its profound defense that had already been weakened under the extremely poisonous corrosion. After which, he continually rained 7 to 8 blows on its head, until it no longer made a sound. We don't know either when the Sky Poison Pearl's toxicity will recover. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Relying on just a little poison, he had practically finished off this Overlord Single-Horned Beast that he could only escape from previously without sparing much effort. On how formidable poison was, he was clearer than anyone else. That year he hadn't even been 30 yet, but he lived for a full 7 years in the midst of all the chasing and killing throughout the entire continent. What he relied on was the Sky Poison Pearl's toxicity. Under the Sky Poison Pearl's heavenly poison, countless of experts whose strength far surpassed Xianxia's by many times over, and even the exceptionally strong all died under his hands. If the Sky Poison Pearl still had its poisonous strength, then within this trial ground, as the heavenly poison spreads, let alone 99,999 profound beasts, Even if it was 10 times that number, they would all still be poisoned to death by dusk. Xianxia said with extreme emotion. As a heavenly profound treasure, the overpowered aspects of the sky poison pearl laid in more than just its tempering and refining. Wait, heavenly poison spreading. Xianxia's mind suddenly turned, and he looked towards the boundless forests beneath the cliff. In a while, he slowly began to smile. Jasmine, do you believe that we'll be able to leave this place today if we're lucky? What are you going to do? Jasmine asked with suspicion. The wind screamed past Xianxia's ears as he stood near the cliff and stretched out his hands to feel the wind. He faintly smiled, then took a deep breath. Facing upwards, he used all his strength and shouted loudly. Allah! Enhanced by profound strength, this shout was transmitted quite far and directly scared Jasmine. Immediately after, countless profound beast roars sounded from the distance. For all the profound beasts living in this endless plain, Xianxia was their target. Previously, Xianxia hid whenever he could, so this was the absolute first time that he dared to behave in such a flashy way, and to actually do it in this place was essentially the same as seeking death. Very quickly, the roars of profound beasts grew in number as the sounds came closer and closer. From far away, no matter whether it was from the skies or the ground, more and more profound beast silhouettes began to surface as they all rapidly charged in this direction. The sleeping Chu Yuechen was shaken awake by Xianxia's yell. She opened her eyes slightly and asked, Xianxia, what are you doing? Xianxia looked down at her and gently answered, Little fairy, your frozen cloud Asgard is located in the Empire's northern region, so all you really see is just ice and snow, right? You must have never seen much fire. Today, I'll show you a really big fire. Remember to keep your eyes wide open. After his voice fell, Xianxia leapt down from the cliff and fell into the endless forest beneath. Just as he had expected, the profound beasts in this nameless forest was even more concentrated than the ones in the plains. Right as he landed, he felt the aura of a dozen or so profound beasts lock onto him. He did not stay for long. After quickening his pace, he madly dashed forward. At his rear, the dozen or so profound beasts all made unearthly sounds. Bringing along a berserk aura, they sprang out from either the bushes or the trees and chased after Xianxia. In the wake of Xianxia's full-strength dash, alerted profound beasts grew larger in number, and thus, the profound beasts at his rear naturally went up in number as well. After 10 or so breaths, he suddenly halted in his steps. Not even taking a single glance at the profound beasts chasing him behind him, Xianxia's body combusted into a bunch of flames that were several meters tall. He took a deep breath, and the group of flames rose higher and higher. They immediately rose up to over 20 meters in height and, following Xianxia's low roar, exploded outwards. Star-scorching demon lotus! Boom! Different from the previous blossoming star-scorching demon lotuses, every layer of this star-scorching demon lotus exploded outwards. This was the largest star-scorching demon lotus Xianxia had ever discharged, that used a full 70% of his profound strength. In the split second the star-scorching demon lotus exploded outwards, it enveloped approximately 300 meters of the nearby surroundings. From far away, it was as if a volcano had erupted within this boundless jungle of trees. More than half of the profound beasts that were chasing from behind were instantly killed under the extremely might of this star-scorching demon lotus. The ones that remained alive within the flames howled in pain. This lush dark green forest was not easy to ignite, but what Xianxia released was a flame fused with phoenix flame. When the green trees that filled the sky made contact with the phoenix fire, they quickly combusted, as if they were dead trees. A dozen or more breaths had passed by. Not only had the sea of fire created from the star-scorching demon lotus not shrunk, it quickly expanded. Spurred on by the southern wind, the flourishing fire was like irresistible turbulent tide as it rapidly extended and swept southwards. The large fire continued to burn. Along the sky of ancient winding trees, the fire immediately shot to a height of several meters. The southern wind whipped by, and the speed of the spreading fire quickly increased. In the blink of an eye, devastated land grew from 5 kilometers to 10. To 15, the wretched roars from countless profound beasts came from far away. As spirit-profound beasts, it was difficult for ordinary fire to bring them harm, but staying inside a sea of fire for a long period of time was a completely different story. Forget about spirit-profound beasts. Even if they were low-level earth-profound beasts, if they could not escape in time, they would inevitably be buried in the sea of fire. However, the wind helped the fire flourish, and in an instant it spread to around 300 meters wide, so how could profound beasts possible escape? Poison could be spread by air or water, but inside the forest, with the assistance of the pushing wind, the speed in which fire spread far surpassed the spreading of poison. Xianxia stood in the sea of fire. His entire person was already enveloped in flames, and no matter what direction one looked in, it was all ignited by a large wildfire. But with his evil god Fire Seed's mastery of flame, any sort of fire or smoke was completely repelled and could never bring harm to Chu Yuechang. "Little fairy, I didn't lie to you, right?" Xianxia asked while beaming. Standing in the midst of the blaze, he had a sense of security that he didn't have for a long time. At least, when he stood in the middle of the large fire, there were no longer any sneak attacks from profound beasts that came at him. "I don't like fire," Chu Yuechang softly said with closed eyes. The profound art she practiced was that of a pure ice attribute. Fire and ice were incompatible elements, so she naturally had an instinct to reflexively reject fire. "That's because you were always alone back then." Xianxia smiled. "Now that you're with me inside this fire, if we look at it together, would you still not like fire?" Chu Yuechang opened her eyes and stared at the boundless sea of fire before her. She stared blankly for a while and did not say a single word, but she also did not shift her gaze. "So that's it. You actually wanted to burn this entire forest. This forest ought to have existed here for a long time, so the moisture here is quite heavy. There is absolutely no way for ordinary fire to burn here. This is truly worthy of being called the flame of the phoenix. If the wind does not stop, this sea of fire would continue to burn until the entire forest was burned to a crisp. The profound beasts in this vast forest would also be burned to death. But are you sure that the profound beasts being burnt to death here would be counted as being killed by you?" Jasmine asked. "I'm sure," Xianxia nodded. "The primordial azure dragon only said that I had to eliminate 99,999 profound beasts and didn't say how I had to eliminate them. Death by assault is fine. Using poison and using fire is also fine. As long as I am the reason why these profound beasts are dying, then it would obviously be counted as my kill." The huge fire wildly spread like a gigantic crimson beast that proceeded to swallow up the entire forest filled with countless profound beasts. It didn't even take an hour's time for the fire to spread to a distance of 50 kilometers. 50 kilometers of sky also shone red, as the clouds became a burning red that usually happens at dusk. The 50-kilometer fire's burning sound was extremely fierce, but it was unable to drown out the miserable, despairing howls of countless profound beasts. The number of profound beasts that died in this sea of fire was increasing at a rapid pace. At this time, the scene before Xianxia's eyes suddenly distorted. The sea of fire that filled the sky disappeared within the fuzziness and became a field of blackness. The sounds near his ears had also completely faded away and became tranquil. While carrying Chu Yuechang, he suddenly entered a completely dark world. Above this dark world, a pair of gigantic azure blue eyes slowly opened. The primordial azure dragon's eyes. "Primordial azure dragon, since you took us out of the second stage's trial ground, does it mean that we have already passed the second stage of the trial?" Without waiting for the primordial azure dragon to speak, Xianxia spoke first. "Right," the primordial azure dragon answered. "Although your method was a bit cheap, but you did indeed pass. Not only that, you also passed before 5 months of time. I believe that even if you do not use such a method, you would still be able to successfully accomplish your goal of exterminating 99,999 profound beasts in at most a month. As a lowly human, you have yet again shocked me greatly. You are truly extraordinary. Your performance within the trial realm has made me completely incapable of believing that you are a mere 17-year-old youngster." The primordial azure dragon's voice was filled with emotion, and to let a divine beast like the dragon god feel such emotion was undoubtedly a kind of supreme honor. "And it also looks like you seem to urgently want to leave the trial realm. Otherwise, you would not chose to use your last forest burning method." "Yes," Xianxia nodded. "I must return to the place I had previously settled in within 25 days. Thus, I hoped that the third stage of the trial would not take that long." 25 days? Haha is enough, because you have already passed the third stage of the trial," the primordial azure dragon calmly stated. "Already passed?" Xianxia said in surprise. "You have went through the Phoenix trial, so if I'm guessing correctly, one of the stages within the Phoenix trial is most certainly a test of character. We would never let our bloodline be passed onto a human of inferior morals." And the last stage of this trial just happens to be a trial of character. When you were passing through the two stages, you were always doing your best to protect the woman by your side, even if it meant that she would burden you with an increase in trial difficulty. Even when you were nearly unable to complete a trial, you never had a single thought of abandoning her. And the reason why you brought her into the trial ground was also to personally protect her from danger. These actions of yours is sufficient proof of your character. Thus, there was no need to carry out the third stage of the trial, for you have already passed. Congratulations, young human, you have become this land's sole person who has passed the Dragon God trial. Xianxia's expression relaxed, and then he asked somewhat excitedly, "Since I have already passed, then doesn't it mean that you can now tell me how to restore little fairy's strength?" Chu Yuechen's eyes trembled. His first question was not about the Dragon God's bloodline, but instead was about her strength restoration method. Even if her heart was as cold as pure ice, it would still be incapable of throbbing so quickly. Of course, I'll tell you that method, but before that, I have to first grant you something that you deserve. Challengers who have passed the Dragon God trial could obtain 3 drops of the Dragon God's blood. And since you two have entered this trial as a pair, you may obtain 3 drops of Dragon God blood. Young human, the true person who had completely the trial is only you, and what you had completed was a trial with a 2-fold difficulty, so I will grant all 6 drops of Dragon God blood to you. Xianxia stared dazedly, then immediately shook his head. No, we entered the trial together and completed the trial together. The process is insignificant, but the outcome was something we passed through together. How can I possibly monopolize the 6 drops of Dragon God blood? I should get 3 and she should get 3. Chu Yuechen. Hey, I guess that you would say that, but currently her profound veins and meridians are all broken, and she simply cannot fuse with the Dragon God blood at the moment. Instead, the power of the Dragon God blood would destroy her in an instant. Furthermore, the method to save her has to be executed by you. However, the prerequisite is for you to possess at least 6 drops of Dragon God blood. If you really want to save her, then you must completely fuse with 6 drops of Dragon God blood, not 1 drop less. Xianxia lowered his head and looked into Chu Yuechen's eyes for a little while, and then nodded his head. All right, I will give you 7 days to completely fuse with the 6 drops of Dragon God blood. After 7 days, I will then tell you how to save her. At the same time, within those 7 days, you have to stabilize the profound strength breakthroughs that you had been suppressing for a while as well. You forcibly suppressed your breakthroughs for so long, so it is very likely to bring harm to your profound veins. If it is serious, it may affect the breakthroughs you will have later on. Carefully stabilize it. As for this woman, in these 7 days, I will use my power to protect her life veins. You need not worry. As the primordial azure dragon's voice fell, a speck of azure blue light suddenly came flying from the darkness and accurately touched the spot between Xianxia's eyebrows. Afterwards, it directly entered the space between his brows. 6 drops of the Dragon God's blood entered his body, causing Xianxia to instantly feel as though 6 balls of flames exploded within his body at the same time. To Xianxia, due to the existence of the evil god's fire seed, his fusion with the phoenix's blood was completely riskless and easily accomplished. However, the energy density of the Dragon God's blood was evidently stronger than the phoenix's blood, and the energy from the Dragon God's blood did not have a specific element. To Xianxia, completely fusing with the 6 drops of Dragon God's blood was 10 times more difficult than fusing with the phoenix's blood. Xianxia even suspected that the primordial azure dragon transferring all 6 drops of Dragon God's blood into his body at one go might be another form of test for him. Xianxia immediately calmed himself. He sat down and submerged his entire consciousness within his inner body. With his profound energy fully released, he began the slow and difficult process of fusing with the Dragon God's blood. As he felt the tremendous bloodline power hidden within the Dragon God's blood, he started to suspect himself if he was actually able to completely fuse the 6 drops of blood within 7 days. The pitch-black world was completely isolated from the outside world, and no external forces would be able to interrupt him. Because of this, Xianxia was able to concentrate fully without any worries. Beside him, Chu Yuechen was under the protection of the primordial azure dragon's power, as she was enveloped by a layer of light blue-colored aura. Outside the pitch-black world, in the dim mountain cave where Xianxia encountered the primordial azure dragon, Jasmine slowly revealed her figure. Raising her pair of cold eyes, she stared at the azure blue eyes in the sky. "You're actually able to find out about this princess' existence. How can I not recognize the power of the 12-star gods?" The primordial azure dragon's gentle voice sounded. "You, as one of the 12-star gods, actually appeared in this world, and you're even harboring the absolute god-slaying poison. It seems something big must have happened in the star god realm." Jasmine snorted and coldly replied, "HMPH, you're nothing but a residual soul that will disappear in a few years. Your role is to watch over and conduct the trials and bestowals of your blood inheritance. As for the things happening in our star god realm, you do not need to be concerned about them." Towards her cold tone, the primordial azure dragon did not mind in the slightest, and still retained his calm tone. In the world of gods back then, many gods were still extremely fearful of the absolute god-slaying poison. "I did not expect that. Even until now, within this realm, this frightening god-killing poison still exists. It seems some individuals must have found the inheritance left by that demon. And in this realm, the only thing capable of cleansing this poison is the Sky Poison Pearl. Your body currently resides with the Sky Poison Pearl, and as long as you do not use your profound energy, within 3 years, the poison will be cleansed. However, you're harboring a very deep hatred and killing intent within your soul, even though the power restriction brought about by the absolute god-slaying poison, and the existence of this youth which you might have developed some form of feelings for, have completely suppressed these deep hatred and killing intent of yours. If you manage to fully cleanse your body from the poison one day and leave this youth, it's hard to imagine just how many lives will be taken by your hands." Jasmine's thin brows slightly sank, and her charming and tender small face was filled with hideousness, like a demon from hell. "People that this princess wished to kill are people who deserve to die. These people who ought to die are spread throughout 9 star realms, and they total to 26 billion people. As long as this princess is still alive, there will come a day when all of them will die." The primordial azure dragon grew solemn, and then heaved a long sigh. "You once possessed the purest and kindest of souls, but nonetheless, the deep hatred and killing intent that were born and grew within this purity were also extremely pure. I can only hope that there will be someone who will save you from within this deep hatred and killing intent. I am only but a residual soul, which indeed do not have to know too many things that I do not need to know. But the reason why I wish to converse with you is to find out whether that sword has already been found." Jasmine seemed to be really clear what that sword was referring to and coldly laughed. "Many gods have died because of that sword. Even though you're only a wisp of a residual soul, you actually still have deep memories of that sword. This princess, however, can tell you this. Although countless people have risked their lives to find that sword, it is yet to be found by anyone. The reason why I asked about that sword is not because of the deep memories I have for it. Rather, residing within that sword is a spirit that's extremely important to me. Jasmine, I have no idea just what kind of answer I wish to hear as well. No matter if it's been found by someone or has yet to be found, either answers will bring about hope and at the same time worry. I hope that it has been found, but I worry that it's been found as well." Jasmine furrowed her brows. "What's the meaning behind what you just said? Unless there's still a special secret kept within that sword." "It's not really a secret, but a worry that will never be relieved even if I were to perish, little girl. I thank you for being willing to reveal yourself and converse with me, and even frankly tell me about some things. Your existence have given me a few other ideas for this youth who have passed my trials. But you need not worry, I will not harm him. I will only bestow him a few more gifts, and then entrust him with a part of my wish." Under Xianxia's careful release, the profound energy which he had suppressed in the endless plains for nearly 5 months was like a flood bursting through a dam. He made rapid breakthroughs. In a single day, he continuously broke through 3 levels and arrived at the 7th level of the true profound realm. After that, with the fusion of every single drop of the dragon god's blood, the power of the dragon god's bloodline that was stored within allowed Xianxia's profound strength to increase rapidly as well. After fusing with the first drop of the dragon god's blood, Xianxia's profound energy immediately shot up to the 8th level of the true profound realm. And after fusing with 3 drops of the dragon god's blood, it was raised to the 9th level of the true profound realm. 7 days later, the fusion with all 6 drops of the dragon god's blood was complete, and Xianxia's profound energy climbed to the 10th level of the true profound realm. With just one more step, he would enter the spirit profound realm. To have arrived at the 10th level of the true profound realm from the 4th level of the true profound realm within 7 days was undoubtedly a dream-level increase. Xianxia's strength had also grown crazily in this type of increase. On the 8th day, Xianxia finally opened his eyes. The world within his profound veins had been expanded by several times, and an unbelievably strong force was surging through every drop of blood and every cell within his body. At the same time, he felt that the level of tyranny of his meridians, profound veins, bones, and skin, had long surpassed before, and these changes did not come from the great way of the Buddha. They evidently came from the dragon god's bloodline. The primordial azure dragon's power did not possess an element. Its physical body and strength could be described with one word: tyrannical. With the infusing of the dragon god's bloodline, it had undoubtedly changed Xianxia's physical body and strength, causing them to become incomparably tyrannical. At the very least, they had long surpassed the realms of a mere human. Although he did not break through into the spirit profound realm, with the power surging within his body, Xianxia believed that, with his current self, even if he were to face a late-stage spirit realm practitioner, he would not feel the slightest bit of fear. He was now confident that he could defeat Ling Jai, who had an overwhelming advantage over half a year ago, with a single blow, of course, that was restricted to the Ling Jai of half a year ago. Xianxia himself had gained a leap in strength, so that monster like Ling Jai might have made extreme improvements during this period as well. Chu Yuechen had always been by his side. When he opened his eyes, the blue power that had been protecting Chu Yuechen slowly dissipated. He hurriedly carried Chu Yueten's upper body, speedily poured his profound energy into her body, and said with concern, "Little fairy, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Chu Yuechen replied softly. "You actually broke through to the 10th level of the true profound realm." Although she had lost all her profound strength, her ability to identify the intensities of profound strength was not lost. According to the intensity of Xianxia's profound aura, she was able to instantly discern that he had actually reached the peak of the true profound realm. "Amen." Xianxia nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, I have already completely fused with the 6 drops of the dragon god's blood. The primordial azure dragon told me that, with this done, I'm able to completely heal you, and you might even gain a breakthrough into the Emperor Profound realm." He raised his head and asked loudly, "Primordial Azure Dragon, I have already completely fused with the bloodline. It's about time you tell me what I should do to heal Little Fairy." "It's very simple." The azure blue eyes opened in the skies above, accompanied by the primordial azure dragon's voice. "Although you have only assimilated with 6 drops of dragon god's blood in your veins, with just the dragon system alone, the intensity of your bloodline has already long surpassed the average true dragon. Her meridians have snapped and her profound veins have been broken. Staying alive is easy, but to recover her former abilities is extremely difficult. And the only way to allow her to heal completely is to obtain a way to break through, and that is your virgin dragon seed. You only have a single virgin dragon seed in your entire life, and it possesses an extremely mystical ability. With you being a virgin male and her being a virgin maiden, your yin and yang are extremely compatible. Your virgin dragon seed will be completely absorbed by her yin element as a virgin maiden, healing all of the injuries in her body, and she will even obtain a certain degree of the dragon god's bloodline. Reconstructing a new set of profound veins has a high possibility of directly breaking through the bottleneck and reaching an even higher realm. As the primordial azure dragon narrated this, Xianxia, who was initially filled with high expectations, was momentarily stunned. He subconsciously turned to look at Chu Yuechen only to find her face blushing red. Her eyes flickered with deep resentment. He said with a little stutter, "Primordial azure dragon, you're saying? Ho ho, I have already described it really clearly. This was also why I only told you about this after you completely fused with the dragon god's blood. To restore her profound strength, this is the only way. As to how you're going to go about doing it, it's up to both of you to decide. Summon me whenever you're done." After the primordial azure dragon left these words, the blue eyes slowly disappeared, and its aura completely disappeared without a trace. In this dark world, only Xianxia and Chu Yuechen was left. Within this extreme silence, both of them could hear their intense pumping hearts. Xianxia slowly took a deep breath, and his state of mind quickly became calm. He was very clear that, in this situation, Chu Yuechen basically could not move a single inch, and nor would she accept it. So he had to be the one to take initiative. As for the blame and the consequences that followed, he had to take responsibility for all of that as well. Xianxia once again carried Chu Yuechen and moved her to his body. Little fairy, the method the primordial azure dragon spoke of earlier, you clearly heard it as well, right? No, Chu Yuechen's emotions were in a state of severe unrest. Even if I die, I will never. I know, Xianxia calmly said. You women from the frozen cloud Asgard are as clear as ice and as pure as jade for your entire lives. No matter your body or spirit, they are both pure and clean like ice and snow. Even in death, you will never be willing to have your body tainted. But we have already been together for so long, and especially in this 5 months, we have nestled in each other's embrace at every single moment. Ask your inner heart, do you really hate the way I'm hugging you right now? If I'm the only person in your entire life who takes away your chastity, are you really that, against it? Chu Yuechen's eyes froze. Right after, they turned completely misty, and not long after, they once again started to shake violently. I'm well aware of the sect's taboo that has been passed down for generations in your frozen cloud Asgard, and the way of thinking that's deeply ingrained in your mind for tens of years. You're basically unable to get past that barrier in your heart. Then I will help you get past it. You did not make any mistakes, nor did you break any of your sect's taboos. Everything was because of me. If after today you're willing to become a real woman, I will take responsibility for my entire life. And if you choose to leave, I will definitely not stop or pester you either. I don't know which choice you will make, but there's one thing I'm sure of, and it's that you're definitely unwilling to stay a cripple for your entire life. After saying that, Xianxia placed Chu Yuechen on the ground. He stretched out his hands and slowly pulled off the clothes in front of her chest, revealing her ice-snow skin. No, don't. Chu Yuechen's eyes were trembling with shock. Using all her strength to raise her right arm, she grabbed onto his wrist. If you dare to do that to me, I will definitely kill you. Xianxia took hold of her hand, bent his body over, and forcefully kissed her fragrant lips, preventing her from making any other sounds. Chu Yuechen's beautiful eyes widened as she emitted out-whimpering sounds. But as her extremely beautiful upper body was being completely exposed under Xianxia's body, her whimpering sounds became more powerless as time went by. Under Xianxia's forcefulness, Chu Yuechen's weak struggles amounted to an exercise in futility. In the blink of an eye, her flawless, snowy white body that looked as though it had been sculpted from jade or ice had become completely uncovered in front of Xianxia, and when her last barrier was broken through by Xianxia's charge, her mental defensive perimeter instantly, completely collapsed as well. This was a world separated from the outside world. It was incomparably silent. And thus, the sounds of a man and a woman joining together were exceptionally clear, striking against their ears and souls. In this place, nobody would be able to bother them. There wasn't even any wind. Her agitated attempts at resisting slowly transformed into increasingly charming sounds of panting. Her minute-struggling movements slowly, unconsciously transformed into a welcoming acceptance. After several tempestuous, emotional rounds, at the location where their bodies pressed tightly against each other, his virgin yang and her virgin yin finally completed their perfect union. Xianxia lay there, his mouth open as he panted roughly. His hands were holding Chu Yuechen's soft, slick white back. Chu Yuechen quietly lay there against his chest, her beautiful eyes shut, seeming to have fainted. The quiet, sorrowful tears that silently leaked out had left tear stains that had yet to dry. Biologically speaking, Xianxia truly had been a virgin. Mentally, however, he definitely was not. In the Azure Cloud continent, he and Su Linger had been together for many years, and although the number of times they had coupled in the inverted phoenix's position might not have reached into the thousands, it had certainly reached into the hundreds. When he thought back to it, however, back then his heart had been completely filled with hatred, and so he had essentially been giving vent to his bestial lust upon Su Linger's body. Today's storm was one of a gentle wind and drizzling rain. It really was his first time, and this made him feel even more regret towards Su Linger. Only, although it was a gentle wind with drizzling rain, this had still tormented Chu Yuechen quite a bit. This was because his body possessed the great way of the Buddha, and had also just fused the dragon god's bloodline, making the strength of his body far superior to an ordinary person's. He had spent more than 2 full hours entangling Chu Yuechen's charming, fragile, virgin body, before finally releasing what the primordial azure dragon had referred to as the virgin dragon seed. Chu Yuechen had been ravaged like a tender lotus in a tornado. Her upper body, her lower body, every part of her body was covered with traces of the storm. After the wind and the rain, the two remained tightly coupled to each other. Xianxia secretly looked at the quiet, silent Chu Yuechen. Even after a long period of time passed, he didn't say anything. He didn't know what he should currently say to her. In his head, however, now came the bellowing shouts of Jasmine. "You bastard, lowlife, pervert! You actually caused me to see this sort of a scene, and hear those unmentionable sounds for so long. If I didn't have to rely on you for now, even though you are my disciple, I would definitely kill you." Jasmine's voice was filled with anger, and it was even quivering slightly. Xianxia rolled his eyes, his face didn't even redden. He replied quietly, "All you had to do was seal off your 6 senses and make it so that you couldn't hear or see anything." "Bastard, lowlife, pervert," Jasmine began to bellow again. "Haha, this is a type of normal human behavior. The first time, perhaps you might truly be unaccustomed to it, but after you see it a few more times, you'll naturally grow accustomed to it." "Pervert, pervert, pervert. You are exactly what my mother and big brother told me about, a pervert who I absolutely can't get close to." After finishing her howling, Jasmine said nothing else and paid no more attention to Xianxia. At this moment, from the place they were conjoined, he suddenly sensed an icy aura violently surge into his body, causing his entire body to grow stiff. His consciousness instantly was dispersed, and he fainted. As he fainted, that powerful, icy energy moved from the inside to the outside, quickly covering his entire body and causing tendrils of icy, misty energy to rise above his form. As Xianxia lay in his coma, he didn't know how much time had passed. He remained within that dark world, but Chu Yuechen's form was no longer by his side. The only thing remaining was a red blossom on the ground and several marks, which testified that what happened had been no dream. "Young human, you have awakened." Within the darkness appeared 2 blue lights. 2 enormous azure blue eyes had opened in the air above. "Why did I faint?" Xianxia pressed against his head. His body didn't feel strange at all. His earlier sudden fainting had caused him to feel very confused. After the 2 of you joined your yin and yang together, she gained your true dragon's virgin seed. Her wounds were completely healed, and as I anticipated, her newborn profound veins allowed her to make a huge breakthrough, and she directly entered the Emperor Profound realm. As for you, after you gained her virgin yin, your body gained a powerful ice attribute profound energy. Unfortunately, your profound energy was originally of the fire attribute. Fire and ice just so happened to counter each other, and so not only was the ice attribute energy of no benefit to you, it actually clashed against your phoenix flames. The reason why you suddenly passed out was because these 2 types of diametrically opposed energy suddenly began to clash with each other. Your ice attribute energy has now been completely suppressed by the flames of the phoenix. If my guess is correct, you have already gained the ice attribute profound energy that woman had on her. The words of the primordial azure dragon caused Xianxia to be stunned. He somewhat calmed himself down, then suddenly discovered that within his consciousness there was a powerful ice attribute profound art, the frozen cloud arts. In addition, it was the frozen cloud arts that had already reached the 6th realm of being able to activate the celestial snow. This discovery greatly shocked Xianxia. Of course, he had heard of the saying, dual yin-yang training, but the true essence of dual yin-yang training lay in harmonizing yin and yang, helping them make up for each other's deficiencies. Perhaps the attribute of one's energy might be transformed through dual yin-yang training, but to gain the other person's complete profound art after coupling with them. This was completely unheard of. Wait a moment. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the reason why Frozen Cloud Asgard absolutely forbade the disciples of the palace from losing their chastity was actually precisely because the frozen cloud arts could be completely transmitted to a man through the virgin yin? As Xianxia pondered this, the more he thought about this, the more likely it seemed. The results of 10 or tens of years of cultivation by the disciples of Frozen Cloud Asgard. If a man could take away their chastity, then without any effort at all, he could gain it all. How unfair was that? At the same time, it would result in their sect's profound arts being transmitted to outsiders. If word of this spread without question, there would be countless greedy eyes which would stare at every single disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard. Despite how powerful Frozen Cloud Asgard was, they would be thrust into tremendous danger. So that was the reason why the women of Frozen Cloud Asgard were forbidden from developing relationships with any man, and until the day they died, they were not permitted to lose their chastity. It wasn't because love would impact their training of the Frozen Cloud arts. It was because of this, the primordial azure dragon continued. Generally, you will need to use the frozen cloud arts to lock up the ice attribute energy as much as possible. Otherwise, if it explodes forth, it will probably result in tremendous damage to your body unless, of course, you are able to find the water attribute evil seed which the evil god left behind. Only the water seed of the evil god is capable of letting ice and fire, these two diametrically opposed attributes, to perfectly coexist within a single person's body. You know that my body has the profound veins of the evil god. Xianxia raised his head. I can even detect the bloodline of the flames of the phoenix, so how could I possibly not recognize the aura of the evil god? Aside from that, your body also has the aura of the divine power of the rage god and of Sirius the sky wolf. The reason why you were able to pass these trials was because you relied on these powers. Your situation makes me sigh in amazement and also makes me, for the first time, desire to see what a human's future is. The voice of the primordial azure dragon was filled with deep regret. The evil god's water seed. I will try to find it, Xianxia said. Sensing the additional ice attribute energy in his body, he murmured in his heart, I won't let the energy that you bestowed upon me with your chastity to forever be sealed. He raised his head and asked calmly, and her, where did she go? Did she say when she would return? She left. She didn't say when she would be back. The primordial azure dragon replied. Then before she left, did she want to kill me? Xianxia asked in a rather lost manner. She raised a sword and pointed it at your vital points. But from the moment she lifted up the sword to when she put the sword away, she never had a hint of a true killing aura. I could tell that she was just struggling in her heart about something. She stared at you for a long time, then left. But when she left, she didn't seem very resolute. At the very least, as she left, she turned to look at you 3 times. Xianxia's eyes trembled, and the lost look on his face vanished and was replaced with a calm smile. Thank you, primordial azure dragon. You not only bestowed me with power, you truly rescued her as well. In his heart, he added another phrase. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have even gotten close to being able to enjoy little fairy's body. Heh 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 heh, you don't need to thank me. I simply wish to, for my own sake, find an ideal candidate for the transmission of my lineage. However, if you truly do feel gratitude for what you have gained, then can you agree to a request of mine? The word request, when spoken, carried a slight tremble to it. As the primordial azure dragon, the leader of the countless divine beasts of the divine realm, how often had it ever requested anything from others? A request from the primordial azure dragon. This was something that a normal person couldn't even fathom. Xianxia nodded solemnly. Speak. Although I cannot guarantee that I will definitely be able to assist you, as long as it is within my powers, I will definitely try to do everything I can. It is enough for you to answer me in this manner. My request is indeed far too difficult for you. You might spend your entire life without being able to even come close to the borders of this request. But the strength in your body, as well as your soul, makes it so that I can't keep myself from feeling hopeful. I hope that you, sometime in your life, will be able to find a sword. A sword? Xianxia was stupefied. What sort of a sword? The primordial azure dragon didn't directly answer this question. Instead, he said slowly, Have you heard of the place known as the Realm of the Gods? Realm of the Gods? Xianxia shook his head. I've never heard of it. The Realm of the Gods is also known as the Divine Realm. In the primordial era, the gods dwelled there. That is an incomparably enormous plain, 10,000 times greater than the profound sky continent you currently reside in. Afterwards, the gods fell, but the divine realm didn't grow empty because of this. It became filled with countless humans, who took over this world that was formerly of the gods and who searched for and fought over all the things which the gods left behind. Relics, weapons, spiritual medicines, lineages, profound arts, and more. Afterwards, by relying on the divine relics that they found, they erected increasingly large and powerful clans, forces, lands, and even miniature worlds. A dazed look was in Xianxia's eyes, as though he were hearing the words of the heavens. That place also has the lineage that I left behind. I learned these things only through the remnant spirits that remain in that place. The current divine realm is no longer a world of the true gods. Rather, it has been chopped up into many spheres of power by the countless inheritors of the lineages of the gods. It has become the plane with the highest levels of power in this era. In addition, the divine realm is incomparably large. Everyone continues to imagine that there must be more divine relics that have yet to be discovered, and so every day many people will go to search for them. And in particular, they are searching for a sword. That sword has already disappeared countless years ago. Ever since the gods were annihilated, not even a hint of it has appeared. However, its power and might made it so that people are unable to give up the search for it. That sword's name is the Heaven-Punishing Ancestral Sword. You possess one of the 7 heavenly profound treasures, the Sky Poison Pearl. Naturally, you should understand what it means to be in possession of one of the 7 heavenly profound treasures. As for that heaven-punishing ancestral sword, it is ranked as number 1 amongst the 7 heavenly profound treasures. According to legend, its power is enough to annihilate everything. It entirely lives up to its title of being the number 1 supreme treasure. Even if it falls into the hands of a mortal, that mortal will still be able to easily slaughter true gods and smite the heavens. I'll issue note. Inverted Phoenix's position equals 69. The number 1 amongst heavenly profound treasures. Even in the hands of a mortal, it could slaughter gods and smite the heavens. Every description pertaining to this heaven-punishing ancestral sword caused one to have a kind of deep, heartfelt feeling. It was like a sword straight out of the legends. Powerful, but like an abstract concept that should not even exist. As another one of the heavenly profound treasures, the Sky Poison Pearl's power was something that Xianxia cannot be more clear about. With the Sky Poison Pearl by his side, the Xianxia of the past was able to rampage across the Azure Cloud continent for 7 years, while exterminating countless experts stronger than himself, even though he only had slightly above average strength. Considering the fact that the core strength of the Sky Poison Pearl was not destruction, yet it was still already so frightening. The power of the highest-ranked heaven-punishing ancestral sword must be beyond imagination. It might be an exaggeration to say that it could slaughter gods and smite the heavens in the hands of an ordinary person, but the strength it could manifest was undoubtedly extreme. "Why do you want me to find this sword?" Xianxia asked in the midst of his shock. "Because," the primordial azure dragon's voice suddenly became sad, "because my daughter is sealed within the heaven-punishing ancestral sword. Her body and her spirit are both sealed within that sword." Xianxia. "Your daughter?" Jasmine. "After the demise of the gods, the heaven-punishing ancestral sword never appeared again. I wish for it to be found, yet am frightened that it may be found. Because if it is never found, my daughter will forever be sealed within that sword, suffering endless darkness and loneliness. However, if that sword is found, if the person who obtains the heaven-punishing ancestral sword is greedy and evil, after he unseals the sword, my daughter will become that person's tool. After all, my daughter has the pure lineage of the dragon god." "Then the reason you want me to find the sword is to—" the primordial azure dragon replied gravely. "I believe in your character. You are a trustworthy person. If that sword is in your hands, I believe that my daughter can be saved." Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly. "Primordial azure dragon, it's not that I want to reject your request, only you think too highly of me. The place that you speak of, I have never heard of it, nor know where it is. According to you, that place is of the highest level, populated by people who have inherited various abilities belonging to that of true gods for countless generations. I am only a little practitioner at the true profound realm. The level of the place you speak of is too far above me and is too far away. Whether I even have the capability to leave Blue Wind Empire is not yet known. There is simply no possibility for me to reach the place you speak of." "I understand," the primordial azure dragon said gently. "The request that I have is a difficult one, as hard as climbing the heavens. I don't have the right to make you do this. I only hope that, if one day you step into the realm of the gods, you will try to look for the heaven-punishing ancestral sword. If you never step out of this continent within your lifetime, then you can forever ignore my request." The most important reason why the primordial azure dragon made this shocking request to Xianxia was because of Jasmine's existence. Without Jasmine, there was no way that Xianxia would have the chance to encounter that world. He might not even know about the existence of that world for the rest of his life. However, Jasmine's life was currently attached to his, and his godly abilities originated from Jasmine. It could no longer be denied that there was a possibility for Xianxia to step into that world. Since the primordial azure dragon was willing to say this much, Xianxia, naturally, could no longer say anything else. He nodded his head sincerely and replied, "All right, I will remember all the words you have just said. If there truly is a day when I reach that place, I will definitely try to find that sword. If I find it, I will try to find a way to break the seal and allow your daughter to see the light of day once again." Your voice is genuinely sincere, and your soul does not have the slightest of tremors. It is clear I have chosen the right person. Thank you for your promise. The primordial azure dragon said in a gratified manner. My clan of dragon gods had never owed favors to anyone. I will not let you do this without a reward. This residual soul of mine is attached to some remaining dragon god blood. Opening the secret trial realm and giving you dragon god blood has cost me dearly. This residual soul can only last 3 more years at most. This is also my last remaining soul. The residual souls that I left in other places have all dissipated after passing on their abilities. I want to leave everything else I have left to you, but your inherent strength is far too weak. Even with the godly strength of the evil god and rage god to protect your body, you still will not be able to inherit my strength. I will wait for you for 3 years. If you can reach the earth profound realm within 3 years, return to this place to find me. I will bequeath you the last of my dragon god marrow and dragon god soul. However, I will only wait for you for 3 years. After 3 years, everything that I am will dissipate, leaving nothing but regrets. Dragon god marrow, dragon god soul, regardless of what it was, as long as the 2 words dragon god were attached to it, it must be something powerful, even if it was merely a hair that had fallen from the dragon god's body. Xianxia could not resist this sort of temptation. All right, within 3 years, no. Within 2 years, I will reach the earth profound realm. At that time, I will definitely come here to find you. Haha, good, good. The primordial azure dragon gladly assented. Then his azure blue eyes that were floating in midair slowly disappeared. The darkness surrounding Xianxia quickly dissipated, and a dim light appeared. Xianxia looked at his surroundings and noticed that he had returned to the center of the wasteland of death, inside that dark cave. It is time for you to leave. Remember what I said. When you reach the earth profound realm, you must definitely come back to find me. I am not doing this for your sake, but so that my daughter can have just a portion more of hope. Be at ease. With such huge benefits, I won't forget, Xianxia replied. Your next plan is to return to the place you mentioned earlier? Xianxia looked at the cave's exit and felt the strength his body now contained. Clenching his fists tightly, he said seriously, the next thing to do is obviously to make it out of the center of the wasteland of death alive. The center of the wasteland of death was the sky profound beast territory. Further on was the earth profound beast territory. When he arrived, he was under Chu Yuechen's protection, but now he was alone. For the current Xianxia, these 2 areas were terrifying beyond compare, and were deadly lands that held surprises at every step. To him, leaving the wasteland of death was just as difficult as the Dragon God Trial's test. But this test did not scare Xianxia at all. His profound strength had continuously risen 6 levels within the last 7 days, and he also needed a large number of battles to stabilize his profound strength. I wish you a smooth journey. Xianxia grinned and nodded. He bid farewell to the primordial azure dragon and then head towards the cave entrance, stepping into the wasteland of death, where dangers abound. Time had silently flown by. Without realizing it, the date for the Blue Wind Ranking Tournament came closer and closer. The Blue Wind Ranking Tournament that was previously held once every 10 years had now been compressed to once every 3 years. Even though the frequency of the tournament had increased, the various large sects had never considered it less important than before. The outcome of the Blue Wind Ranking Tournament decided a sex level. Proving one's strength in an authoritative manner could be done by getting a good position at the Blue Wind Ranking Tournament. If a previously unknown sect has an exceptional performance in the tournament and entered the top 100, then it would become famous overnight. The number of people seeking to become a disciple would also become countless beyond measure. To the sects that already stood at the apex, a good ranking was incomparably important because it would decide their position and prestige for the next 3 years. And rank was only a part of the reason why the large sects considered the Blue Wind Ranking Tournament to be important. The other reason was, firstly, because the top 10 ranking disciples would obtain prizes beyond compare, especially for the top 3, for they would come from the mighty heavenly sword region of the 4 great sacred grounds. Those were prizes money could not buy. Even Blue Wind Empire's top sects could not come up with such treasures. Secondly, the top 10 ranking sects would have the right to explore the Heaven Basin secret realm, which only opened once every 3 years. All the sects considered this Heaven Basin secret realm to be of the most importance. The only reason the frequency of the Blue Wind Ranking Tournament had increased to once every 3 years was because the frequency that the Heaven Basin secret realm was opened increased from every 10 years to every 5 years, then to every 3 years. Up until now, no one knew where the Heaven Basin secret realm came from, aside from the various rumors that said it was a solitary domain opened by a super-strong practitioner who had reached at least the sovereign profound realm, who brought it to the Blue Wind Empire for unknown reasons. Regardless, its true origin was not important. The important point was that there were undoubtedly countless treasures hidden inside the Heaven Basin secret realm. Every disciple who entered all came back loaded with treasures. Also, even though this Heaven Basin secret realm had been opened many times, no one had ever found its boundary. Many still believed that the greatest treasure hidden within the realm to this day had yet to be discovered. As the date for the Blue Wind ranking tournament drew nearer and nearer, various top sects were intensely busy in secret preparations. Blue Wind Profound Palace was likewise. Except for various reasons, its preparations this time around were especially late and hurried. With only 3 days until the start of the tournament, many sects were already on the journey to the Heavenly Sword Villa, whereas Blue Wind Profound Palace was still in the midst of holding a selection competition to choose the participating disciples. In accordance to Kang Yue's wishes, the Inner Palace selection competition, which should have been held a month ago, was delayed for half a month before it began. It was only this evening that the participating disciples were finally decided. With hurried steps, Qin Wusheng personally left for the moon-embracing palace, the place currently occupied by Kang Yue, to let her know the results of the selection competition. Princess, the results of the Inner Palace selection competition between our Inner Palace disciples are out. As expected, it just happens to be the top 3 on the Inner Palace's Heavenly Profound ranking. Kang Yue calmly received the list of names delivered by Qin Wusheng, but Qin Wusheng could feel the distress underneath her calm and a kind of apathy, as if her heart had died. He let out a long sigh in his heart. He could only sigh. Not only did that Yun Qi possess a shocking innate talent for profound strength, it seemed as if he had some kind of demonic power. To have actually let the Blue Moon Princess, who firmly rejected Fen Jucheng, fall in love with him so deeply, she had willingly sunk into the dangerous condition of allowing her heart to die. Fang Feilong, 2nd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Feng Bufan, 3rd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Fen Juchen, 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Kang Yue softly read through the names on the list of names once. She asked in a somewhat absent-minded manner, "So it just happens to be the top 3 on the Inner Palace's Heavenly Profound ranking. If I remember correctly, when I returned to the palace 8 months ago, Fang Feilong and Feng Bufan were already 20 years old. Will they be over the age limit? Regarding this point, Your Highness can be at ease. Fang Feilong and Feng Bufan are both about a month away from reaching 21 years of age, and therefore both are within the 20-year-old age limit. I even used the Profound Assessment Stone to test the age of their bones, and it showed that both are still 20 years old," Qin Wusheng said respectfully. Fen Juchen is from the Burning Heaven clan and is also their clan master's son. If he represents the Blue Wind Profound Palace in the tournament, we would undoubtedly be criticized. Furthermore, even if he manages to get into the top 100 and defeat Fen Jubai, no one would recognize him as a representative of Blue Wind Profound Palace and accept our palace's ranking. Instead, we would be mocked. Father would definitely not feel proud about this. What do you think, Palace Chief Qin? Kang Yue calmly said. What you said is definitely true, Princess. It would definitely bring us large amounts of criticism and mocking. Qin Wusheng nodded and continued helplessly. However, the only reason Fen Juchen entered our profound palace was so he could participate in this year's Blue Wind ranking tournament. He wishes to rank higher than Fen Jubai in order to avenge his shame. This point the 3rd prince had also specifically instructed before. Furthermore, he indeed is a profound palace disciple. If we kick him out, I'm afraid. Since that's the case, then let's just let it be. I will explain to Father. Kang Yue took the name list over and replied. Her tone was casual and weak, as though she did not care about this name list or even this year's Blue Wind ranking tournament. Kang Yue's reaction made Qin Wusheng sigh again. He bowed and said, All shall be as Princess has arranged. We are only 3 days from the tournament. Shall we set off tomorrow morning? What time would be more appropriate for you, Princess? Me. Kang Yue shook her head and replied dejectedly. I had forgotten to inform you earlier, Palace Chief Qin. I won't be going for this year's Blue Wind ranking tournament. I would have to trouble Palace Chief Qin and Palace Chief Dongfeng to bring the team this time. This. Although Palace Chief Qin could have guessed Kang Yue's reaction from the way she acted, hearing the cold words straight from her mouth still made his heart fall. With a dark expression, he continued. But Princess, Palace Chief Dongfeng had always been hard to track down. Ever since His Majesty became sick, he rarely stayed in the palace. More than a year ago, he left the palace on a tour, and no one has seen him ever since. Not even the sound transmission talisman could contact him. Furthermore, even if Palace Chief Dongfeng was able to get back in time, me and him bringing the team there would be highly inappropriate. Blue Wind Ranking Tournament is the most prestigious tournament in the country and is held by one of the top 10 sects in the world. The people attending are all of the status of at least sect elders. There are even sects where the sect masters themselves personally bring the teams in. Our palace has always brought a prince or princess to lead the team. If we were to send a palace chief this time, it would likely cause the other sects to feel that we are looking down on them. The Heavenly Sword Villa might even hold grudges against us. His Majesty's body is unwell and he cannot move around much. The princes are all involved in the battle for power and therefore would not concern themselves with this. Therefore, we can only trouble you, Princess. 3 years ago, our Blue Wind Profound Palace merely ranked 223, but your elegant demeanor stunned the entire crowd, completely overshadowing out pathetic results. This time we have no choice but to trouble you again. If not, I really do not know what to do. During the previous few Blue Wind ranking tournaments, the Blue Wind Emperor himself personally brought the team to the tournament. But now he was sick and unable to do so. Despite the power struggle within the family, the princes all know the importance of this event. However, the palace's results were always pathetic, and going to Heavenly Sword Villa would only cause them to be embarrassed. Therefore, none of them were willing to go for it. That was why Kang Yue had to bring the team to the Blue Wind ranking tournament 3 years ago. This year's predicament was the same one as the one 3 years ago. Qin Wusheng knew that the only one he could rely upon was Kang Yue. Yun Qi's matter had already caused Kang Yue to become dejected and devastated. There were even several times when she felt absolute despair. She really had no more intention to bother with anything concerning the Blue Wind ranking tournament. However, hearing what Qin Wusheng had said, Kang Yue knew that she did not have any choice. She had to consider the reputation of the imperial family and the relationship with Heavenly Sword Villa. She nodded slightly and closed her eyes. I know, prepare the flying profound beasts. We will leave tomorrow morning. Yes, Qin Wusheng finally heaved a sigh of relief. The next morning, Blue Wind Profound Palace Inner Palace. The sky was already bright and it was silent in the inner palace. Although it was still early, most of disciples had already entered the profound gathering tower. In the inner palace, disciples usually woke up and entered the profound gathering tower before sunrise. Some even stayed inside the tower for several days and nights. Inside the tower, every second of cultivation was extremely precious, and disciples did not dare waste it. After leaving Blue Wind Imperial Palace, it was nearly impossible for them to enter the tower ever again. In front of Supreme Profound Hall, 3 giant snow eagles stood majestically. Every one of them emitted a faint, cool aura. With the giant snow eagles' speed, they were able to travel up to several thousand kilometers a day. It would take them at most 2 days to reach Heavenly Sword Villa. Beside the giant snow eagles was Qin Wusheng, who was already waiting there. To his right were 2 inner palace disciples who looked around 20 years old. They looked average, but their eyes held glints of arrogance. They stared at each other with obvious signs of enmity. These 2 were the inner palace's 2nd and 3rd ranked disciples, Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong respectively. Although the 2 of them were only 20, they were the idols of all the disciples in the profound palace. Even the entire Blue Wind Imperial City knew of them, and recognized them as geniuses. The Crown Prince and the 3rd Prince also favored them, and people expected them to be of great power in the future. Having such achievements at such a young age made 99% of the youths in the city comparably envious. This naturally fueled their ego and made them arrogant. Since they had pledged their allegiance to the Crown Prince and the 3rd Prince factions respectively, they naturally as incompatible as fire and water. Not only did they see each other with enmity, their words were also full of insults and mockery. Finally, Kang Yue had arrived. She did not wear anything special, nor did she put on makeup. She had also not brought along anyone as she arrived alone. Qin Wusheng went forward hastily. Good morning, Your Highness. Princess Yu, why are you alone? Why is there no one protecting you? Kang Yue forced a smile and shook her head. There's no need. When going to Heavenly Sword Villa, it is better to have less people than to have more. Also, we have you here, Palace Chief Kin. Aren't these two Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong? Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong came forward to greet the princess. Although they were courteous, they did not have the fear and agitation commoners usually had when they encountered royalty. After following the crown prince and the third prince, they knew that Blue Wind Princess held very little weight in the contest for power. She did not have any influence and merely held the title of princess. Perhaps her only influence was the influence still held by the current emperor, which also included the profound palace. When the current emperor passed away, the fight for power between the crown prince and third prince would be concluded. At that time, the fate of the princess would also be decided. Even if she was not sought after by Burning Heaven clan, Kang Lin or Kang Shu would definitely use her as bargaining chips in order to obtain benefits. "Where's Fen Juchen?" Kang Yue looked around and asked. Qin Wusheng shook his head helplessly. "Yesterday, I already informed Fen Juchen of the time. However, we have already waited for an hour and he still has not arrived. Fen Juchen was highly arrogant and does not wait for people. Perhaps he will arrive towards the end of the morning. Other than that, everything is already prepared. Princess can rest assured." Palace Chief Qin arranged everything personally. "Of course, I'm not worried," Kang Yue replied coolly. "Since that's the case, let us wait here for a while more. If he still doesn't arrive by the end of the morning, there's no need to wait any longer." Kang Yue had not wanted Fen Juchen to represent their palace in the ranking tournament. Naturally, she did not have much patience with him. "Yes," Qin Wusheng replied respectfully. However, he was certain that Fen Juchen would arrive before morning ended, because he trained tirelessly in the profound palace, all for the chance to defeat Fen Jubai during the Blue Wind ranking tournament, to make up for his previous shame. About a year before the tournament, he started cultivating vigorously in the profound gathering tower. He trained like a madman every day in order to raise his profound strength and profound arts. And in barely 1 year, he directly stepped over from the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm to the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm today. Such an wild improvement made Qin Wusheng nervous. It also made him believe that in terms of talent, Fen Juchen did not lose to Fen Jubai and even exceeded him greatly. As they were speaking, a figure appeared at the entrance of the inner palace, walking casually in. "Oh, looks like Fen Juchen is here." The figure from far away startled Qin Wusheng slightly as he spoke to Princess Kang Yue. But immediately, he knitted his eyebrows as his face revealed deep shock. As the figure approached, he could be seen more clearly. It was a youth of 17 or 18, wearing a simple white shirt that had been stained with travel dust and dew. It looked as though he had been rushing through the night. He did not give off any arrogance, at least not the type of arrogance Fen Juchen had. With a smart-looking clean and white face, he did not possess any of the overbearing aura profound practitioners and looked more like a sheltered young man. That person was not Fen Juchen. He was the Yun Qi who had rushed day and night to get back. From the center of the wasteland of death, Yun Qi took an entire 11 days to get out. In these 11 days, every step he took was dangerous, especially in the Sky Profound Beast and Earth Profound Beast territories. Every step he took was cautious and difficult. He met with no less than 100 times of fatal danger. However, he avoided them all. Just like this, only using his strength that was only in the true profound realm, he managed to escape half of the Sky Profound Beast territory and escaped from the wasteland of death. Then he rushed day and night, and finally in 6 days, he finally arrived at Blue Wind Imperial Palace this morning. Arriving back in Blue Wind Imperial Palace, the first person he saw was Qin Huayu. And Qin Huayu's expression when he saw him was like seeing a ghost in midday. He then understood that his entering of the wasteland of death had already spread around, and many thought he had died in the wasteland of death. After that, he heard from Qin Huayu that the team going to the Blue Wind ranking tournament at Heavenly Sword Villa was about to depart. Therefore, he abandoned Qin Huayu and rushed to the palace at top speed. When he arrived, he saw the stunned Qin Wusheng and Kang Yue. "Palace Chief Qin, senior sister, it's been a while, I'm back." Yun Qi stood in front of them and said while smiling. Junior brother Yun?" Kang Yue immediately covered her lips and looked at the figure that was easily within her reach in disbelief. Instantly, her vision became hazy, making her feel as if she had plummeted into the realm of dreams. Waves of dizziness had even emerged in her brain. She took a step forward, and even though she forcefully endured the impulse to dive into his embrace, She could not suppress the tears on her face that gushed out no matter what. Looking at Xianxia and suppressing her weeping sound, she tried to speak, but she was already crying to the point of being unable to utter any sound, and couldn't even voice out a coherent sentence. Xianxia walked to Kang Yue's front. Without minding Qin Wusheng and the other two people on the side, he reached out his hand, gently wiped away the teardrops on her face, and said with an aching heart, "Sorry, senior sister, I have worried you." The voice belonging to Xianxia was like the most gentle of wind and reverberated within Kang Yue's ears. She had thought she would never hear his voice ever again in her entire life. She grasped Xianxia's hand. Her tears from joy and surprise could not stop as she said while weeping, I had thought, never again, never again. I didn't tell senior sister that the place I went to was the wasteland of death, and it is my fault, however, I've returned safely. Not a single hair is missing." Xianxia comforted her while smiling. "Before I left, I had promised senior sister I would return within half a year. Even though I was almost late, at least I did not break my promise with senior sister. Senior sister, don't cry anymore. No matter where I go from now on, I'll definitely tell you honestly, and never again let you worry for me." Kang Yue's tears, Xianxia's whispers. Even if one were an idiot, they would still be able to clearly tell their relationship at this moment. Leaving aside Qin Wusheng, who had noticed inklings of this long ago, as Qin Waiyu had also secretly hinted toward him a few times. Even though he was somewhat awkward and uncomfortable just watching from the side like that, it was still acceptable. But for Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong, their expressions were much more interesting. Xianxia was someone of broad interest half a year ago. They have also heard news of his death in the wasteland of death. Following beside the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, they had also occasionally heard that Blue Moon Princess and Xianxia were somewhat close. But at this time, they were seeing the two's drifting tears and exposed emotions up close and personal. Whether Xianxia was dead or alive wasn't any urgent concern to them. After all, he was merely a small character in their eyes, and at most, merely had a decent influence within the younger generation, in addition to having had the attention of Crown Prince and Third Prince before. But Kang Yue, she was the one and only princess within the Blue Wind Empire's imperial family. And the identity that was even more important, she was also the woman that Feng Jucheng fancied. After Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong had finished being surprised, their gazes toward Xianxia instantly had a few more degrees of pity, putting aside the Blue Moon Princess identity. If Feng Jucheng hears of this Xianxia who dared to taint the woman that he fancied, even if the entire Blue Wing Profound Palace were to cover for him, he would still certainly die an incomparably miserable death, and there definitely would not be a second outcome. Glancing at Qin Wusheng and the two people with abnormal expressions, Xianxia squeezed Kang Yue's hand, took a step forward and said, "Palace Chief Qin, I had left the Profound Palace unnoticed on my own accord half a year ago, and I wish for Palace Chief's forgiveness." "Ha, it's good as long as you returned well and safe." Qin Wusheng smiled benevolently. Seeing Xianxia's safe return, he was also truly joyous in his heart. At least Princess Kang Yue would no longer continue to have an ashen heart be sad to the point of despair. He slightly nodded and said, "Oh, it also seems that the fruit born from your half year of training is very shocking. Your current profound strength rank is now, what? True Profound Realm 10, 10th rank. This. He had originally felt that the profound energies aura Xianxia faintly emitted was much more profound and thick than half a year ago, and thus he was very pleased. But only when he truly examined it did he finally find out with extreme shock that his profound strength level had actually already reached the 10th level of True Profound Realm. When he last saw Xianxia, it was 6 months ago. At that time, during his showdown with Murong Yi, his profound strength was only at the 2nd level of the True Profound Realm. With 6 months of time, he actually consecutively crossed 8 levels. True Profound, 10th level? Ah! Kang Yue turned back her face that still had tears hanging on it and spoke with a tone that was both shocked and delighted. "Junior brother Yun, is that true? Your profound strength really has already reached the peak of True Profound Realm." Qin Wusheng's words made the expression of both Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong change. They immediately probed for Xianxia's profound strength. The result they got made their expression change greatly again, and the shock in their hearts was at their limit. About the matter of him battling Murongye half a year ago, they naturally knew about it, and also knew Xianxia's profound strength at that time. But a leap of such an extent, jumping 8 ranks consecutively in 6 months' time, they had never even heard of such a case before. even for the current #1 genius of the younger generation. Heavenly Sword Villa's young Villa Master Ling Yun, it would have definitely been impossible for him to jump from True Profound Realm Level 2 to True Profound Realm Level 10 in half a year. What shocked Qin Wusheng even more was that not only did Yun Qi's profound strength surged greatly, the aura was also extremely stable. Raising 8 levels within half a year, the profound energy was still so stable and thick. Any part of this would be enough to shock the world. Yun Qi nodded while smiling. Yes, even though the wasteland of death is filled with dangers, it indeed could give a person an extremely good training experience. If it was only training, with Yun Qi's 54 fully open profound veins, he would still have gained enormously in half a year. However, he absolutely would not have raised his strength by this much just because of that. Obtaining the Dragon God Bloodline's inheritance was the true key factor. This is simply unbelievable. Qin Wusheng even somewhat stuttered from excitement. Even those direct disciples of the top sects that possessed abundant resources and heritage certainly wouldn't have had such an improvement that you did. Seems like I had always underestimated you greatly. It is also no wonder why the princess would, toward you, hold you in such importance. Palace Chief Qin's praise is too much. Yun Qi casually smiled and cut straight to the chase. The Blue Wind ranking tournament should be starting in just 2 more days. I want to represent the imperial family to attend this time's ranking tournament. I wonder if Palace Chief Qin can grant me permission. Qin Wusheng hesitated for a moment, took a glance at Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong and said, every single force that attends the ranking tournament can only bring 3 participant disciples at most. The 3 people that represents the imperial family to participate has already been chosen by matches within the inner palace. These 2 senior brothers of yours beside me are the 2 amongst them, and the other is Feng Juchen. If you were to participate, I'm afraid. That's easy. Yun Qi turned his gaze toward Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong. Since it's a ranking tournament, then the tournament's outcome will affect the imperial family's rankings within all the forces, and naturally will also affect the imperial family's prestige. Thus, we absolutely must choose the strongest disciples as the participants. Since these 2 senior brothers are 2 of the strongest 3 from the selections, then if I defeat either of them, does this mean that I could replace them? Qin Wusheng looked at Kang Yue and slowly nodded. That indeed is so. If your strength is greater than either one of your 2 senior brothers, you naturally will be more qualified to represent the imperial family and participate. That's good then. Yun Qi folded his right hand behind his back and extended his left hand toward Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong. Then I'd like to ask for some guidance from the 2 senior brothers here. I wonder which senior brother would like to grant me guidance first? Yun Qi and Qin Wusheng's discussion made Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong reveal their disdain. Even though Yun Qi's progress was shocking beyond belief, the 2 of them had long since broken through the true profound realm and had already been in the spirit profound realm for more than a year. So how could they possibly care about a 10th ranked of the true profound realm? It was even more impossible for them to think that they would be defeated by a true profound practitioner. In the face of Yun Qi's attitude, the 2 laughed in disdain. Fang Feilong's mouth twitched and said, Feng Bufan, I'll leave this to you then. The corner of Feng Bufan's eyes slanted as he sneered. Feng Feilong, you are merely someone who lost to me, so there is no point for me to do anything. If you can't even pass through that, is there even a need for me to take action? Fang Feilong furiously countered. Surnamed Feng, that was only because you consumed the dragon scale transforming pellet early and broke through 1 or 2 months earlier than me. Wait until I have completed refining the dragon scale transforming pellet in these 2 or so days, then we'll see who's the loser. There is no need for the 2 senior brothers to quarrel, Yun Qi said with a chuckle. If you guys cannot decide on who is going to give me guidance, then you can both come up together. After those words were out, Qin Wusheng and Kang Yue were scared silly. Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong stared blankly for a bit, then sneered at the same time. Feng Bufan answered, HMPH, Yun Qi, you are indeed as arrogant and conceited as the rumors had said you were. Feng Bufan had only just started speaking, but was then impolitely interrupted by Yun Qi. The ranking tournament is already close at hand. We had better not waste time on unnecessary talk. If the 2 senior brothers do not want to take the initiative to attack, then I won't be polite anymore. As soon as his voice fell, Yun Qi's figure flashed as he directly dashed at Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong. As he approached, his silhouette suddenly split in 2, letting Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong clearly see a distinct Yun Qi come attacking in each of their direction. Against an opponent at the true profound realm, neither Feng Bufan or Fang Feilong felt any pressure, nor did they feel flustered. And a true profound realm that actually vainly attempted to simultaneously challenge two at the spirit profound realm, in their eyes, was the biggest joke of the century. Die, the two coldly shouted as they individually grabbed at the Yun Qi in front of them. But both of their hands simultaneously grabbed at the air, the two Yun Ches, were both residual images. But under both their attacks, attacking these two residual images felt no different than attacking a real person, and did not have the vague, illusory feeling that residual images usually should have. This was Star God's Broken Shadow's most formidable aspect. Afterwards, Yun Qi's true body appeared above them. His body immediately spun as both his hands unfurled and simultaneously struck in the two's direction. Like lightning, he struck the one on the left and the one on the right on the shoulder with an attack that didn't appear to be light or heavy. Yun Qi's surprise attack shocked them, but they did not show any hint of fear when facing Yun Qi's attack. It was simply impossible for a true profound attack, especially one that simultaneously dispersed towards two people, to break through their profound energy defense. And as long as the two simultaneously countered with their profound energy the instant the attack hit, the two spirit profound realms' counter energy was enough to let this arrogant, egoistic brat, who did not know the difference between heaven and earth, suffer serious injuries. But just as Yun Qi's double slap hit their shoulders, an indescribable oppressive feeling sent instant chills down their backs as their hearts suddenly stopped. Then, after a loud bang, they felt as if they had been ruthlessly smashed by a 15,000-kilogram sledgehammer as their profound energy defense, along with any thoughts of counter-repelling, broke apart in a split second. The two groaned in unison and were sent flying far away. As if they were two bundles of rice straws, they continuously flew past a distance of more than 30 meters away. Afterwards, they sprawled on the ground while moaning in pain and could not get up until a long while. Yun Qi's profound strength was indeed only at the 10th level of the true profound realm, but how could his actual strength be measured by his profound strength? Instant defeat, instantly defeated two people. And these two were the mighty top practitioners of the younger generation that had been second and third place on the Inner Palace's heavenly profound ranking for more than a year. Qin Wushang's old eyes immediately opened wider than a cow's eyes, and even Kang Yue had softly gasped as she subconsciously covered her mouth. The shocked tint in her eyes that turned into pleasant surprise once more turned into a deep admiration and reverence, like how an ordinary girl adored her brave lover. Seeing the two people who were unable to get up from the ground, Yun Qi looked at his hands and then said somewhat embarrassedly, "Senior brothers, I apologize. I attacked a bit too heavily. Palace Chief Qin. I really didn't mean to do that on purpose. It shouldn't delay the ranking tournament, right?" Qin Wushang was shocked for a long time before reacting. He immediately checked the injuries of Feng Bufan and Fan Feilong, which then left him speechless. Both of them had their shoulder bones shattered, and the meridians in their shoulders were broken. In this kind of condition, before even considering the ranking tournament, they would need a month or two to heal their bodies, and would not be able to use their profound strength during this period. Qin Wushang secretly swallowed down a surprised gulp. The blow that Yun Qi struck out was done very casually. Rather than with his full strength, not even half of his strength was used. This was enough to injure two of the powerful disciples who had occupied the top 3 ranks, to such an extent. With only strength of the true profound realm, he was actually capable of dealing blows of such shocking strength. It was simply unbelievable. After checking both disciples for injuries, Qin Wushang sighed dotingly. "Severe shoulder bone fractures. I'm afraid it is no longer possible for either of you to attend this tournament. Hurry over to the medicine hall." The faces of the two disciples paled upon hearing Qin Wushang's words. The Blue Wind Ranking Tournament was the Blue Wind Empire's most magnificent and most highly followed event, especially among the young generation. To be able to partake in this competition could be said to be one's lifelong dream, because the tournament gathered the most elite of the young generation, and in the future, they would become the lords overseeing the world of profound strength within the Blue Wind Empire. There were eminent sect leaders and elders that were harder to meet than one to ascend to heaven. However, even these leaders and elders all gathered for the Blue Wind Ranking Tournament. For many young practitioners, whether they could get a good ranking was secondary. Even being able to partake in the competition once was an immeasurably rich experience. Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong were already almost 21. This would be the only chance they would ever have to attend the Blue Wind ranking tournament. Originally, they had been too excited to sleep all night and had already prepared early in the morning to set off. No one could imagine that a Xianxia would instantly shatter their beautiful dreams in a single moment. Palace Chief Qin, my injury is not much of a burden. I can definitely continue in the ranking tournament. Feng Bufan straightened his body, strongly resisting the sharp pain in his shoulder while doing his best to put a serene mask on his face. There is no need to push yourself. Qin Wusheng waved his hand. Your shoulder is already crippled. If we of the Blue Wind Profound Palace bring a cripple to attend the ranking tournament, that will just bring ridicule upon us. Palace Chief Qin. Fang Feilong clenched his teeth and pointed towards Xianxia. This Xianxia, he not only ambushed us, but also used a lot of force with malicious intent. We are the disciples representing the imperial family in this tournament. For him to injure us so heavily like this, he simply cannot be pardoned. He crippled an arm for each person. As punishment, Palace Chief Qin, you should at least cripple both his arms and then expel him from the Blue Wind Profound Palace. Enough! Qin Wusheng frowned coldly. Whether or not it was a sneak attack, the two of you should know clearly in your hearts. If your skill is not equal to others, then you have no choice but to admit defeat. When you are comparing skills with others during the usual practice sessions, is there any shortage of heavy blows inflicted with malicious intent? If we follow what you say and punish everyone accordingly, the two of you would already have had every single bone destroyed as punishment by now. Regarding the matter of the ranking tournament, it is indeed regretful that the two of you can no longer attend. But there is no longer any way to help you in that matter. What are you still doing here? If you do not quickly go to the medicine hall, your arms might be crippled forever. Qin Wusheng was clearly favoring Xianxia. You could not blame him. Regardless of the close relationship between Xianxia and Princess Kang Yue, or the shocking strength displayed by Xianxia, Qin Wusheng had no reason not to favor him. Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong gave a venomous look at Xianxia at the same time, muttering some discreet sounds. After that, they covered the wounds on their shoulder and staggered off. Palace Chief Qin, can I represent the imperial family to participate in the ranking tournament now? Xianxia asked calmly after Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong left, not giving a care about their situation. Qin Wusheng laughed bitterly. You have already injured the two of them to this extent. What other choice do I have? Kang Yue stood in front of Xianxia with a smiling face full of joy. Palace Chief Qin, you have also witnessed how much stronger junior brother Yun is compared to the both of them. The rank that a faction obtains in the Blue Wind ranking tournament is based on the rank obtained by the best performing disciple, not the average rank obtained by its disciples. Having junior brother Yun participate will be better than the both of them combined by 100 times. At this time, there was suddenly an anxious shout from the entrance of the inner palace. Let me in, all right. I'm going to find a person. I'm begging you to let me in. I guarantee that I will leave immediately after meeting this person. Elder, just let me in, all right. This voice stunned both Xianxia and Kang Yue momentarily. Xianxia immediately turned his head to look towards the direction of the main entrance of the inner palace. That is Yuanba's voice. Kang Yue immediately said, Palace Chief Qin, quickly let him in. He must have heard that junior brother Yun has returned, which was why he came running so excitedly. Qin Wusheng nodded and used a powerful and penetrating force to project his voice. Elder Su, let him in. The seal at the inner palace entryway disappeared. A tall, muscular figure rushed over, immediately recognizing Xianxia when he was near. Brother-in-law, Xia Yuanba emotionally roared. Completely ignoring the existence of both Kang Yue and Qin Wusheng, with tears streaming, he ran over to hug Xianxia like a child, while bawling and crying. They all said that you had died. I just knew brother-in-law would definitely be fine. It's too wonderful, ooh, ooh, ooh. Having not seen him for a while, Xia Yuanba's already stout figure looked to be fractionally more robust than before. Xianxia slapped Xia Yuanba on the shoulder, grinned, and consoled him. It's all right now, am I not well and alive? Your brother-in-law has the luck and skill to protect his own life. How can I lose my life so easily? The body of a giant and the heart of a child. Two vastly differing elements gathered in the form of Xia Yuanba. Perhaps others would think that it was awkward, but for Xianxia, this was the pure and simple Xia Yuanba he was most familiar with. Xianxia needed to spend a large amount of time before Xia Yuanba could finally calm down. For Xia Yuanba, from childhood, Xianxia had been his only playmate, close friend, and brother-in-law. After leaving the Blue Wind Profound Palace, Xianxia's various actions had even surprised him into a deeper adulation. In his heart, Xianxia held as important a place as a family member. A few months ago, news of Xianxia having died in the wasteland of death had almost caused him to collapse. Xianxia unconsciously felt the level of Xia Yuanba's profound strength. He was astonished to find out that his current level of profound strength was only at the 7th level of the elementary profound realm. When they first came to the Blue Wind Profound Palace, Xia Yuanba's profound strength had been at the 6th level of the elementary profound realm. Fully 8 months had passed, and yet even at the most basic of profound realms, he was only able to advance a single level. If this had been in Floating Cloud City, it would be just barely reasonable. However, at Blue Wind Profound Palace, the conditions and atmosphere were many times better. There were support pellets given, various profound arts to learn. There were many experienced teachers and a mature training program. Under this kind of environment, this kind of progress was just too unacceptable. Junior brother Yun, somehow, the news that something had happened to you earlier had spread. After Yuanba knew about it, he had a huge crying session. At least for the sake of Yuanba, do not go to such a dangerous place in the future ever again. Kang Yue gently said. When she thought of the evil reputation of the wasteland of death, even if Xianxia was safely standing in front of her, she still had a trace of lingering fear. Yes, yes, I will earnestly follow senior sister's instructions. Xianxia replied quickly. Under the curious questioning of the three people, Xianxia gave them a condensed version of his experiences in the wasteland of death, of course. He did not tell them about Little Fairy. Regarding the Dragon God trial, he only said that he had undergone a strange encounter. Unwittingly, an hour passed by, but Fen Juchen still had not appeared. That's strange. Logically speaking, the reason Fen Juchen is training so hard is so that at the Blue Wind ranking tournament, he can face Fen Jubai to wipe out his shame. How could he be late on purpose? Could it be that he had forgotten about the time at the Profound Gathering Tower? The more that Qin Wusheng thought about it, the more that he felt it was a possibility. He turned his gaze towards the Profound Gathering Tower and said to Xia Yuanba, Yuanba, go check if Fen Juchen is in the number 1 Profound Chamber in the Profound Gathering Tower. The number 1 Profound Chamber is on the right-hand side of the 2nd floor of the Profound Gathering Tower. Profound Gathering Tower? I go. Xia Yuanba gestured at himself. At first, he was shocked and could not control his excitement. After all, the Profound Gathering Tower was a place that only disciples of the Inner Palace had the right to enter. It was said that cultivation in that place would produce twice the results with half the effort. The disciples of the Outer Palace and Middle Palace could only look at it dully without daring to hope that they could ever enter. Also, Fen Juchen was ranked number 1 in the Inner Palace, and even the entire Blue Wind Profound Palace. Many disciples who were at a lower level than the Inner Palace had only heard of his reputation, but had never seen him. They all treated him with a mixture of curiosity and yearning, but had never seen him before. Yuanba, you go. The aura in the Profound Gathering Tower is very special. You might even benefit a bit from within. Xianxia said accordingly. However, if Fen Juchen is really within, you should be careful when approaching him. That person probably does not have a good temper. All right, I understand. Xia Yuanba excitedly ran like a kid towards the tower that he could previously only view from afar. Qin Wusheng had guessed correctly. Fen Juchen had indeed forgotten the time during his final preparations for the ranking tournament. In a while, Xia Yuanba had returned, but he was not alone. A youth of about 17 or 18 years of age, dressed in black, with a face as hard as a knife, walked in front of Xia Yuanba. His gaze was as still a pool of water with no ripples. He walked slow and steady steps with a clear up-and-down rhythm and a natural bone-deep arrogance. Fen Juchen walked over. His gaze lingered at Qin Wusheng, Kang Yue, and Xianxia for only an instant, not bothering to give them a second look. He stopped in front of the largest giant snow eagle and coldly said, Go! Even setting aside the fact that he made Qin Wusheng, who had the status of vice palace chief, and Princess Kang Yue, who belonged to the imperial family, wait for him for such a long period of time, and yet neither apologized or explained himself. He simply had no courtesy. Just a single word, go, was issued as if it was an order, as if he was the most important person under the heavens. Other than himself, there was no one worth paying attention to. Xianxia gave Fen Juchen a single glance before turning to look at Xia Yuanba. He was about to say something, but then a crease appeared on his forehead because the way that Xia Yuanba was walking was clearly unnatural. His right leg kept limping, as if it had suffered a grievous wound. When walking, his right arm moved in an unnatural rhythm. Xia Yuanba had already worked hard to pretend that nothing had happened, but how he could not hide from Yun Qi's eyes. Yun Qi quickly walked up to support Xia Yuanba and asked, "Yuanba, what happened to you? Did you suffer an injury?" "No, I did not." Yun Qi's questioning caused Xia Yuanba to show a bit of panic. He quickly denied. When I was walking down the stairs in the profound gathering tower, I was careless, and so I slipped and fell. With your physique, even if you fell down the stairs 10 times, it still wouldn't be like this. What really happened? Was it an inner palace disciple who maliciously hurt you?" Yun Qi's brows slanted into 2 sword slits. "Tell me honestly, with me around, no one can bully you. Regardless of who it is, I will make him pay the price." "Really? It's really all right." Xia Yuanba continuously denied, and just then, a cold voice filled with deep disdain drifted over. "This useless thing who is only of the elementary profound realm actually dared to walk in front of me, so I carved a memory into him. What kind of price are you preparing to make me pay?" Yun Qi turned around, and his gaze fell upon Fen Juchen. His eyes narrowed and the light in his eyes grew ice cold. "Was it you who injured Yuanba? Very good. Immediately apologize to Yuanba and then slap yourself on the face 3 times. Otherwise, I'll make sure you will never participate in the ranking tournament in this lifetime." Once Fen Juchen entered the Blue Wind Profound Palace, he immediately took the first position of the Heavenly Profound ranking, and no one dared to move him. With the addition of his shocking background in the Blue Wind Profound Palace, he was a godlike existence in many disciples' eyes. They could only admire and yearn to be like him. No one dared to provoke him. To dare to speak like this to him, Yun Qi was definitely the only one. Even the other completely arrogant people, such as Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong, definitely would not dare to do so. Fen Juchen wasn't angry in the slightest after hearing Yun Qi's words. His emotions didn't fluctuate at all. Because, in his eyes, the person in front of him simply did not have the qualifications to make him angry. He lightly spat out 3 words, "With just you?" "Yes, with just me." Contrary to Fen Juchen, Yun Qi didn't conceal his anger at all. His view of Fen Juchen had also changed immediately. The first time he encountered Fen Juchen, he only felt a deeply ingrained, astonishingly heavy aura of arrogance. But at this time, he finally realized that not only was this Fen Juchen arrogant, he was crazy, and crazy with a type of contempt. After all, he came from the Burning Heaven clan, one of the top sects within Blue Wind Empire. Born from this type of clan, he had a clear concept of superior people and inferior people since a very young age. In the Blue Wind Profound Palace, perhaps, everyone he saw was an inferior person. To him, personally teaching an inferior person, a lesson was regarded as right and proper. "Sai, you too?" These 2 people had met with swords drawn and bows bent at their first encounter. Qin Wusheng was just about to prepare to stop them when Kang Yue gestured at him to stop, then silently shook her head at him. She was very clear that Yun Qi was an extremely vindictive person. For other issues, he would concede and not argue, but hurting those close to him would seriously provoke his anger. If this happened, no matter who he was facing, he definitely would not leave the matter at that. "You don't even have the qualifications." A trace of ridicule flashed on Fen Juchen's stiff face. "I'm the one who decides whether I have the qualifications, not you." Yun Qi's voice also grew cold. He walked towards Fen Juchen and said heavily, "It looks like you don't plan to apologize. Very well. I've already given you a chance. You're the one that doesn't want it. Now, not only do I want you to apologize to Yuanba, you must also kneel and kowtow to him." After speaking, Yun Qi's feet staggered. His speed explosively accelerated in an instant, and his hand grabbed at Fen Juchen's chest. "You're courting death." Facing Yun Qi's deliberate strike, Fen Juchen didn't even raise his hand. A fist shot outwards, and a lump of flames suddenly ignited on top of the fist. Yun Qi's right hand suddenly formed a fist as well, colliding against Fen Juchen's fist. Bang! A gust of great strength that far surpassed Fen Juchen's estimation shot over from the point their fists collided. Although Fen Juchen suddenly became alert, then immediately engaged his profound energy, he was still unable to resist that gust of tyrannical power. He was forcefully blown backwards, and was continually pushed backwards several steps after landing on the ground, thrown into disarray for a little while. And Yun Qi stood in his original position. Let alone his feet, Even his upper body didn't move backwards at all. His right hand, even his entire arm, ached dully. Fen Juchen was unable to hold back the astonishment in his heart, because this kind of power was simply not something a profound practitioner at true profound realm could possess. And as a fifth ranker of the spirit profound realm, he had been put in an embarrassing position by one strike from a true profound realm disciple. To him, this was a humiliation he had never experienced before. As for his deeply ingrained arrogance, this was undoubtedly a heavy trampling. His entire body emitted a feeling of boundless anger as both his eyes became incomparably cold. And the Xianxia opposing him chose to pour oil on the fire at this time. This is the power of the heavenly profound rankings #1. It turns out it was only this much. It really makes one want to laugh his head off. You're courting death. Fen Juchen's "You're courting death" was completely different from the previous one. The first time it had been with ridicule, and this time it had been with an ice-cold killing intent. A fiery light flashed between his hands, and an 8-foot-long crimson greatsword appeared. This sword was the Burning Heaven clan's sect weapon, the Burning Heaven sword, and it was also the Burning Heaven clan's sole profound arts. "Reveal your weapon, I'll give you a glorious death," Fen Juchen said with a somber expression. Xianxia hugged his chest and said with a cold smile, "With you alone, you don't have the qualifications to make me use my weapon." "You're courting death." The 3 words this time were filled with Fen Juchen's extreme rage and killing intent. This was the first time in his life that he, the son of the Burning Heaven clan's clan master, had been scorned in this way. Following the rise of his anger and killing intent, flames also began to ignite on the crimson flame blade. R.I.P. Fen Juchen's silhouette shook, and the crimson sword ignited with flames slashed fiercely through the air with an ear-piercing sound, turning towards Xianxia's head. Before the sword arrived, an incomparably hot gust of air billowed over, but this kind of heat simply didn't have any effect on Xianxia at all. On the contrary, he felt an exceptionally cozy sensation. Staring at Fen Juchen's crimson flame blade, which was slicing towards him, he didn't retreat or move forward, didn't avoid it or yield to it, and didn't counterattack. Rather, he extended his right hand outwards leisurely, grabbing directly at the crimson flame blade. This action caused Qin Wusheng, Kang Yue, and Xia Yuanba to turn pale with fright. Looking at Xianxia's appearance, it was evident he wanted to receive Fen Juchen's crimson flame blade unarmed. Receiving a naked blade unarmed couldn't be considered a rare occurrence, but that could only happen between 2 people with an immense difference in strength. This difference must be at least 5 levels, and even if this was so, it would still be accompanied by great danger. And what kind of person was Fen Juchen? Not only was his profound strength greater than Xianxia's, it was stronger by 5 levels. Furthermore, the crimson flame blade in his hands could almost be considered an earth-profound weapon. It was ignited with burning heaven flames, which could melt steel if this sword actually made contact. Even fine steel would snap, let alone a human body. "Junior brother Yun, move away quickly," Kang Yue yelled involuntarily, and her expression was filled with alarm. Qin Wusheng was also very worried in his heart, but he was too far away from the 2. Even though he was a Sky Profound practitioner, he simply didn't have time to stop them. He could only watch Xianxia's right hand grab at Fen Juchen's crimson flame blade with open eyes. After, the scene directly stopped. There were no sounds of skin and flesh being cut, no signs of blood bursting forth, and no scene of Xianxia's hand and entire arm being severed. The crimson flame blade and Xianxia's hand were both completely fixed in place. To be precise, Xianxia's hand had firmly grabbed onto the balance point of the crimson flame blade, making the crimson flame blade unable to move down even a little. And the crimson flame blade wasn't the only thing that stopped. Following a flash of Xianxia's gaze, the flames on the crimson flame blade extinguished with the speed of a rapidly falling tide, leaving no traces. Having received the crimson flaming blade and extinguishing the burning heaven flame, Qin Wusheng, Kang Yue, and Xia Yuanba were deeply startled, and Fen Juchen became even more overwhelmed with horror. Taking advantage of the fact that Fen Juchen's mind was still in disarray, Xianxia's profound energy exploded outwards, and he forcefully grabbed at the balance point of the crimson flame blade, snatching it from Fen Juchen's hands. He viciously kicked out with his left foot, colliding heavily with Fen Juchen's lower abdomen. Fen Juchen let out a muffled cry, then flew backwards onto the ground. Xianxia casually threw the crimson flaming blade behind him, charged towards the sprawled Fen Juchen like lightning, then stepped heavily on his back. causing the profound energy he had just gathered to immediately dissipate. Yuanba, come here to accept his kowtow apology, Xianxia said to Xia Yuanba while stepping on Fen Juchen. His strength was extremely tyrannical, and his right foot was like a huge mountain pressing down on Fen Juchen's back, making it so that even if he used all his energy, he still wouldn't be able to get up. This was an unforeseen outcome to everyone present. Even Qin Wusheng was stunned on the spot, let alone Xia Yuanba and Kang Yue. Having arrived from the Burning Heaven clan, Fen Juchen, who had dominated the Blue Wind Profound Palace the entire time, had actually been defeated by the true Profound Xianxia, and it was a crushing defeat. Not to mention injuring Xianxia, his Burning Heaven sword had actually been received unarmed. Having heard Xianxia's words, Xia Yuanba walked over dizzily. Just as he walked near, Xianxia's foot suddenly moved from Fen Juchen's back to his neck, causing his forehead to smash heavily on the ground. "Yunche, I'll kill you." Fen Juchen emitted a howl akin to that of a wild beast, and his entire body released an incomparably wild killing intent. Although he still hasn't apologized, he has finally kowtowed. "Yuanba, if you still haven't vented your anger, you can come over and beat him up. I promise he won't be able to fight back." Xianxia continued to step on Fen Juchen and said to Xia Yuanba with a light-hearted expression, It's all right, that's already enough." Xia Yuanba swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly declined, not sure if he felt excitement or alarm in his heart. His own brother-in-law had actually defeated Fen Juchen this easily. Fen Juchen, #1 in the inner palace, had actually kowtowed to him. He felt his brain become dizzy for a moment. All this was almost as if he was in a dream. "I'll kill you, kill you, kill you." Fen Juchen's howls became increasingly hoarse and mournful, but no matter how loudly he screamed, he wouldn't be able to break free from Xianxia's trampling. At this time, a lump of flames suddenly lit on his back and shot upwards, rising to a height of 3 meters in an instant. "Playing with fire in front of me?" Xianxia laughed coldly. His foot moved, and the flames shooting upwards suddenly charged the opposite direction, directly shattering Fen Juchen's profound energy barrier and burned his back. "Nghahhhhhhh?" Fen Juchen's 2 eyes opened wide, and he emitted an extremely painful howl. Xianxia bent down slightly, looked down at him, and said coldly, "Fen Juchen, don't yell so unwillingly. You can only blame yourself for everything that happened today. One who humiliates others will always be humiliated in turn." After hearing me say this, do you still want to insult someone who's only at the elementary profound realm, who has no background, who is merely an inferior person, who isn't anything in your eyes? But in my eyes, your life can't even compare to one hair on Yuanba's head. I just don't understand what you, Fen Juchen, can be so arrogant and crazy about. I heard you came to my Blue Wind Profound Palace after suffering a crushing defeat from your second brother, Fen Jubai. From that time on, you were only a sore loser who came to the Blue Wind Profound Palace with your tail behind your back. I'm younger than you, and my profound strength is also much lower than yours, yet you can't even take 3 direct strikes from me. You said Yuanba is trash? Then what about you? Calling you trash would be praising you. Trash like you considers everyone else beneath yourself. What a joke. Every one of Xianxia's words was like a knife gouging out a little bit of Fen Juchen's heart. When Xianxia was finished speaking, his foot flew out, kicking Fen Juchen far away. Fen Juchen stood up with a pale expression. Every joint in his body was filled with endless hatred, and his body turned a deathly white with killing intent and humiliation. He didn't charge over uncontrollably. Rather, he picked up the crimson flame blade, clenched his teeth, and spoke while stressing each syllable. "The humiliation I have suffered today, I'll return it, 100 times, 1,000 times over." After speaking, he dragged his body filled with pain, carrying a gust of unwavering killing intent and hatred, and hobbled away. He didn't walk towards his quarters or the profound gathering tower, but towards the inner palace exit. Watching Fen Juchen's silhouette, Xianxia's eyebrows sunk, and he breathed heavily for a moment. He also had a premonition that the lesson he had taught Fen Juchen was very likely to make him a frightening enemy, a madman-like enemy, but he definitely wouldn't regret it. "Palace Chief Qin, sorry, I've forced another participating disciple away," Xianxia said apologetically to Qin Wusheng. "This, Sai." As matters stood, Qin Wusheng simply could not blame Xianxia for anything. He could only sigh and say, "Forget it, you can't be blamed. He's to blame for everything that happened. After he came to the Blue Wind Profound Palace, he hasn't put anyone in his eyes and struck out at countless people. It was about time someone taught him a lesson. Only what you said was a bit unnecessary, and forcing him to kowtow was. Sai, he is the son of the leader of the Burning Heaven clan after all, and he hasn't experienced this kind of humiliation in his life before. I did this for his own good. With his temperament, if he didn't suffer this small loss today, he'll definitely suffer a huge loss in the future. HMPH, after all, he's too young. Xianxia said lightly. He said his last statement with an aged and experienced manner, and Kang Yue immediately smiled when she heard, because Xianxia was clearly younger than Fen Juchen. We'll have to waste some effort again to settle the matter of competing disciples. Selecting the disciples that took 4th place and 5th place in the selection competition should be all right, but the process of finding them and preparing them may take a bit of time. Qin Huayu said somewhat helplessly. Suddenly, Xianxia said, Palace Chief Qin, Senior Sister said before that the power rankings from the ranking tournament are assigned according to the highest ranking disciple, and not the average rank of the disciples. Is this true? Qin Wusheng nodded. This is indeed so. For example, if some disciple from a power ranks first and the other 2 disciples do not place within the top 100, and the disciples of another power rank 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, the former will still be ranked first, and the latter will be ranked 2nd. This is because being able to foster a peak powerhouse is the most important sign of power. Xianxia smiled and said haughtily, Then, if only I were to represent the imperial family in the tournament, wouldn't that be enough? Although Fen Juchen, Feng Bufan, and Fang Feilong are not weak, I am confident their ranking definitely won't be higher than mine. None of the other disciples within the profound palace are capable of surpassing me either. If this is so, there's no need to waste time by summoning other disciples. What you say is indeed true, but participating in the Blue Wind ranking tournament is a rare opportunity after all. Regardless of ranking, witnessing the tournament personally is incomparably rewarding to any young profound practitioner. Naturally, we cannot waste this opportunity. Qin Huayu said, I understand this point. Xianxia said, if there was an ample amount of time, we would indeed be able to reselect 2 disciples to participate in the tournament. But there is only 2 days' time till the ranking tournament. If we depart now, we'll already be pressed for time. If we were to select another 2 disciples and prepare them, we may not have enough time. And if a small mishap were to occur while traveling, it may lead to not getting to the Heavenly Sword Villa on time at all, and everything would be for naught. Qin Wusheng was unable to refute Xianxia's words. Xianxia turned and asked Xia Yuanba, Yuanba, do you want to go watch the ranking tournament? Ah, yeah, of course. Xia Yuanba nodded his head like a little chick pecking at grains. Since I was very young, I've heard Uncle Sikong talk about the ranking tournament. He said that all the peak young geniuses assemble there. Being able to watch the battles personally is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, I dream of going there. At this point, his expression dimmed. But I simply don't have the qualifications to enter that kind of place. I'm only at the elementary profound realm right now. Back in Floating Cloud City, I wasn't considered much. And I only realized after arriving at the Blue Wind Profound Palace that I don't even have the qualifications to mop the ground with the meager profound strength I possess. As for the ranking tournament, I won't dare to have such excessive expectations for my entire life. Brother-in-law, you must do your best in the ranking tournament and get a good ranking. When you come back, you can tell me what happened there. No, I decline. I'm too lazy to tell you about it, Xianxia said with a grin. Xia Yuanba scratched his head. If you want to see what the ranking tournament is like, then you'll have to go see for yourself. After Xianxia finished speaking, he turned and said to Qin Wusheng, Palace Chief Qin, I only have one selfish request that I wish Palace Chief Qin would approve. Since reselecting competing disciples would most likely delay us and empty the spots, how about bringing Yuanba with us? Halfway through Xianxia's speech, Qin Wusheng had already understood what he wanted to say and could only force a smile. This would make things difficult for me. This kind of thing is completely unheard of. Bringing a disciple who was only at the elementary profound realm to participate in the ranking tournament would even be more of a spotlight than bringing the crippled Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong. How was this sort of thing appropriate? It was simply causing a disturbance. If crudely said, bringing a disciple in the elementary profound realm to participate in a gathering of the finest elites at a ranking tournament, simple dragged down the class of the entire ranking tournament. Even before the match started, it was even probable that all kinds of mocking and sneering would be directed towards Blue Wind Profound Palace, and even the entire imperial family would be drowned in them. But Kang Yue did not care about that. Facing the Xianxia that she thought she lost and then regained, her current heart laid on his person. After suppressing her emotions and losing all hope, and then became flooded with a large, comparably pleasant surprise, what Emperor's daughter identity, what ranking tournament. It was all thrown away with the appearance of Xianxia. Whatever Xianxia said was what should happen. Palace Chief Qin, what junior brother Yun said was correct. If we start reselecting disciples, we might not make the ranking tournament. Although bringing Yuanba is a bit inappropriate, you two have seen junior brother Yun's strength. He had even easily defeated Fen Juchen, so he would definitely obtain an exceptionally good ranking and represent the imperial family. For junior brother Yun to have this kind of request is not unreasonable at all. Since the Blue Moon Princess had opened her esteemed mouth, Qin Wusheng naturally could not refute and laughed wryly. All right, since your highness also feels this way, then we won't select other disciples and bring Yuanba along. As he said that, he groaned in his heart. FCK, what the hell is this? The Blue Wind ranking tournament is such an important and serious matter. Out of the original decided participating 3 disciples, 2 had been crippled in the blink of an eye, and 1 had left. What replaced them was a person so strong that he was always out of everyone's expectations, and a weakling who could not do anything. This huge matter that would impact the imperial family's reputation had entirely become as chaotic and messy as child's play. Forget it, let's just do it this way. However, in exchange, Xianxia, I also have 2 requests, Qin Wusheng said with a serious expression. Number 1, Yuanba can go, but his status can only be the same as us escorts and not as a competitor. All right, Xianxia nodded. What he wanted was to fulfill Xia Yuanba's dream of personally watching the tournament. As for allowing him to participate, even if Xia Yuanba actually wanted to compete, he wouldn't allow it. Because in that tournament, Xia Yuanba was really too weak. If the opponent was just a little insidious, Xia Yuanba might be injured heavily. Number 2. Qin Wusheng looked at Xianxia directly and said extremely seriously, I hope that your individual ranking in the ranking tournament can enter the top 100. Listen well, it's the individual ranking and not the power ranking. Ah! Before Xianxia could respond, Kang Yue gave out a cry of shock. In the last ranking tournament, the Blue Wind imperial family ranked 230 in the power rankings, but it only ranked 537 in the individual rankings. If any other power had this ranking, it could be considered very honorable and was sufficient to be recognized as an overlord. But for the grand imperial family, capable of overturning the heavens, to be ranked as such, they could only be considered a matter of ridicule, and they had been ranked this dismally for all these years. Let alone the individual rankings, even entering the top 100 in power rankings was something the Blue Wind Emperor had always dreamed of, but it had never occurred. And this time, Qin Wusheng actually said he wanted Xianxia to enter the top 100 in individual rankings. That is, amongst all the peak geniuses under the age of 20 in the world, he had to storm into the top 100. And to be able to enter the top 100, not one wasn't a top powerhouse among powerhouses. Not one wouldn't become renowned throughout the world and the prestige to shake the 4 seas in the future. And if Xianxia actually entered the top 100 in individual rankings, then the Blue Wind imperial family's power ranking wouldn't be as simple as just entering the top 100. It's very likely it can directly enter the top 50. It could even clear out all their disgrace and cause others to raise their brows in surprise. For Qin Wusheng to give Xianxia this objective, he obviously wasn't deliberately trying to make things difficult or force him to make false promises. Xianxia had instantly defeated Feng Bufan and Fang Feilong, shocking Qin Wusheng greatly, and had just revealed his power while facing Fen Juchen, which surprised him even more. He had personally witnessed the last 2 ranking tournaments, and he more or less understood the power level in the ranking tournaments. With his speculation of Xianxia's power, entering the top 100 in individual rankings might actually be possible. All right, Xianxia didn't even think about it and nodded directly. I definitely won't let Palace Chief Qin down. Amen. Qin Wusheng nodded cheerfully. Yuanba, did you hear that? You can come along with us to the ranking tournament now. Quick, go thank Palace Chief Qin and Senior Sister Zuruo. Xianxia said to Xia Yuanba while smiling. Their conversation had long ago left Xia Yuanba so excited that he didn't know what to do. He was so excited and surprised that he couldn't make left from right. Talking was even more stuttery. Thank you, Palace Chief Qin. Thank you, Senior Sister Zuruo. I really can also go to the Raw ranking tournament. Ha 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 ha. Xia Yuanba's behavior caused Qin Wusheng to laugh. He gestured at Xia Yuanba. Yuanba, come here and sit with me on the snow eagle. We'll leave right now. Ah, okay. Xia Yuanba nodded his head incessantly, then walked with Qin Wusheng to the largest giant snow eagle. With his physique, not selecting the largest eagle would be a big mistake. Junior brother Yun, let's go, little snow. Let's depart. Yun Qi and Kang Yue mounted the other giant snow eagle. Both giant snow eagles rose into the air and not long after faded distantly into the horizon. The giant snow eagle rode the wind and rose to an altitude of several thousand meters rapidly. Its speed was extremely fast, but it flew with exceptional steadiness. The speed of the two giant snow eagles were different, and not long after they were separated a great distance, and each couldn't see the other. Junior brother Yun, the Kang Yue, who had always struggled to suppress her emotions when others were nearby, finally called Yun Qi as she hugged him close. She hugged him tightly and did not let go until a very long time. Sorry, senior sister, you've had to worry about me again. Yun Qi hugged her soft body back and said softly, No, it's my fault. It was my reckless thinking. I should have trusted that nothing would happen to you. Lan Zuruo closed her eyes and said softly as she quietly enjoyed this tender moment. Senior sister, the giant snow eagle cried and then accelerated once more. Unwittingly, they had already flew out of Blue Wind Imperial City's borders. This was the second time that they rode together on a giant snow eagle. The first time had also made them experience their trials and tribulations together. The feelings Kang Yue felt for him were established there. Little by little, the simple importance she attached to him had become a deep dependence that then became an attachment that she could not let go of. Kang Yue leaned onto Yun Qi's chest and said peacefully, Junior brother Yun, the relationship between you and Yuanba is really good. When he heard that something had happened to you, he cried like a baby. When he was bullied, you had even become that angry. You guys aren't even blood-related relatives, yet are like that. But those brothers of mine... Yun Qi slightly raised his head and replied sentimentally, Yuanba and I have grown up together since young. When he was young, his physique was not this robust. Instead, he was somewhat thin and weak. In those days, whenever he was bullied, I always stepped in to help him. Then, when his body suddenly skyrocketed, and I discovered that I was born with crippled profound veins, regardless of whether or not it was inside or outside of my clan, almost everyone looked down on me and anyone bullied me at anything. At that time, it was Yuanba who protected me. So much that he even severed relationships with many of his playmates who ridiculed and bullied me. In my eyes, aside from grandfather and little aunt, he is my only close relative. And now that I have the power to protect him, no matter who dares to bully him, I'll obviously make the other party pay the price by several folds. How could he be only your only family? You clearly also have a wife, HMPH. Kang Yue muttered in a very small voice and pouted lightly at the end, filled with the simple jealousy of a young woman. Xia Qingyu's unrivaled appearance swam in his head. Her 16-year-old self was already beautiful beyond compare. He had not seen her for a year and a half. The already 17-and-a-half-year-old her should have inevitably blossomed into a more elegant peerlessness. But although she was his wife in name, she actually belonged to Frozen Cloud Asgard and not him. He flatly replied, Even though she treats me all right, at least did not look down on me, and always tried to defend the previously weak me's dignity. She had never considered me as her husband, nor is it possible that she considered me her close relative. In front of a girl, it was best not to talk too much about another girl, not to mention the other side had a very sensitive relationship with him. Naturally, Yun Qi understood this point. He changed the subject immediately and said, Right, senior sister, have you heard of the name Chu Yuechen? Chu Yuechen. You said Chu Yuechen. Kang Yue's reaction was much more intense than what Yun Qi expected. Senior sister knows this name. Of course I know. In this world, how many do not know of this name? Yun Qi. Chu Yuechen, head of Frozen Cloud Asgard's renown, Frozen Cloud 7 Fairies. Since 20 years ago, she was always the publicly acknowledged Blue Wind Empire's #1 beauty, and was also her generation's unrivaled #1 expert. But her fame of her beauty far surpassed her strength. When talking about Chu Yuechen, Kang Yue's expression revealed a great deal of ruefulness and yearning. A long time ago, those who admired her covered the 4 seas. Just to win her smile, or even see her once, many braved death and left towards Frozen Cloud Asgard. Among them included Xiao Sect's current sect master and Heavenly Sword Villa's villa master. My father was included as well. After father saw Chu Yuechen once, he was unable to free himself, even after he had succeeded the position of emperor. The only reason why he had never paid attention to the empress was also because of Chu Yuechen. Even now, he unconsciously reminisces about this fairy of frozen beauty. With a dazed expression, Yun Qi's mouth slightly gaped open.